Xiaolu lowered his head. His left hand hovered in midair, 5 fingers pressed together like a blade, as a chilling violet light flickered at his fingertips. His right hand was gripping the orange-eared collar of a martial arts GI. The person dangling in midair flailed back and forth, 2 short legs kicking wildly. A bald head, no nose, and the standard 6 burn scars on the crown. Xiaolu blinked. This bald head actually feels quite... Wait, no? What is going on here? A moment ago he had been playing a game, and with one blink into darkness, he somehow appeared in this place. His gaze dropped. What entered his sight was a short, stocky torso with water-blue skin, its surface covered in interwoven black and green spots. This look, this height, this catastrophically ugly skin texture. Thunder suddenly rumbled out of nowhere beside his ears. Clin. The sound waves flipped the ground, hurling rubble into the air. Not far away, a muscular man with golden hair standing straight up glared with bloodshot eyes, his whole body shrouded in a blinding golden aura of chi. Golden hair, muscles towering and imposing. That level of recognizability in his appearance. Wasn't this Gohan? And judging from the way his eyes were splitting with rage, then this bald man in his hand, was he Clin? And with his own blue-spotted skin and childlike height, he was Little Xiaolu. Dragon Ball World, the very scene of the Cell games. Xiaolu's head buzzed noisily. The little Xiaolus with combat power off the charts were at this moment casually grinding the warriors into the dirt. The problem lay with the bald man in his hand. Of all people to kill, he had seized Clin. Throughout the entire history of Dragon Ball, whoever laid a hand on this baldy ended up dying without a complete corpse. According to past casualty statistics, the mortality rate for those who killed Clin was a full 100%. Frieza crushed him, and Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan on the spot, slamming the Emperor of the Universe into Namex crust and grinding him down. Majin Buu turned him into chocolate and ate him, leaving not even a scrap behind. Further back in time, even one of Piccolo's offspring was blasted in the head by little Gohan with a single kick. As for Gohan, his strength was beyond dispute, yet the number of lives actually taken by his own hands was surprisingly small. Especially after reaching adulthood, he carried himself more and more like a martial arts sage. Beyond Buu and a scant few others, he had killed hardly anyone. However, once you killed Clin, you were guaranteed to be killed in turn. Who knew what went on in those villains' heads? They always thought killing some weakling would establish their might. And in terms of size and appearance, the most convenient target was precisely this little bald fellow. Yet with Clin's sacrifice to the heavens, divine retribution became boundless. This bald head was clearly Sun Wukong's inverse scale, the most dangerous self-destruction switch in the entire universe. To provoke him, only if one had lived too long. Xiaolu's 5 fingers swiftly loosened. Ouch! The bald man crashed solidly onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Sun Wukong kept his lunging posture, the soles of his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. He glanced at Clin, who was eating dirt on the ground, then turned to look at Xiaolu, clapping his hands clean, raising a hand to scratch the back of his head. Wukong tilted his head, a few golden strands swaying. This blue-skinned little monster was actually quite obedient. He had roared once, and the guy really had thrown the man down. Thrown him down fine. But why was he now going over to help Clin up? Wait, had his presence become so imposing now? One shout, and he could make the enemy cower in utter silence. That kind of oppressive aura should belong to someone like Frieza, shouldn't it? Since when had he gained such an ability? Before Wukong could figure it out, a gale suddenly rose from level ground in the distance. Aya! A shrill howl pierced the clouds, making the ground tremble. Xiaolu turned his head toward the sound. 100 meters away, Sun Wukong smashed both knees into the earth, fingers clawing the ground so hard that 10 bloody pits appeared beneath his nails. Tears mixed with snot and smeared all over his chin. Directly in front of Wufan, the true Cell lifted his right foot unhurriedly. Under his sole lay a mechanical head. Android 16. Crunch. The crisp sound spread out. That mohawked red-haired head, along with the central core inside, was crushed into scrap metal beneath Cell's foot. Xiaolu's eyelids twitched violently. He was done for. The iconic scene had arrived. Gale winds howled. A golden aura of chi erupted around Wufan, within which blinding blue lightning danced and twisted. Crack! The lightning pierced through rock. Xiaolu swallowed hard and stepped half a pace backward. Super Saiyan 2 Wufan, the most outrageously broken form in the original Dragon Ball. If the story followed the original script, this kid was about to enter an unstoppable mowing down mode, beating Cell so badly he would lose all sense of direction and even vomit out Android 18 he had just swallowed. But before that, comrade Sun Wufan still had an important task. Xiaolu's gaze passed over a pile of rubble. The other 6 little Xiaolus were jumping up and down, some yanking Vegeta's hair, some stepping on Trunks' face. Oh ho ho. Even he found their behavior unbearably arrogant. His unlucky brothers were about to reach the final station of their short lives. Before Wufan beat up his own father, he would first do some warm-up exercises, crushing the 7 little Xiaolus present one by one with his bare hands. Literally crushing them. A fist through the chest, a kick to explode the head, tearing them in half with his hands. No 2 deaths alike. The Sun family very rarely showed such ruthless cruelty. Xiaolu rubbed his chin, his eyes spinning restlessly. Right now he was one of these 7 sacrificial offerings. Run. Where to? At Super Saiyan 2 Wufan speed, he would not even see the tail lights. Fight. With what his skull? Xiaolu glanced at Clin lying on the ground. Maybe he could pick up the bald guy again and use him as a hostage. Hey kids. Cell folded his arms across his chest and issued orders from on high. Go take care of Sun Wufan for me. 6 little Xiaolus shrieked as they charged at Wufan. Xiaolu stayed where he was, toes subtly turning in another direction. Beside him, a blue-skinned little monster halted and turned its black and green-spotted head. Hey, Dad told us to go. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. The little monster's shrill voice urged Xiaolu again and again. Xiaolu's eyes rolled once, his gaze locking onto the bald man still eating dirt on the ground. You guys go first. Xiaolu raised a hand and pointed at Clin. I've discovered something fishy about this baldy. This guy is notorious as a senza bean courier. There's bound to be stock in his pockets. I have to search him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaolu thrust out his short, thick arm, grabbing the back collar of Clin's orange GI and yanking him up again, swinging him in front as a shield. Lowering his voice, he leaned close to Clin's shiny head in warning. Shut up. If you make a sound, I'll kill you. Clin clutched at his collar with both hands, legs dangling and kicking in midair, yet he did not dare utter a single word. Not far away, Sun Wukong's scratching hand froze in midair, his golden eyebrows knotting together. What on earth was this blue-skinned little monster trying to pull? He had just thrown the man down, so why was he picking him up again? The few little Xiaolus did not have much brain power to begin with, and did not think too hard about it, shrieking as they pounced toward Sun Wufan in the distance. Over there, Sun Wufan hung his head low. His golden hair pointed straight up, currents of air raging around his body. Blue and white lightning lashed the broken stones nearby. Super Saiyan 2, transformation complete. The overwhelming aura swept outward, scraping Xiaolu's face until it stung. Xiaolu shrank behind Clin's back, his mind racing at full speed. What should he do? Cling to Sun Wukong's thigh and beg him to be merciful and spare his life? That would not work. It simply would not. Sun Wukong was usually easy to talk to, but at a juncture like this he had no time at all. Say he claimed his soul had crossed over into this body, and he was not the original little Xiaolu. Who would have the leisure to listen to such an explanation? He had looked quite normal enough when he was just beating up Clin. Even if they really wronged him, at worst Wukong would just greet King Yama and arrange for him to be reborn well. Worse still was Sun Wufan. The kid was in a berserk mowing down phase, recognizing no kin. Whether he crushed Xiaolu on a whim depended entirely on his mood. He glanced around. Vegeta's eyes were spitting fire, murderous intent surging his mind, filled only with thoughts of revenge and settling old debts. Trunks too stared at the preening cell with a face full of hatred. One was cruel and ruthless, the other steady and never reckless. Neither of them was any kind of benevolent soul. It was a dead end. He could not win and could not escape. Had he really just transmigrated over only to become an experience pack for this bunch of overpowered monsters? At this critical, fatal moment, ding, a clear mechanical chime rang inside Xiaolu's skull. Ding, the ultimate fleecing system has been successfully bound. A mechanical voice echoed in his head. Xiaolu rolled his eyes. Fleece. What wise guy came up with such a lousy name? It sounded shady from the start. But a cheat was a cheat. At a life-or-death moment like this, who cared if it was ridiculous? Before he could figure out how to fleece, several crisp sounds came from ahead. Uft, crack. Xiaolu looked up. Sun Wufan's figure trailed a long streak of white light. A fist through the chest, a kick to the head torn in two. Within 2 breaths, the 6 little blue-skinned monsters that had rushed ahead didn't even finish their lines. They were smashed into a pile of green scraps. A feast for the whole village. 6 dishes, not a single one left. Sun Wufan stopped. Blue-white electric currents coursed around his body. He slowly turned his head. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust and locked straight onto Xiaolu. That kid looked at him like he was nothing but a piece of dead meat. Xiaolu's scalp tingled. He was still clutching Kalin's collar. Ding, the newbie gift pack has been distributed. Obtained instant transmission, 3 uses. Obtained. Xiaolu's eyes lit up. Newbie gift pack. This is a lifesaver. He didn't have time to check the rest, but instant transmission was a great find. Run. If he didn't run, was he waiting to die? He released his fingers. Kulin let out an ouch and fell face first into the dirt. Xiaolu pressed his index and middle fingers together against his brow. He shouted up at the big green bug at the high point. Dad, hold on. When I grow up, it'll come back to avenge you. Shwa? A breeze swept by. The spot was empty. Sun Wufan's foot halfway through a step hung in the air. Sun Wukong's hand scratching his head froze his blonde hair, blowing in the wind. Vegeta's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropped. Ran away. That little blue-skinned monster ran away. Xiaolu himself stood high up, his arms crossed, posture frozen. His facial muscles twitched. What the hell do you mean by avenge you? You're quite filial, aren't you? He released a mental command, attempting to forcibly take over the fleeing little monster's consciousness. Come back. Kill them all. The command vanished without a trace. The neural connection was severed unilaterally. This little bastard had rebelled. When did he get this ability? Thousands of meters away in a shadowy rock crevice, Xiaolu curled up, clamping his hands over his mouth, suppressing his aura to the limit. He even stopped breathing. Lie low. As long as I'm meek enough, Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wufan won't find me. Back in the center of the battlefield, Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze. Just an insignificant insect that got away. Doesn't matter. He turned around, stepping through the green slime, and walked step by step toward Sha Lu himself. The soles of his shoes scraped the ground with a rustling sound. In the rock crevice, Sha Lu panted heavily, his chest heaving violently. His life was saved. Leaning against the cold, hard rock wall, he mentally called out the ridiculously named Ultimate Fleecing System. The panel popped open. The interface was crude, exuding the cheap feel of a third-rate browser game. Host Sha Lu. Race Sha Lu's subentity. Combat power roughly equal to Super Saiyan 1 fodder level. Skills instant transmission, 2 remaining. Items fatherly love assimilation card newbie special edition. His gaze locked on the last line. Fatherly love assimilation card. That's the thing he didn't have time to check earlier. Item description can only be used on direct blood relative Sha Lu. Ignores combat power gap, ignores the targets, will forcibly absorbs and assimilates, acquiring all of the target's combat power, cellular traits, and form evolution. One-time use only. Good heavens. Sha Lu rubbed his rough blue chin. His mind started working. The Dragon Ball world, planets exploding at the drop of a hat. Currently, it was the mid to late stage of the Cell Games arc. Super Saiyans were everywhere, and Super Saiyan 2 would soon become worthless. With this blue skin, even if he survived today, when the Majin Buu arc came, he'd just be a background character, not even worthy of a name. Without evolving, he'd die sooner or later. Swallow that big green bug. His mind flashed the smug face of Sha Lu himself. To be honest, that guy looked. How to put it, his face was okay, but his body was covered in lumps and bumps. In the manga, it didn't seem like much, but in reality, well. But compared to his own current appearance, at least he looked human. The question was how to swallow. Just run out, tap his shoulder, and shout, "Dad, lend me your body." Before he even finished his sentence, he'd be obliterated by SSJ-2 Sun Wukong along with his dad. Even if he succeeded, what then? Sha Lu's current base combat power was being ground into the dirt by SSJ-2 Sun Wukong. Himself plus that guy, 1 + 1 = 2. Could that 2 beat SSJ-2? Hard to say. He stared at a black beetle crawling on the rock wall, tapping his knee with his fingertip. Tap, tap. He had to wait. Wait for a perfect entry point. In the original story, Sha Lu, driven to desperation by Gohan, would spit out no. 18 and degenerate to his second form and attempt self-destruction. He didn't die from the self-destruction. Instead, thanks to the Saiyan trait of surging power after near-death revival, he evolved into Lightning Sha Lu. In that form, Sha Lu's combat power was not inferior to SSJ-2 Sun Wukong. Hypothesis. At the moment when that old punk becomes Lightning Sha Lu, at his most arrogant and invincible, he himself would jump out and do fatherly love assimilation. Not only could he freeload the power boost from his near-death revival, but he could also take over that perfect body. As for SSJ-2 Sun Wukong, a 12-year-old brat on the verge of a mental breakdown. When facing his own ultimate evolution, who would crush whom was still uncertain. Brilliant. Sha Lu laughed silently. This fleece, he had to pick the fattest one. Outside, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. The rock crevice was showered with falling dust. He brushed the dust off his head and peeked out. Then, suppressing his aura, Sha Lu quietly slipped back to a spot not far from the battlefield. In the center, Sun Wukong was gripping Sha Lu's wing and slamming him into the ground with full force. 80. This cheap dad sure had a unique way of taking a beating. Dad, bear with it, Sha Lu muttered as he pulled his head back. Take a few more hits and force out the potential of your Saiyan cells. When you evolve into Lightning Sha Lu, your son here will gratefully accept your inheritance. Don't worry, I will surely carry on the Sha family legacy. Back in the battlefield center, the situation took a sharp turn. Sun Wukong kicked extremely hard, hitting Sha Lu square in the abdomen. The big green bug's eyes bulged and his stomach churned violently. Ugh! A large gush of acid mixed with a blonde woman was forced out. Android 18 fell to the ground unconscious. Sha Lu's body convulsed violently. His originally slender, perfect torso rapidly shrank, muscles bulged abnormally, and his lips turned outward and thickened. Within seconds, he degenerated back into that stupid, clumsy second form. From the rock crevice, Sha Lu poked out half his head and clicked his tongue twice. Speaking of this second form, it's really not as good as the first. The first form was directly a monster shape, which looked better than this, neither human or ghost. When you can't win, flip the table. After degenerating, Sha Lu completely lost it. His torso wildly inhaled and expanded, turning into a grotesque meatball in an instant. 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the earth and I will become cosmic dust together. Ha ha ha. The hysterical laughter of Sha Lu came from the meatball. Sha Lu rolled his eyes. Resorting to self-destruction when defeated, his old man truly had no class. No wonder almost every villain gets redeemed in the end, but you just can't make the cut. Gohan stood frozen, realizing he had caused a disaster, cold sweat streaming down his face. At that moment, Son Goku stepped forward. He smiled at his son, then raised 2 fingers to his forehead. Gohan, tell your mother I'm sorry. Swoosh. Goku, along with the massive green-skinned mass, vanished into thin air. Sha Lu silently paid his respects to King Kai of the North. Trouble comes knocking even when you're minding your own business. Having taught such a disastrous disciple, this Kai King truly had rotten luck. In the distance, a gentle breeze swept by. The crisis was over. Krillin scrambled to check on Android 18. Piccolo let out a long sigh while Yamcha and Tien Shinhan collapsed to the ground. Gohan fell to his knees, pounding the earth with his fists, leaving craters in the ground. Tears streamed down his face as regret over his father's sacrifice consumed his mind. Everyone mourned the hero. Only Xia Lu remained still. He shrank deeper into his hiding spot, eyes fixed on the sky. Others might not know, but he understood all too well. A Scion's power doubles after a near-death revival. Cell carried Scion cells, and with that undestroyed core mass, he was about to return to the battlefield fully armed and maxed out. The wool was about to be perfectly sheared. The wind shifted. Without warning, the air was violently displaced by dense energy emitting a piercing shriek. A bright yellow beam pierced the sky. It moved so fast that even an afterimage was impossible to catch. Thud! The beam tore straight through Trunks' chest. The long-haired youth didn't even let out a groan. His eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly backward, leaving a charred, transparent hole in his chest. Even the wind fell silent around them. Vegeta's foot mid-step froze in the air. His eyes bulged, and a meaningless gurgle escaped his throat. The smoke cleared. Midair Cell's true form reappeared. Not only had he regained his perfect form, but his entire body was now wreathed in dense, crackling blue electricity. His aura was more than twice as powerful as before. Super Perfect Cell had arrived. This instant transmission is quite handy. Cell raised his right hand, a wisp of smoke still curling from his index finger, his tone flippant. Oh ho ho. Who died? Was it Trunks? Arrogance. Utter unbridled arrogance. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Lu watched that overbearing figure, his palms sweaty and heart pounding wildly. Plump. This sheep had grown perfectly plump. Super Perfect Cell hovered in midair, blue arcs of electricity, crackling around him, casting twisted shadows with their blinding light. Trunks lay in a pool of blood, the hole in his chest still reeking of charred flesh. Vegeta stood frozen, trembling all over. Not from fear. It was from rage. The Scion Prince's throat bobbed as his lips moved soundlessly. The long-haired youth lying there was his son. His son who had traveled back through time from the future. Mr. Vegeta, move aside. Gohan roared, his golden aura surging skyward. Blue and white lightning exploded around him, the crackling so intense it sent debris bouncing. Cell flicked the last wisp of smoke from his right index finger, his grin stretching ear to ear. Come, son Gohan. Show me your full power. Nearby, Xia Lu, hidden thoroughly, felt his heart clench into a knot. Here it comes. The iconic scene from the original, the father-son Kamehameha clash. In that beam struggle, Gohan, empowered by his father's spiritual encouragement, would unleash his latent potential, vaporizing every cell of Cell, including that damned core mass. Not even ashes left. Not a trace. Then how was he supposed to assimilate? Never engage a son family member in a beam struggle, and never stand on the right side during one. You've broken both golden rules. How could there be any hope for you? Xia Lu licked his lips, his mind racing. Cell had already returned to his perfect form, and a super perfect one at that. The Scion cells from his near-death revival had pushed his power to Super Saiyan 2 level, maybe even beyond. This sheep was at its fattest. One more moment, and once the beam struggle began, this sheep would be scorched. Scorched wool couldn't be sheared. Ding. Use father-son assimilation card on target cell. Use. No question. Xia Lu nodded frantically in his mind. Ding. Confirmed. Please establish physical contact with the target. Physical contact. Xia Lu nearly bit his tongue off. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? He had to touch that thing. He looked up at the green-skinned giant, floating midair, wreathed in lightning. Cell had his hands clasped together, charging up. Gohan had also begun the Kamehameha stance. Ka. Gohan's voice ground out through clenched teeth. Oh no. Head started. According to the standard Kamehameha procedure, Kamihami, once all 4 syllables were uttered, the energy wave would be released. 4 syllables. He had 4 syllables worth of time. Me. Only 3 left. Xia Lu ground his molars to dust. No more hesitation. He had 2 instant transmissions left, and this was the most critical investment of his life. He touched his index and middle fingers to his forehead, locking onto Cell's energy. That energy was immense, impossible to miss, like a searchlight in the dead of night. Swoosh. Xia Lu appeared behind Cell. Distance, 1/2 meter. The wind roared in his ears as Cell's charging hands glowed with dazzling golden light. The Kamehameha energy sphere had already condensed to the size of a fist in his palms. Up close, the green-skinned giant was suffocatingly oppressive. The blue arcs of electricity grazing Xia Lu's nose tip singed the edges of his antenna-like hairs. Ah! Gohan's voice carried over. Only 1 syllable left. Xia Lu didn't hesitate. His short, thick blue arm shot forward, his 5 fingers slamming firmly onto the base of the wings on Cell's back. His palm met the hard, cold carapace. Dad! Xia Lu bellowed. Your son is here to send you off. Cell's pupils contracted sharply. He looked down at his back. Ah! Little blue monster. Wait. Wasn't this the one who escaped earlier? You, before he could finish. The palm glowed. A golden pattern spread from Xia Lu's fingers, racing across Cell's carapace. Where the pattern passed, Cell's body began to liquefy. Not melting. Being absorbed. Starting from the point of contact, Cell's hard exoskeleton turned into a viscous green liquid pouring back into Xia Lu's body through his arm. What is this, eh? Cell looked down at his dissolving back, the crack finally appearing in his once unchallenged expression. He struggled, fought wildly. Blue electricity went berserk, lashing out at Xia Lu, scorching large patches of his blue skin. It hurt. An excruciating pain. Xia Lu bit down on his tongue, the taste of rust flooding his mouth. But his 5 fingers remained locked, welded onto Cell's back. The system had stated, ignoring power level differences, ignoring the targets will force assimilation. As long as he didn't let go, this deal was sealed. Let me go, you. Xia Lu raised his hands, palms facing outward. Easy now. His voice had changed. It was no longer the sharp, grating tone of the young Cell, but had become a clear, slightly roguish drawl. Gohan did not lower his guard. Blue arcs of lightning danced between his fingers. Who are you? Good question. Xia Lu landed on the ground, his feet planting firmly on the gravel. He tilted his head and pointed at his own face. Just call me Xia Lu. Xia Lu. Piccolo's brow furrowed deeply. Cell's son. Biologically speaking. Xia Lu spread his hands, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. But now the old man and I have become one. He's retired, enjoying his golden years. You could call it succeeding the family business. Krillin's bald head peeked out from behind Android 18. Succeeding the family business. You ate your dad and call that succeeding the family business. What do you mean ate? Xia Lu rolled his eyes. It's called assimilation. Such a civilized term. You. Krillin started to say something, but Xia Lu pointed a finger at him. Baldy. Krillin's mouth snapped shut. You shrink back? I'm not going to hit you. Xia Lu's finger traced a circle in the air. But if you insist on jumping out to seek attention, I won't stop you. Son Goku isn't here now. No one's protecting you. Got it. Krillin's bald head retreated. The speed was nothing short of instant transmission. Vegeta ground his molars. That insect dies, and a new one appears. You think just because you've changed your skin you can, mister? Vegeta. Xia Lu interrupted him with a beaming smile. Your son is still lying over there bleeding. Don't you want to check on him first? Vegeta's words caught in his throat. His gaze involuntarily flickered to Trunks lying in a pool of blood not far away. His fists clenched, then unclenched. Son Gohan stepped forward. What exactly do you want? Xia Lu tilted his head, sizing up the 12-year-old boy. Golden spiked hair, blue arcs of lightning, a gaze both alert and simmering with anger. He was still just a child, yet the fate of the entire Earth rested on his shoulders. Xia Lu ran through the current situation in his mind. He could fight. An upper-tier Super Saiyan 2 against another Super Saiyan 2. He had an infinite energy core for stamina, Gohan did not. Dragging it out, his chances of winning were high. But it wasn't necessary. What was the point of winning? To offend every single Z-fighter on Earth. What good would that do? None, it seemed. He wasn't a maniac like the previous Cell, existing only for destruction. Besides, there were still the Majin Buu arc, the tournament of power arc. Any boss from those arcs could swat his current power level aside like a fly. Moreover, he hadn't gotten the Dragon Balls yet. Xia Lu had a plan. To achieve anything in the Dragon Ball world, you had to gather all 7 balls and summon the Great Dragon. He had to lie low. At least for now, he had to lie low. Xia Lu took a step back, raising his hands to chest level in the universal gesture, for unarmed. Relax, little Gohan. I have no intention of continuing this fight. Gohan did not relent. Cell killed my father. You absorbed Cell. Yes. Then you are my enemy. Xia Lu scratched the carapace on the side of his face. For a moment, he was at a loss. This kid Gohan had the exact same one-track mind as his father. Black and white, friend and foe with no room for gray. No, he was even worse than his old man. His father had the charisma to turn old enemies like Piccolo and Vegeta into members of the Z-Fighters. And yet this kid wanted to pick a fight with me, someone from the lawful good camp. You ate my father's enemy, so you are my enemy. What kind of wild syllogism is that? I heard your mother Shishi usually can't bear to hit you. Maybe I should teach you a lesson. Make your childhood more complete. Xia Lu was hesitating, wondering if he should teach little Gohan a thing or two about life. Suddenly, hey, can you hear me? Can you? A robust voice exploded out of thin air, ringing in the heads of everyone present. The voice didn't come from a direction, it was more like it was directly inserted into their minds. Son Gohan was startled, his ki aura nearly dissipating. D-Daddy. Krillin's bald head popped out from behind Android 18. Goku. That's Goku's voice. A vein throbbed on Piccolo's forehead as he turned to look at the sky, his lips pressed tightly together. That's right. King Kai's telepathy. The North Kai's signature technique, allowing the dead to cross the veil of life and death to chat with the living. Simply put, it was the afterlife's version of a satellite phone. Gohan, don't be rash. Power down first. Goku's voice was urgent, but his tone still carried that characteristic cheerfulness, as if he hadn't just exploded while holding a green-skinned monster, but had just taken a walk around the block. Gohan clenched his fists, white-blue electric sparks crackling between his knuckles. Dad, he absorbed Cell. I saw. Goku interrupted him, a hint of excitement in his voice. I saw everything. King Kai's planet gets the feed. Hey, the Great Kai almost peed his pants. A muffled grunt came from afar, like someone had stepped on a cat's tail. Then a sharp, irritable voice exploded. Son Goku, shut up. What do you mean almost peed his pants? I am a Kai, a cosmic administrator. I would never. That was a strategic retreat. Do you understand? North Kai's voice was hysterical, causing a simultaneous buzz in the heads of everyone present. Krillin shrunk his neck. Great Kai. Could you keep it down? Anyway, the Kai lowered his volume, though it still trembled. Cell's ki is completely gone. That new guy. His pressure is even greater than Cell's. Son Goku, can your son handle him? Hard to say. Goku's voice paused for a beat. Then the tone shifted abruptly. Hey, you're called Xiaolu, right? Across two worlds, Goku's voice had become relaxed, even carrying a hint of curiosity. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. He could sense it. Goku was using his perception to lock onto his position and key fluctuations. A Saiyan's instinctual nose for a strong opponent was sharper than a dog's. That's right. Call me Xiaolu. Xiaolu planted his hands on his hips, looking up at the sky. The pose felt a bit stupid, but he didn't care. That method you used just now. How did you absorb Cell? Trade secret. Xiaolu grinned. Haha, trade secret, huh? Goku let out a laugh. It was a laugh everyone present knew all too well, the kind of laugh before a sparring match. A muscle in Vegeta's cheek twitched. 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 He could tell. That idiot Kakarot, not even 2 minutes dead, was already raring to go. You've got the key of a Saiyan on you. Goku's voice turned a bit more serious, but only a bit. And, not just the Saiyans. Frisia's, Piccolo's, even the androids. All mixed together. Interesting. Not bad perception, dead man. Shall tilted his head. King Kai's explosive voice cut in. You. Who are you calling a dead man? You are speaking to the hero of the North Galaxy. Watch your tone. Lord Kai, he's telling the truth. Goku's retort left King Kai speechless. A brief silence. Then Goku's voice came again, his tone shifted. Not vigilance. Not probing. It was that unique, pure, maddening excitement that only Son Goku possessed. Shall, you're stronger than Cell. A lot stronger. I really want to fight you. Dad. Son Gohan's voice cracked directly. You're dead, and you still want to fight. Mom's right, you're a battle maniac. Krillin nodded frantically. In the distance, Yamcha and Tenshinhan exchanged a glance. While Goku was still Goku, restless even in the afterlife. Shell didn't take the bait. He squinted, the abacus in his mind clicking away. He knew Goku's personality all too well. The guy was a villain detector, scarily accurate at reading people. Frieza. Killed. Cell. Destroyed. When Vegeta first came to Earth. Beaten within an inch of his life. But when Vegeta reformed. Treated him like a brother instantly. And Piccolo. That was his father's murderer. And he just let it go? So if Son Goku vouched for someone, they were definitely good. At the very least, they had the potential to be good. So was he a good person? Well, not entirely. His lousy system forced him to leech off others constantly. A good person who leeched off others every day? Probably not. But good or bad aside, he was definitely not a second Cell. Cell wasn't good, or evil. Cell was insane. What should he do next? Cell licked his lips, his eyes darting around. Got it. Goku, he spoke, his voice unhurried. What are you planning to do about your current situation? What do you mean? The Dragon Balls. Cell raised a finger. You're with King Kai now? Once the Earthlings gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish, you can be revived. Right? Gohan's eyes lit up. That's right, the Dragon Balls. Dad could be revived with the Dragon Balls. Krillin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan. Everyone thought of it almost simultaneously, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. But Goku didn't answer immediately. Shell waited. He knew Goku's choice in the original story, refusing revival. The reason being that his existence had brought too many enemies to Earth's Science, Frieza, android Cell. All of them had come for him. For Earth's safety, he chose to remain in the afterlife. But things were different now. Cell was gone, replaced by an enigmatic Shao. Goku wasn't sure what to make of this newcomer. Sure enough, Goku was silent for several seconds. That was extremely rare. When Son Goku was silent for more than 3 seconds, it was equivalent to a normal person engaging in deep philosophical thought. Gohan, Goku finally spoke. Yeah, I won't be coming back for now. Pandemonium. Gohan's face turned white. Blue arcs of electricity danced violently around him, scattering pebbles on the ground. Why I? Krillin's mouth formed an O. Piccolo's arms dropped from his chest, his brow furrowing into new wrinkles. Why? Dad, tell me why. You told me to apologize to Mom. How am I supposed to explain this to her? You can be revived, but you won't come back on your own. Gohan's voice grew louder, tinged with tears. He was only 12. He had watched his father disappear with the bomb, and now he heard his father say he wasn't coming back. No one could handle that. Shell stood nearby, glancing at Gohan before looking away. None of his business. But a corner of his heart stung slightly. When Head watched this scene as a kid, his eyes had indeed gotten a little misty. Kid, you're about to lose your dad. Goku's voice came again, much softer this time. Gohan, it's not that Dad doesn't want to come back. It's, you've grown up. With you here, Earth will be fine. But, and, Goku's tone suddenly perked up again. Lord Kai has a lot of strong guys here for me to practice with. I can actually train faster now that I'm dead. You know, the Otherworld tournament. Son Goku. King Kai's voice exploded again. How do you know about the Otherworld tournament? Who told you? I heard you muttering about it earlier. King Kai was speechless. A smile tugged at the corner of Xiao's mouth. Seizing the moment, he spoke. Goku, I don't mind you staying in the other world to train. But I need to tell you something. Everyone's attention snapped to Xiao. Xiao didn't drag it out, his voice calm and flat. 7 years. 7 years. In 7 years a new enemy will come to Earth. Gohan's pupils contracted. Piccolo's Adam's apple bobbed. Vegeta stopped in his tracks toward Trunks, turning his head to look. What do you mean? Goku's voice dropped a notch, but it sounded less like worry and more like anticipation. I mean exactly what I said. Xiao traced a circle in the air with his index finger. In 7 years a big shot will descend on Earth. Powerful. How powerful? Let's put it this way. At my current level, I wouldn't even be a warm-up opponent for him. Silence. Dead silence. Krillin's face had turned green. You must be joking. You're already this strong. And there's someone stronger. Bald got. Krillin, shut up. I'm not joking. Xiao's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on the sky. Cell's cellular memory contained part of Dr. Jiro's database. There were some things he didn't have time to organize while alive, but I received them. That was a lie. How could Dr. Jiro's database have information on Bu? Anyway, he couldn't keep up the act now, so he'd just bluff his way through. After all, everyone present was a brute. The only one with decent intelligence was Piccolo. Besides, no one could say for sure how much data that old madman had stuffed into Cell. It was Piccolo who reacted first. You're saying information about that enemy was recorded in Cell's genes? Partially. Xiao continued his fabrication. He couldn't exactly say he'd read the next manga, could he? It's incomplete and badly damaged, but enough to assess the threat level. Goku was silent on the other end for 2 seconds. Then, 7 years. 7 years is enough. Gohan nearly jumped on the spot. Dad, what are you so happy about? Think about it, Gohan. 7 years. I can train here on King Kai's planet for 7 years. In 7 years when I return, no matter what comes ill, just fight it. Krillin covered his face with both hands. Goku is truly hopeless. Yamcha raised his hand weakly from a distance. Hey Goku, I'm not covering for you with your wife. If Shishi finds out you chose not to be revived. Yamcha, don't scare me. Goku's voice actually wavered with panic. Vegeta snorted, but the faintest curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Cell Jr. Seize the moment. Goku, the conditions are simple. You stay on King Kai's planet and train. Return in 7 years. I guarantee that during these 7 years I will do nothing to Earth. What good is your guarantee? Piccolo interjected coldly. Cell Jr. glanced at him. Mr. Piccolo, weren't you the reincarnation of the great Demon King yourself? Who believed you when you first emerged? At the World Martial Arts Tournament you and Goku fought to the death, yet later you got along quite well, didn't you? Piccolo's expression shifted. His lips moved twice, but he found no retort. Krillin muttered under his breath, he kind of has a point. Furthermore, I'll promise you this. Cell Jr.'s lips curled into a dangerously angled smirk. When you return in 7 years, well, fight. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. Deal. Goku's voice practically burst forth so swiftly that King Kai couldn't even interject his objection. When it came to reading a Scion's pulse, Cell Jr.'s skill was more precise than an old Chinese doctor's. Son Goku, you've gone mad. King Kai was hopping on the spot over there. You're making a deal with someone of unknown origin. He's Cell's son. Do you realize what you're? Lord King Kai. Goku's tone suddenly turned serious, so serious that everyone present fell silent. I can sense it. Sense what? He harbors no malice. Just 6 words. Cell Jr. blinked. Son Goku's most fearsome trait wasn't his combat power. It was his intuition. His judgment of a person's heart, good or evil, had never failed him. Of course Cell Jr. indeed had no interest in destroying Earth. He wasn't a lunatic like Cell. But between no malice and being a good person lay a vast chasm of 100,000 miles. Goku grasped the first half, that was enough. The second half, he had figured it out slowly. All right, Cell Jr. clapped his hands. Then it settled. The 7-year pact. He turned his gaze to Gohan. The 12-year-old boy was still rooted to the spot. The blue-white arcs of lightning had mostly dissipated, and his golden hair swayed gently in the wind. His lips were tightly pressed together, his eyes rimmed with red, and his fists were clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white. He didn't nod, but he no longer assumed an attacking stance. Cell Jr. could read that expression, defiance, yet a choice to trust his father's judgment. Exactly like in the original story. This kid listened to his dad more than anyone. Gohan. Cell Jr. called out. Gohan didn't respond. Remember, your dad told you to apologize to your mom for him. Gohan's lip trembled, tears nearly breaking free, and he fiercely turned his head away. Cell Jr. averted his gaze. He had said all that needed to be said. If he teased the boy any further, he would actually cry, and the scene would become awkward. He raised his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers on his brow. Everyone, until we meet again. Piccolo abruptly stepped forward. Where are you going? To find a place to digest. I ate too much. Cell Jr. grinned, waved his hand at the group, and flew away. Silence descended upon the battlefield once more. Krillin slowly got up from behind Android 18, rubbing his bald head. So, is it over? No one answered him. Piccolo closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest again. His mind was still racing. How much of what this guy named Cell Jr. said could be trusted? And what kind of enemy would appear in 7 years? Vegeta crouched beside Trunks, feeding the last senzu bean into his son's mouth. The wound on the long-haired youth's chest healed at a visible rate, and color gradually returned to his face. The Saiyan Prince stared at his son's face for 2 seconds, then quickly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and his expression reverted to that sour look, as if the whole world owed him millions. Yamcha sidled up to Tien Shinhan, lowering his voice. Good heavens, another enemy coming in 7 years. Who did we piss off? I mean, what's wrong with people these days? Someone just shows up, tells us an enemy is coming in a few years, and we have to train like mad only to end up as cannon fodder. That's how it was with Trunks. And now this Cell Jr. shows up doing the same thing. Tien Shinhan closed all 3 of his eyes, unwilling to speak. You make a valid point. Could you please stop talking? Gohan slowly deactivated his Super Saiyan state. The golden hair receded, falling as black short locks. The arcs of lightning dissipated entirely. It was as if all strength had been drained from him, his shoulders gradually slumping. He looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and vast, dotted with faint white clouds. Sunlight spread across the ground, illuminating every crater and fragment of rock on the battlefield. Dad, he whispered, a voice only he could hear. King Kai had already severed the sensory link on his end. But Gohan felt that his old man was over there right now, cheerfully gesturing wildly at King Kai. He wasn't worried about some enemy 7 years from now. What worried him was how to explain this to his mother. The sea breeze rushed in, filling his face with the salty, fishy scent. Cell Jr. landed on the reef. The starry patterns on his silver carapace caught the sunlight, scattering a delicate gleam. He found a sheltered rock face against the wind and plopped down. Comfortable. Finally, no one was jabbering in his ears. He still remembered the looks on those people's faces on the battlefield. Krillin's fear, Piccolo's vigilance, Vegeta's killing intent, Gohan's hostility. TCH. At least he had dealt with Cell for them. Not a single thank you was offered, and instead they treated him like some second coming of the great Demon King. Cell Jr. rolled his neck. The surging energy within him had just stabilized. Every cell felt swollen and packed, as if he had just gorged himself at a buffet. No, wait. He had indeed eaten a buffet. A buffet of his old man. Ding. There it was. The system's notification chime exploded in his mind, and Cell Jr. instinctively sat up straight. He had developed a Pavlovian muscle memory for this damn system. Whenever a ding sounded, it was probably good news. Post assimilation of Cell's super perfect form successful. Combat power rating Super Saiyan grade 2 upper tier. Skills acquired: instant transmission, already owned Kamehameha, special beam cannon, solar flare, death beam, destructo, disc multiform. The skill list stretched on for a long time. Cell Jr. skimmed it and stopped looking. These abilities had already been etched into his cellular memory during the absorption of Cell. The system was just going through the motions, issuing a receipt. The important part came next. Ding. Detected update to host genetic blueprint. Current genetic integrity: Scion, 78. Namekian, 64. Android series, 91. Frost Demon race, 12. Cell Jr. blinked. Wait, 12. The host's current frozen demon genetic lineage originates from the cell samples of Frisia carried by the original Cell. However, those samples were merely surface cellular fragments remotely collected by Dr. Gero's microdetectors. The gene chain is severely incomplete, rendering the core racial talents of the frozen demon race inaccessible. Xia Lu frowned. Core racial talents. He sifted through his mind. What was the most absurd aspect of Frisia's race? It wasn't their battle power. Many races boasted high power levels. It was their talent. Pure, inexplicable talent. Frisia never trained. Never. From birth, he possessed the combat prowess of a universal emperor. He could lounge around eating and playing and still crush 99% of all living beings. Later, after a brief stint of training in hell, he leaped directly to the golden form, rivaling Super Saiyan Blue. And then there was the Broly incident. Let's not dwell on that, it's a painful memory. King Cold his father, Cooler his brother, and all those chaotic kin from the movies. The frozen demon race never produced a single weakling. Genes determined everything. If he could claim their racial talent for himself. Ding. New mission issued. Xia Lu's spirits lifted. Mission name: Frozen Demon Race. Complete gene collection. Mission description: collect the complete genes of the frozen demon race to unlock their core racial talent. Collection method: establish physical contact with a target frozen demon member and use the gene collection function. No gene collection does not require assimilating the target's entire body, only sufficient living cell samples are needed. Prerequisite: defeat the target or render them incapable of fighting. Mission reward: unlock the frozen demon race's core talent, the potential for ultimate evolution. A slow grin spread across Xia Lu's face. Ultimate evolution. Wasn't that Frisia's golden form? No, to be precise, the golden form was just one external manifestation of ultimate evolution. The frozen demon race's ultimate evolution was essentially a self-breakthrough at the genetic level, akin to a Scion's Super Saiyan transformation, but with a far higher ceiling. Frisia trained for 4 months and vaulted from below Super Saiyan 1 to a level rivaling Super Saiyan Blue. For months. How many years did it take Son Goku to reach Super Saiyan Blue? Was this talent? This was cheating. And now the system told him he could cheat too. The condition: collect the complete genes of the frozen demon race. Xia Lu's excitement lasted about 3 seconds before a bucket of cold water drenched him. Collect. From where? He counted on his fingers. Frieza dead. Sliced in two by Trunks. The body. Trunks obliterated it with a single energy wave. Even if remnants remained, years had passed. They were surely useless by now. The system thoughtfully answered his unspoken question. Note: gene collection requires living cells. Cell samples from organisms dead for over 72 hours have zero gene activity and are unusable. Alright, dead men were out. That meant finding living ones. Frieza, languishing in hell. King Cold, also in hell. Living frozen demon members. Xia Lu ransacked his memory of Dragon Ball lore. In the original manga, only a few frozen demons appeared. Frieza King Cold Cooler. Cooler was from a movie. Did he even exist in the main timeline? But the Dragon Ball universe was notoriously chaotic. Whether movie characters existed was a gamble. There was also one more, Frost. Frost of Universe 6. But that was from the Tournament of Power arc. In this timeline, the Tournament of Power wouldn't happen until the Super Era, at least a decade away. Wait a decade. Xia Lu's face fell. By then it would be far too late. Bu would arrive in 7 years. How could he, with his current power just above Super Saiyan 2, withstand that? With words. No, he needed another way. System, Xia Lu called out mentally. Here. Aside from finding living beings, are there other ways to obtain living frozen demon samples? Ding. Detecting alternative solutions. Solution 1. Use the Dragon Balls to wish a frozen demon member back to life, then collect their genes. Solution 2. Go to Hell and directly contact the souls of frozen demon members. Souls in Hell retain the complete genetic information from their lifetime and can be collected. However, entering Hell requires permission from King Yama or the Kai, or forcing entry through a special passage. Solution 3. Search the universe for other surviving frozen demon members. Xia Lu's eyes darted back and forth. Solution 1. Wishing with the Dragon Balls. It was the most straightforward, but also the most problematic. Earth's Dragon Balls had just been used. They needed a year to recharge. And even if they were ready, could he go to Destined and say, please make a wish to resurrect Frieza? Wouldn't the Z-Fighters turn on him on the spot? Frieza was a genocidal maniac who had slaughtered the entire Namekian race. Would the Namekians agree to his resurrection? At this point, Frieza hadn't even been redeemed. Besides, resurrecting Frieza was easy, out-controlling him was not. If that monster came back and escaped training for a year or two, Xia Lu's current power superior to Super Saiyan 2 might not be enough, especially against Frieza, who grew stronger with every defeat and death. What if he sparked Frieza's desire to train and created Golden Frieza ahead of time? Xia Lu shuddered. No, Solution 1 was too risky. Solution 2. Go to Hell. Xia Lu stroked his chin. Frieza and King Cold were indeed imprisoned there. If souls retained genetic information, a trip to Hell, a quick touch, and it would be over in 5 seconds. But how to get in? Ask King Yama for a pass. When Goku died, he took Snake Way. That was the legitimate route. But you had to die first. Die and then go. Was he joking? He didn't have Goku's protagonist Halo, where one could train while dead and be revived. What if dying caused the system to wipe his data? That would be a true joke. Force his way in. Storm King Yama's palace. Xia Lu imagined himself kicking open the gates of Hell, with King Yama sitting behind his desk. So startled, he dropped his teacup on his head. It sounded cool, but it was unrealistic. The relationships among the Kai, King Yama, the Grand Kai, and the Supreme Kai were complex. Causing trouble in the mortal world was one thing, but invading the afterlife meant stepping on official territory. Besides, Goku had just spoken with King Kai. The North Kai's attitude toward him was clear. He was wary. Stirring trouble in the afterlife now would be like delivering himself to their doorstep. Solution 2 was shelved for now. Solution 3. Other surviving frozen demon members in the universe. Xia Lu narrowed his eyes. The frozen demon race was a top-tier race in the universe. Frieza's family ruled over most of the North Galaxy. With such a large clan, could there be only 3 of them? He searched his memories. The manga and anime hadn't elaborated much on the frozen demon race's clan structure, but a few details were worth pondering. Frieza commanded a vast army, and his father King Cold was the former commander of this force. A race capable of ruling half the galaxy must have a homeworld serving as their headquarters. And on that homeworld, there were likely other members of the race. The universe was vast. Xia Lu curled his lips. The problem was how to find it. He now possessed instant transmission, which theoretically allowed him to go anywhere in the universe. However, the prerequisite for instant transmission was locking onto a target's key. What did the key of the Frost Demon race feel like? Xia Lu closed his eyes and sifted through the cellular memories left by Cell. Since Cell contained Frieza's genes, that meant he also carried the scent of Frieza's ki. The sense of ki was quite mystical. Each race's ki had a unique frequency. The Scion's ki was heavy and intense, the Namekian's ki was prolonged and steady, and androids had no ki, since they ran on mechanical energy. As for Frieza's ki, Xia Lu searched within himself for a long while, finally fishing out an extremely faint residual trace of the Frost Demon race's ki from the interference of a pile of Scion cells and Namekian gene signals. Cold. sharp, carrying a condescending, bone-chilling quality. Could this meager trace be used as a signal source? Xia Lu tentatively expanded his psychic power. The range of his perception radiated outward from him, as the center spanning 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, covering the entire Earth. Every detectable key on Earth flickered on his radar. Gohan's key was the brightest, followed by Piccolo's and Vegeta's, then Krillin's, Tien's, and other lesser fighters. No signal from the Frost Demon race. No kidding. The Frieza family was extinct. How could there be a Frost Demon on Earth? Xia Lu withdrew his psychic power and scratched his head. He needed to expand the range. But the radius of his perception had a limit. His current psychic power could at most reach the edge of the solar system. Beyond that, it was all noise, and he couldn't capture anything. The universe was vast. Searching for a needle in a haystack through perception alone. Not realistic. Xia Lu collapsed onto the reef, staring at the blue sky above. Waves crashed against the rock wall, exploding into white spray, and the salty, fishy smell filled his nose. He needed a different approach. If he couldn't find them himself, he could ask someone else to help, who had the most extensive intelligence network in the universe. The Frieza Force. Frieza was dead, but his army hadn't completely collapsed. Such a vast cosmic empire with its leader dead for less than 2 years surely had remnants still operating. The real estate business is always a sunrise industry. And there was another person. Xia Lu's eyes darted around. Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation, Earth's top scientist, Vegeta's wife. This woman had built a dragon radar, repaired a time machine, and deciphered alien technology. If he could convince her to help using Capsule Corporation's equipment combined with the residual Frost Demon race key within his body to create a long-range racial key search device. It wasn't impossible. But the problem arose again. Why would Bulma help him? He was Cell's son. Cell had nearly destroyed Earth and blown a hole through Trunks' chest. Trunks was Bulma's own son. Walking up to her doorstep to ask for help. Hello, I'm the son of the guy who killed your son. Could you please help me find Frieza's relatives? Thanks. Imagine Bulma's reaction. Xia Lu felt he'd likely be smacked out of the atmosphere with a frying pan. Though Bulma's battle power was only 5, when she hit people, even Vegeta dodged. That aura was definitely on a universe-conquering king's level. This path was blocked, at least in the short term. He'd first need to find a way to get on good terms with the Z fighters, earn their trust, and then talk cooperation. This brought him back to the old problem, 7 years. He had given himself a 7-year safety window. For 7 years, no trouble, no madness, just quietly being a good neighbor. Once the Bu arc arrived, if he could help the Z fighters withstand a wave, or even contribute, his trustworthiness would skyrocket. But 7 years was too long. The genes of the Frost Demon race couldn't be gathered overnight. The sooner he started, the better. Wait. Xia Lu suddenly thought of a detail he had overlooked. The system said entering Hell requires permission from King Yima or King Kai, or forcibly entering through a special passage. A special passage. Were there any special passages in the Dragon Ball world connecting the living world and the afterlife? Yes. The Serpent Road below King Kai's planet led to King Yima's palace. That was the official route. But there was another place, the lookout. Earth's lookout was above Karen Tower, and inside the lookout was the hyperbolic time chamber. The entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber connected to a void space and the boundaries of that space. No, the hyperbolic time chamber couldn't lead to Hell. Think again. Xia Lu tapped his head. There was another way. Don't go to Hell. Have someone from Hell come out. Use the Dragon Balls to revive them. He had said earlier that directly reviving Frieza was too risky. But what if it wasn't reviving Frieza? King Cold. Frieza's father. King Cold's battle power in Dragon Ball was a vague matter. In the original story, he came to Earth with Frieza and was cut down by Trunks' sword, without even transforming. How strong he really was, no one could say for sure. But no matter how strong, could he be stronger than Super Perfect Cell? Impossible. He might not even be able to beat Frieza, let alone himself, who had absorbed all of Super Perfect Cell's power. Use the Dragon Balls to revive King Cold, and before he could figure out what was happening, pin him down and collect his genes in 5 seconds. After collecting, kill him again, or better yet, assimilate him, and his battle power would increase a notch. Perfect. But the Dragon Balls had to wait a year. And the guardian of Earth's Dragon Balls was Dend, that little green Namekian. To make a wish with the Dragon Balls, he'd have to get past Dend. Dend was close with Piccolo, and Piccolo was already wary of him. This route wasn't easy either for now. Xia Lu rolled his eyes and snorted. Analyzing every path, they all had obstacles. He needed to collect genes, but the targets were either dead in Hell or scattered somewhere across the universe. The Dragon Balls could solve the problem, but the Dragon Balls weren't in his hands. Time was tight. Bu would arrive in 7 years. Without acquiring the Frost Demon race's innate abilities in advance, relying only on the foundation of Super Saiyan 2 or above, he wouldn't even be able to touch a hair on Majin Bu. What to do? Xia Lu bit his fingernails, staring at the reef, wet by the waves. Suddenly a thought popped into his mind. The Namekian Dragon Balls. Earth's Dragon Balls required a 1-year cooldown, but the Namekian Dragon Balls were a different system. After the Cell arc, the Namekians had used Earth's Dragon Balls to wish for relocation to a new planet, New Namek. The Namekian dragon was called Porunga, much more powerful than Earth's Shinron. It could grant 3 wishes and had a shorter cooldown of only 130 days. More crucially, Purunga could revive the same person multiple times without Earth's Shenron's restriction of only once. The only problem was new Namek. Xiaolu didn't know. Goku knew. But Goku was dead training with King Kai. And the Z fighters wouldn't tell him either, at least not at this stage. System. Here. Do you have any location function that can help me find the coordinates of new Namek? Ding. The current system version does not support cross-galaxy location functions. It is recommended that the host obtain the target location through personal perception or external intelligence. As expected, this lousy system was basically useless except for issuing tasks and making beeping sounds. Xiaolu let out a long breath and rested the back of his head on the reef. After pondering for a long time, all paths seemed blocked. Xiaolu repeatedly reviewed the plans in his mind 3 times, ultimately discarding them all, leaving only one. Bulma, didn't you say this path was impassable? Whether it's passable or not, you'll only know by trying. Xiaolu sat up from the reef, brushing the gravel dust off his pants. His train of thought was simple. He needed a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. He also needed a device that could use the faint residual Frost Demon Clan energy within him as a signal source, amplifying and expanding its search range. For the first requirement, the only entity on Earth capable of building interstellar spacecraft was Capsule Corporation. For the second requirement, there might be others in the universe who could convert the esoteric concept of chi into a quantifiable signal, but on Earth the only one capable of such a feat was likely Bulma. After all, this woman single-handedly built the Dragon Radar at the age of 16, a black technology that transformed the magical energy fluctuations of the Divine Dragon into electronic signals. Having her build a chi sensor amplifier was theoretically entirely feasible. The problem was how to bring it up. Xiaolu rubbed his chin, rehearsing the words in his mind. No too formal. He ran through it again. No too humble. Once more. Fine head improvise. It wasn't his first day being cunning. Xiaolu closed his eyes, extending his spiritual sense westward. Vegeta's energy signature was in West City. Steady, volatile, extremely dense. He was training. True to form for a Saiyan who didn't work. Bulma's combat power was virtually non-existent, so he couldn't sense her, but wherever Vegeta was, she would be. Let's go. Xiaolu tapped the reef with his toes, and his silver-white figure shot into the sky, hurtling toward West City. The sea surface was carved into a deep trench by the air pressure, seawater exploding outward before crashing back together tens of seconds later. West City. Capsule Corporation headquarters. Xiaolu had seen this place in the manga, just a few round buildings. But now flying closer, he realized it wasn't a company, it was a city. The dome complex sprawled across several blocks with a massive hemispherical main building at the center bearing the Capsule Corporation logo. Helipads, laboratory buildings, production workshops, warehouses, employee dormitories. Just the visible structures above ground numbered in the hundreds, not to mention the countless layers buried below. And all of this was the private property of the Briefs family. Money really is wonderful, Xiaolu sighed in genuine admiration. But in the Dragon Ball world, money was utterly worthless. He didn't land directly at the main entrance. That would be too conspicuous. His appearance and attire bore a striking resemblance to his father, who had tried to destroy the world just days ago. That old man had publicly blown up an entire city block on live television. Showing up like this might frighten the ordinary employees. He circled around, locating Vegeta's energy signature. The gravity chamber. In an open area behind the main building stood a solitary spherical structure. Its shell was made of a special alloy, the surface covered with heat vents and energy conduits. Muffled rumbles emanated from within, punctuated by explosive sounds of fists and feet striking the air. Training quite diligently, huh? Keep it up, diligent Scion Prince. Xiaolu landed on the lawn 50 meters from the gravity chamber's entrance, hands in his pockets, adopting a relaxed, just dropping by demeanor. He didn't deliberately suppress his energy. 3 seconds. The rumbling from the gravity chamber abruptly ceased. The door burst open with a bang, releasing a wave of heat. Vegeta, clad in a blue tight-fitting training suit, drenched in sweat and pale-faced, charged out. The moment the Scion Prince saw Xiaolu, his entire body tensed, aura flaring, a golden glint flickering at the tips of his hair before being suppressed. What do you want? His voice was icy, his tone filled with wariness. Xiaolu tilted his head, grinning. Mr. Vegeta, long time no see. Well, actually, it hasn't been that long. Cut the crap. Vegeta stepped forward, his right foot slightly turned outward in a preparatory fighting stance. He'll ask again, what do you want? To see Bulma. Vegeta's brow furrowed. Her. Yeah, I need to consult her about some technical matters. Vegeta stared at Xiaolu for a full 5 seconds. Xiaolu didn't move. His hands remained in his pockets, shoulders relaxed, posture nonchalant. He knew what Vegeta was doing, assessing whether he posed a threat. A combatant of Super Saiyan 2 level suddenly appearing at his doorstep, claiming to want to see his woman. Anyone would be tense. But Vegeta was, after all, Vegeta. He quickly determined that Xiaolu wasn't emitting killing intent. His energy, though strong, was steady, and without fluctuation, not indicative of a fight. She's in the lab in the main building, Vegeta said coldly. But let me make this clear. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, you'll tear me apart. I know, Xiaolu finished for him, giving a thumbs up. Who knew the prince was such a devoted husband? Vegeta's temple twitched. If I weren't weaker than you, I'd. He stared at Xia Lu's infuriating face, clenching and unclenching his fists before finally snorting and turning to lead the way. Xia Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh, playing guide. So the Saiyan Prince wasn't completely devoid of manners. But he knew. Vegeta wasn't guiding him, he was ensuring he didn't meet Bulma alone. The two walked one after another through a garden. Capsule Corporation's landscaping was exquisite with fountains, rockeries, and neatly trimmed hedges. And a dinosaur, yes, a living dinosaur, was munching on the lawn in a corner. The Earth of the Dragon Ball world was just that absurd, with dinosaurs coexisting with humans and everyone taking it in stride. They entered the main building. The corridors were clean and bright, filled with high-tech equipment and bustling researchers. Everyone gave Vegeta a wide berth, and when they saw Xia Lu, a female researcher carrying coffee saw Xia Lu and dropped her cups, spilling coffee everywhere. It wasn't her fault. A humanoid being clad in silver-white armor with a black horn crown on its head, standing nearly 2 meters tall, was indeed a striking sight in the corridor. Not to mention Xia Lu's face. Handsome as it was, it bore an almost identical resemblance to his father, who delighted in watching human despair. Don't be afraid, just a friendly visit, Xia Lu said, waving at the female researcher. Her legs gave way, and she sat down on the floor. Without turning around, Vegeta said, "Stop scaring people." "I didn't do anything." Vegeta stopped before a heavy metal door and pressed a few buttons on the panel beside it. The door slid open. Inside was a massive laboratory. Everywhere were parts, blueprints, half-disassembled machines, and instruments with indicator lights flashing in various colors. The air was thick with the acrid smell of solder and the scent of machine oil. In the center of the lab, a woman with short blue hair was bent over half her body inside a machine, only her waist and legs visible. She wore overalls and a white tank top, a tool belt around her waist, her backside facing the door. Oh, quite shapely. In the center of the lab, a woman with short blue hair was bent over half her body inside a machine, only her waist and legs visible. She wore overalls and a white tank top, a tool belt around her waist, her backside facing the door. Oh, quite shapely. In the center of the lab, a woman with short blue hair was bent over half her body inside a machine, only her waist and legs visible. She wore overalls and a white tank top, a tool belt around her waist, her backside facing the door. Oh, quite shapely. In the center of the lab, a woman with short blue hair was bent over half her body inside a machine, only her waist and legs visible. She wore overalls and a white tank top, a tool belt around her waist, her backside facing the door. Oh, quite shapely. In the center of the lab, a woman with short blue hair was bent over half her body inside a machine, only her waist and legs visible. She wore overalls and a white tank top, a tool belt around her waist, her backside facing the door. Oh, quite shapely. Vegeta, I told you you can't adjust the gravity room parameters any higher. You burned through the 3rd generation cooling module last time, and it took me 3 days to fix it. Do you have any idea how expensive that thing is? The voice was loud, sharp, and full of vigor. One could tell at once it belonged to a formidable character. Bulma. She didn't even lift her head, just rattled off a barrage of words. Vegeta crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, and only after a long while squeezed out a single sentence, "Someone's here for you." "Who?" "I'm busy, can't you see?" Bulma emerged from the machine, a streak of black grease on her forehead, a wrench clutched in her hand. Then she saw Cell. The temperature in the lab dropped 10 degrees in an instant. Bulma's face shifted from impatience to shock, then from shock to fury, the whole process taking less than half a second. "You." She raised the wrench to strike. Cell put his hands up in surrender. Wait. No more nonsense. Cell's offspring dares to come to my house. Do you know what your father did? I know very clearly. He almost killed Trunks. Bulma's voice cracked. The wrench swung twice in the air. If Vegeta hadn't reached out and held her shoulder, it would have truly landed. "Get out. Now." "Mrs. Briefs, please calm down for 3 seconds. You're telling me to calm down?" A highly dangerous aura permeated the air. It wasn't killing intent. It was the presence of a furious mother. Cell inwardly groaned in dismay. He had expected Bulma's reaction to be intense, but not this intense. He stole a glance at Vegeta. The Saiyan Prince leaned against the doorframe, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. That bastard was gloating. "Mrs. Briefs," Cell slowed his speech, softened his tone, trying his best not to sound like a threat. "I'm not here to cause trouble. Quite the opposite. I'm here to discuss a deal that benefits both you and Earth." "What deal? What do I have to discuss with you?" Bulma didn't put down the wrench, but at least she stopped charging forward. "Progress." Cell mentally gave himself an okay sign. "I'd like you to help me build 2 things. He raised 2 fingers. "First, a starship capable of interstellar travel. Second, a device. Well, we'll call it a chi amplifier for now. An instrument that can amplify the chi signals of a specific race and perform long-distance searches." Bulma paused. No matter how much she hated Cell, the word technology still touched a nerve. It was an instinct etched into the DNA of the Briefs family. Hearing a new technical requirement and wanting to see if it could be done. But she quickly suppressed that thought. "Why should I help you?" "Because." Cell smiled faintly, spreading his hands. "After building those 2 things, he'll leave Earth and wander the universe for a few years." The lab fell silent for a moment. Bulma's expression changed. Even Vegeta, leaning against the doorframe, tensed up slightly. "You're leaving Earth?" Bulma's voice dropped an octave. "Yes. At least 5 or 6 years." Cell slipped one hand back into his pocket. If I stay on Earth, you're uncomfortable, and am not at ease either. That old Piccolo, he wants to burn 2 holes in the back of my head with his glare. That guy can remotely monitor me with his mind. He probably hasn't slept in days. And that kid Gohan, the look on his face when he sees me is like he's swallowed a fly. Vegeta. He glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly. Vegeta goes without saying, he makes that face at everyone. Bastard. Anyway, Cell brought the conversation back. I plan to train in the cosmos and look for some things along the way. Rather than having me stay on Earth and be an eyesore, why not help me out and send me off? We each get what we need and everyone's happy. Bulma didn't answer immediately. She switched the wrench to her left hand, put her right hand on her hip, and tilted her head to scrutinize Cell. This woman's brain capacity exceeded that of all the Z fighters combined. Cell could almost see the rapid calculations flashing behind her eyes. Cell's son staying on Earth was a potential threat. His father was a madman who wanted to destroy Earth at the drop of a hat. Right now this guy seemed normal, but what if he snapped one day? Who knew if that trait was hereditary? Goku was gone. Gohan was Super Saiyan too, but still just a child. Vegeta. She glanced at her man. The tragic prince of now couldn't beat this guy. If she could get Cell to leave Earth willingly, spending the cost of a spaceship for 6 years of peace. That deal was a win no matter how you calculated it. But Bulma was Bulma. She couldn't nod so easily. That chi amplifier you mentioned, she frowned. What's the principle? You need to explain it clearly so I can judge if it's doable. Here it comes. Cell was secretly delighted. She was asking about technical details, which meant she was already half hooked. I have genes from multiple different races inside me, Saiyan android, and one called the Frisia race. Each gene's corresponding chi has a unique frequency signature. Cell tried to explain in a way Bulma could understand. When you built the Dragon radar back, then you converted the magical waves emitted by the Dragon Balls into electronic signals, right? Bulma nodded. Cell continued, you Z fighters. I know. You good people who maintain peace in the universe, you all have the ability to find enemies through chi, don't you? Our principle is pretty much the same. I need you to do something similar. Extract the chi frequency of the Frisia race within my body, convert it into a recognizable signal, and then use a transmitter to amplify the search range of that signal. Vegeta, who had been standing by, suddenly spoke. Frisia race. He had been leaning against the doorframe without saying much, but now his brows furrowed sharply, and he took 2 steps forward, dropping his arms from his chest. Isn't that Frisia's clan? The Saiyan prince's tone had changed. It was no longer the cold indifference of I can't be bothered with you, but a wariness. At the mention of the name Frisia, Vegeta's reaction was always a conditioned reflexive tension. There was no helping it. The psychological shadow Lord Frisia had cast over the prince was immeasurable. When had tragic prince ever shed tears of fear in his life? Not when facing Boo's self-destruction. Not even when facing an opponent like Beerus. Only once. He had been scared to tears by Lord Frisia. You? What do you want with the Frisia race? Vegeta's voice dropped, half a tone, his gaze on Cell, becoming scrutinizing. This question was direct and deadly. Cell's mind raced. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. I want to collect Frisia race genes to strengthen myself. If he said that, Vegeta would fight him on the spot. A monster already at the Super Saiyan 2 level wanting to get even stronger. The Z fighters would probably hold an emergency meeting to figure out how to kill him. He had to make something up. And it had to be a good one. Xiaolu ran through his speech in his mind, cleared his throat, and thumped his chest. I know. You don't understand me. His tone suddenly turned serious, so serious that even Vegeta was taken aback. Why was he acting so righteous? The vibe was a bit odd. You think since I'm Cell's son I'm inherently bad? I get that. I do think the same. Xiaolu stepped forward, spreading his hands with an open expression. But Ms. Bulma, it's fine if you hate me for being Cell's son. But think calmly. Who killed Cell? Bulma was stunned. Vegeta was also taken aback. Right? It was this guy, and he struck from behind, hardly the act of a heroic figure. The two exchanged glances, their eyes toward Xiaolu growing even more hostile. But Xiao the great schemer had a backup plan. His voice dropped low as if masking inner sorrow. Cell. My father. He was a madman. I know that better than anyone because his blood flows in my veins. Xiaolu's voice softened. He treated battle as a game and destruction as entertainment. He never cared about anyone's life. So I had no choice but to kill him. He paused. Kakarot is dead. Mister. Kakarot, to stop Cell's self-destruction, teleported him to King Kai's planet. Xiaolu forced a note of emotion into his voice, straining visibly. He traded his life for the entire Earth. To be honest, I regret it. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Xiaolu continued his act, Mister. Kakarot's deeds are etched into my memories. A low-class warrior who fought his way to Super Saiyan, defeated Frisia, and withstood Cell. I have Saiyan blood in me, and I can feel that passion. He tilted his head slightly, making a gesture of holding back emotion. I even regret never getting to fight him. Not to beat him, just to spar with a true powerhouse. Even if I got beaten up. Bulma's hand dropped completely. The wrench hung by her thigh no longer raised. What a performance. Xiaolu gave himself a perfect score in his mind. Every word was a mix of truth and lies. He did have a strange curiosity about Goku. As a Dragon Ball fan in his past life, who wouldn't like the guy? but saying he regretted not fighting him was purely to build an image in front of Vegeta. Saiyans, if you talk to them about morality or social responsibility, they won't listen. But bring up strength or thirst for battle, they get it instantly. Hit them right where it itches. Sure enough, Vegeta's expression softened just a fraction. Though he said nothing, his folded arms were less rigid. Good, the timing was right. Time to drop the bombshell. So, Xiao Lu shifted his tone, his voice rising sharply. I've decided to do something meaningful for this universe. Bulma jumped at his shout. What are you going to do? The Frost Demon Clan. Xiao Lu slammed a hand on the lab table, making the parts jump. Do you think Frieza and his kind are gone for good? How many star systems did he rule? Hundreds. Thousands. Half the North Galaxy was under his control. This wasn't made up. It was canon. Frieza's influence indeed covered vast swaths of the North Galaxy. But how did Xiao Lu know? No one present cared. This was Dragon Ball, not Detective Conan. Frieza and King Cold are dead, but the Frost Demon Clan is a race. Who can guarantee there aren't other Frost Demon members hiding in some corner of the universe? What if another monster on Frieza's level appears? What if they come for Earth? Xiao Lu grew more excited, his hands slicing through the air. Who would stop them then? Gohan. Gohan's a child. Vegeta. Vegeta. He glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his jaw. Xiao Lu wisely avoided saying anything hurtful, pivoting. Vegeta is certainly strong, but one man can't hold off an entire race. I mean, instead of sitting here waiting for trouble, why not strike first? He thumped his chest, his voice ringing with resolve. They'll go to space and root out the remnants of the Frost Demon Clan. Eliminate them all. Once I've removed this threat, you can live in peace, right? The lab fell silent for a moment. Bulma opened her mouth, then closed it. Her expression was complex, half skeptical, half swayed. Vegeta broke the silence. He snorted, his tone dismissive. The Frost Demon Clan. Probably already extinct. The Saiyan Prince spoke with an air of authority, chin raised. As far as I know, Frieza and King Cold were the last two Frost Demons in the universe. The race was always rare, with extremely low reproduction rates. Frieza ruled the North Galaxy for years and his army was entirely other species. I never saw a third Frost Demon. Vegeta stood tall as he spoke. Having once served under Frieza, he indeed knew the inner workings of Frieza's army better than anyone. Besides, Vegeta gave Xiao Lu a long look. With your current strength, even if Frieza came back to life and stood before you, had be no match. Even if another Frieza came to Earth now, leaving others aside, I alone could send him packing. His final form's power level was just over 100 million. So what's the point of you going into space to hunt down fish weaker than Frieza? Xiao Lu. He almost lost his composure. As far as you know, you don't know squat. Tragic. Vegeta. Frieza's power level over 100 million. That was without any training. From birth until Goku beat him, he never trained a single day. Not one. Do you know what happens when Frieza trains seriously for 4 months? Golden Frieza. Power level skyrockets past the ceiling. Super Saiyan Blue level. You're only Super Saiyan now. If it weren't for later encounters with cheats like Whis and Beerus letting you reach Super Saiyan Blue, Golden Emperor coming back to Earth would still scare you crying. But Xiao Lu said none of this. He couldn't. If he did, Vegeta would either not believe him or believe him and train like crazy, triggering some strange plotline and disrupting the original timeline. Xiao Lu suppressed his urge to rant, maintaining a look of deference. Mr. Vegeta makes a good point. He nodded, his tone so sincere he wanted to applaud himself. But what if there are Frost Demons hiding in some corner of the universe? Better safe than sorry. Vegeta scoffed. Scions don't need what-ifs. Whatever enemy comes, we fight. Oh sure. Xiao Lu curled his lip inwardly. That's true, but last time you fought my dad, didn't you? Xiao Lu cut himself off mid-sentence. A vein bulged on Vegeta's temple. The air froze for a third of a second. But I also charged forward fearlessly at the front. Xiao Lu swiftly completed the second half of his sentence, giving a thumbs up. I was watching from the side and was truly moved. Really, the pride of the Saiyan Prince lives up to its name. Vegeta's vein pulsed twice more, but he barely managed to suppress it. This little brat was mocking him. He was sure of it, but being the stoic man he was, he'd just pretend he didn't hear it. If I could actually beat you, I would. Bulma hadn't noticed the undercurrent between the two men, and she was still digesting Xiao Lu's earlier words. You mean, you want to go into space to find the remnants of the Frost Demon Clan and wipe them out? Exactly. Xiao Lu turned to Bulma, his face full of righteous indignation. For the peace of Earth, for the tranquility of the universe, and most importantly, to prove myself. He patted his chest again. I don't want to spend my whole life under the label of Cell's son. I can't apologize for what my father did, but I can prove through my actions that I'm different from him. That sentence struck a chord with Bulma. She froze for 2 seconds, then completely set her wrench down on the workbench. No one understood the feeling of wanting to escape the shadow of one's family name better than Bulma. Not that the Brief's family's reputation was bad, on the contrary, it was too good. So good that the first thing everyone ever said to her was, "Oh, you're the heiress of Capsule Corporation." How many years did it take for her to make people see her as Bulma, and not just Dr. Brief's daughter? Moreover, Cell was no Dr. Brief. Your father was a madman who nearly destroyed Earth. Do you want to shed that label? Bulma bit her lip. She glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta showed no sign of opposition. To be precise, a flicker of secret satisfaction even crossed the man's face at the mention of Frieza and the Frost Demon clan. If someone was willing to go into space and wipe out Frieza's entire race, Vegeta would give his wholehearted support. He hated Frieza and his family to the very marrow of his bones. Years ago, Frieza annihilated the entire planet. Vegeta killed his father and destroyed the Saiyans' homeworld. He had endured humiliation under Frieza's thumb for over a decade, and that shame still surged back during his late-night training sessions, making him pound the walls of the gravity chamber with thunderous force. All the Frost Demons dead. That would be best. Bulma understood Vegeta's silence. She turned her head and appraised Xiaolu anew. This silver-white figure stood in her lab, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his lips, looking rather nonchalant. But the words he had just spoken, they didn't sound like a lie. At least not on the surface. This idea of a key sensing amplifier. Bulma's tone finally dropped from "get out" to "we'll hear you out for now." How exactly would it work? You have to explain the technical principles to me clearly. Using just a residual trace of ki as a signal source, how far can its range extend? Are you searching the entire universe or a specific region? How do you solve signal attenuation? How do you filter out interference from the electromagnetic environment across different star systems? A barrage of questions came crashing down. Xiaolu blinked. He didn't really understand the technology, but he understood Bulma. Once this woman started asking technical questions, it meant she was already building a model in her head. It worked. The fish had taken the bait. I can't give you a precise technical plan, Xiaolu admitted, openly spreading his hands. Because I'm not a scientist. But I can offer you something else. He extended his right hand palm up. An extremely faint wisp of ki rose from his palm. This wisp of ki was completely different from the golden Saiyan aura he usually emitted. It was pale purple, cold sharp, and carried a pressure that made one's hair stand on end. The ki of the Frost Demon clan. Though it was so faint it was almost imperceptible, its unique frequency was very clear, like a distinct whistle suddenly cutting through a cacophony of noise. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. He felt it. That wisp of ki contained something all too familiar to him. The scent of Frieza. Not Frieza's own ki, but it belonged to the same species. Like smelling an orange, even if it wasn't the one you ate before you knew. It was an orange. You sense it, right? Xiaolu looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face was expressionless, but his clenched fists betrayed him. That wisp of ki had awakened too many things he didn't want to remember. This is the ki frequency of the Frost Demon clan. Xiaolu withdrew the pale purple ki from his palm. Miss Bulma, when you built the Dragon Radar back, then didn't you first analyze the magical wave characteristics of the Dragon Balls, then create a receiver to capture signals on the same frequency? Bulma nodded. Then this wisp of ki is your sample. You analyze its frequency characteristics, then build a signal amplifier. No need to cover the whole universe, just enough to scan a few surrounding star systems. They'll take the device on a spaceship and sweep through one region at a time. Bulma was silent for a few seconds. She was calculating. Xiaolu could tell. Her fingers were tapping unconsciously on the workbench, her nails making a soft clicking sound against the metal surface. It was a habit of hers when pondering complex problems. Converting ki into electronic signals. Theoretically feasible. Bulma finally spoke, her pace slightly quicker than before. But the problem is that ki signals decay extremely fast. It's fine within the atmosphere, but once in a vacuum with no medium for conduction, the signal will. She stopped abruptly. Then she bent down, rummaged through a messy pile of blueprints on the workbench, pulled out a blank one, grabbed a pen, and started drawing. If we use quantum entanglement principles to replace traditional electromagnetic wave conduction. No, ki signals aren't electromagnetic waves. We need to figure out what their carrier is first. Bulma began muttering to herself. Xiaolu and Vegeta exchanged a glance. Vegeta's mouth twitched, then he looked away. He knew this woman too well. Once she entered this state, you could set off a bomb in front of her, and she wouldn't even look up. Xiaolu wisely stepped back half a pace, not disturbing her. About 30 seconds later, though it felt like 3 minutes, Bulma snapped her head up. 2 months. Huh. The spaceship and the ki sensing amplifier. Give me 2 months. Bulma's eyes lit up. That spark of a scientist ignited by a new challenge, brighter than the glow of a Super Saiyan. The ship is easy. My dad's warehouse has a half-finished interstellar shuttle. I can modify it. The amplifier is trickier, but with that sample signal you gave me plus the data models I built for the Dragon Radar. She drew a circle on the blueprint with her pen. 2 months. Done. Xiaolu almost burst out laughing. 2 months. This woman built the Dragon Radar in a single summer vacation back in the day when she was just a high schooler accompanying Goku to find the Dragon Balls. 2 months to build a ki sensing amplifier and modify a spaceship was probably overkill in her mind. Miss Bulma. Just call me Bulma. She didn't look up, continuing to draw on the blueprint. Miss sounds like a salesman. Bulma, aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? What if I take the ship and the device and go do something evil instead of hunting the Frost Demon clan? Xiaolu couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. He was genuinely curious. Bulma stopped writing, turned her head, and looked at him. He was genuinely curious. Bulma stopped writing, turned her head, and looked at him. If you want to do something bad, you don't need to run to the universe. Her lips curved slightly. Not a smile, but an expression of someone who has seen through it all. Your strength is evident here. If you want to cause havoc on Earth, no one can stop you. You traveled all this way to chat with me. Either you genuinely want to get down to business, or, she twirled the pen between her fingers, or you're a liar 1,000 times smarter than your father. Xyla's heart skipped a beat. This woman had a knack for reading people. No matter which it is, Bulma tucked the pen behind her ear and brushed off the dust on her hands. Your leaving Earth is a good thing for us. Spending the cost of a spaceship to buy a few years of peace is a calculation I can manage. Vegeta muttered from the side. You're quite good at calculating. It's settled then. Xiaolu clapped his hands. They'll come back for the goods in 2 months. Oh right. How do we settle the payment? I'm broke at the moment, but I can help you with some heavy lifting, like moving a building or shifting a mountain. No payment required. Bulma picked up a wrench and crawled back into the large machine, only muffled sounds emanating from within. Consider it. The fare for sending away the plague. Xiaolu. He silently muttered in his heart, taking advantage while pretending to be righteous. I'll remember this, miss. Bulma. He turned to walk outside, but paused after a few steps. Oh, Vegeta. Vegeta, who was about to return to the gravity chamber, turned back upon hearing his name. What? You said Frieza and King Cold are the last 2 members of the Frost Demon race. Xiaolu raised a finger and shook it. You'd better not take that too seriously. The universe is vast. Who knows what monsters are hiding in its corners? After saying this, he walked away, his steps light, and his tail swaying behind him. Consider this a warning. The universe is indeed very large, and one can easily become arrogant thinking themselves invincible. But it might be useless. If one isn't arrogant, can they still be called a Saiyan? Vegeta watched the silver figure disappear at the end of the corridor, his brow furrowing and relaxing repeatedly. The remnants of the Frost Demon race. He had been with Frieza's army for so many years, yet he had never seen a third member of the Frost Demon race. But Xyla's words were not without reason. How vast is the universe? For galaxies' countless star regions. Frieza's family's activity range is merely a part of the northern galaxy. Who knows if there are any in the eastern, southern, or western galaxies? Vegeta clenched his fists and turned back towards the gravity chamber. The moment the door closed, the humming of the gravity apparatus started inside, louder and more muffled than before. He adjusted the gravity parameters up by 50 times. Bulma in the lab heard the hum and rolled her eyes. You're going to burn out my heat dissipation module again. She looked down at the sketch she had just drawn on the blueprint, paused for 2 seconds, then tossed the wrench aside and pulled over a computer. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. A series of data models and waveforms popped up on the screen. Frequency analysis of the energy signal, quantum level, signal amplification, plan selection of carriers for interstellar communication. She started cursing while working, muttering under her breath, fare for sending away the plague. Lucky me to be reasonable. Xiaolu walked out of the capsule company's door, the wind of West City hitting him with the aroma of a barbecue stand. He was in a great mood, his tail swaying behind him like a metronome. Done. The spaceship is ready, the apparatus is ready. In 2 months he can take off. On no embark on a path of justice. He hummed an unknown tune walking along the street while calculating how to pass the next 2 months. He was initially worried that his handsome appearance would scare the passersby, but this is the Dragon Ball world. The streets were filled with all sorts of bizarre creatures. Good citizens with bare heads and tiger bodies were everywhere. Xiaolu had just come out of a reputable place like the capsule company, so no one paid him any mind. As he walked, Xiaolu suddenly stopped. A question popped into his mind, one that he had unconsciously blocked out while impressively performing in front of Bulma and Vegeta. I want to find the remnants of the Frost Demon race in the universe to eradicate what needs to be eradicated. It sounded passionate, righteous, very much like a protagonist. But, did the Frost Demons provoke you? Frieza is bad, King Cold is bad, that's undeniable. But what if there really are other Frost Demons hiding in some corner of the universe? What if they are just peacefully farming on their planet, running a small restaurant selling fried rice, staying at home watching TV with their kids? You, Xiaolu, kick open their door and without a word annihilate them. What do you call that? That's called genocide, brother. Xyla's lips twitched. As someone who had seen Dragon Ball Super in his past life, he knew this too well. In the 6th universe, there is a Frost Demon named Frost who on the surface is a great hero maintaining peace in the universe. Although he was later exposed as a schemer, it at least proves one thing: not all Frost Demons are like Frieza. The probability of this race producing good people might be low, but it's not zero. And here he is, Xiaolu, just moments ago claiming to Bulma, I want to prove that I'm different from Xiaolu. And now he's ready to carry out ethnic cleansing. Isn't that a paradox? Oh, you clearly want to prove that even with the so-called evil bloodline you might not be a villain, yet you turn around to hunt and slaughter another group that you've tagged as a lineage of evil. Is that reasonable? Not at all. Xiaolu rubbed his temples and squatted down under a tree by the roadside. To be honest, when he was rambling in the lab just now, his mind never turned in this direction. At that moment, he was only thinking about how to persuade Bulma to build him a spaceship and how to establish the persona of a passionate warrior in front of Vegeta. As for the logical flaws, who cares? Just get the benefits first. But now that the benefits are secured, he calmed down and reflected. Something feels off. Did Bulma not notice this problem? He muttered to himself, pondering and then shaking his head. Bulma was half focused on being wary of him, while the other half was captivated by the research topic of energy amplifiers. Once she entered scientist mode, her mind would be filled with quantum entanglement and signal frequencies. How could she still have time to ponder his motives? Being knowledgeable and academically sound does not equate to being clever, nor does it mean one would do something as foolish as lifting a skirt for a boy. Oh, forget it. What about Vegeta? Don't even count on that. When Vegeta heard the phrase, exterminate Frieza's kin, he was probably already celebrating in his heart. The hatred between Saiyans and Frost demons is etched in their bones. Vegeta would be delighted if all Frost demons turned to cosmic dust. Try telling him what if there are good Frost demons. His response would be one word: kill. Good ones too, bad ones too. Anyone resembling Frieza would be killed. The logic of Saiyans is that simple. After realizing he was trapped in a moral paradox, Xia Lu squatted by the street and contemplated for a full 3 seconds before deciding. Forget it. Who in their right mind would stubbornly confront their own moral dilemmas? First, let's get the spaceship in hand. As for morality, I can deal with it later when I have the time. Right now, there's no rush. Thus, starting from the third day, Xia Lu began to visit the capsule company under the pretense of supervising the project progress. This guy truly acted like he was the client, showcasing his thick skin. Moreover, he timed his visits with great care when Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber. The reason, of course, was not to do anything bad to Bulma, whom Xia Lu actually respected. During the future Trunks saga, a widow with a child bore the weight of the entire world. Surely that deserves respect. The real reason was quite simple. Vegeta was just too annoying. When you pass by him in the hallway and you exchange a glance without saying a word, the atmosphere is so suffocating it feels like it could squeeze water out of the air. But if you try to greet him, he responds with a humph. If you say a few more words, he retorts with a get lost. Xia Lu even forgot that this guy couldn't actually defeat him. Occasionally remembering, he felt a strong urge. How he wanted to shave off the prince's handsome hair. Just making it look like that of a certain other character would suffice. If it weren't for the fact that your wife's skills are impressive, I would definitely. So Xia Lu timed his visits to when Vegeta was training the hardest. Typically from 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, the roaring sounds from the gravity chamber never ceased, and Vegeta hardly came out. The first time he went to the laboratory alone, things almost went awry. Xia Lu approached the heavy metal door and mimicked Vegeta's previous actions, pressing a few buttons on the panel. The door didn't respond. He pressed a couple more times. Still no reaction. He pressed 3 more times. Suddenly a small screen popped up above the door and Bulma's face appeared, her expression extremely impatient. Who is it? I am. Upon seeing Xia Lu, her face fell. How come it's you again? I came to check on the progress. You're here to rush me after just 3 days? Do you think I'm an assembly line worker? I'm not rushing, just taking a casual look. Casual look. What are you pressing for when you don't even know the access code? The screen went black with a snap. Xia Lu stood at the door, hands still raised, his face adorned with an awkward smile. 3 seconds later, the door slid open. Bulma didn't come out to greet him. A voice came from deep within the laboratory. Come in. Don't touch my stuff. Xia Lu walked in to find the laboratory even messier than last time. There were more scattered parts on the floor, and several sheets of blueprints lay strewn across the workbench, with a few charred circuit boards piled in the corner. The whiteboard on the wall was densely covered with formulas, some areas circled in red, with crosses marked next to annotations like "not good, change plan" and nonsense. Bulma was seated in front of a machine, holding a soldering gun in her left hand and a chip in her right, not even looking up. Stand there and don't move. I'll mark a safety zone for you, between the tile you're standing on and the third workbench to the left. If you go beyond this range and break something, it'll cost $1 million per part. Is this how you talk to clients? Huh? Are you even serious? Have you spent a single penny? Don't say you haven't spent any money. If it were someone else, even if they brought me a mountain of gold, do you think I'd bother with them? Our capsule corporation treats clients with this attitude. If you don't like it, get lost. There you have it, corporate culture in action. Xia Lu could only obediently stand in the safety zone, hands behind his back, looking around. He grew bored after about 5 minutes. His gaze fell upon an unfolded blueprint on the workbench. It was the design for the core module of the Chi amplifier. Xia Lu merely glanced at it, and suddenly his mind buzzed. It was a strange sensation. He couldn't quite understand the intricate pathways on the blueprint, yet he felt something was amiss. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but the feeling of wrongness was particularly strong, like seeing a math problem where the answer is on the tip of your tongue, but just won't come out. This one. He reached out and pointed at a note on the blueprint. I told you not to touch my stuff. Isn't the position of this signal splitter wrong? Bulma's soldering gun halted. She turned her head to look at him. Xia Lu himself was taken aback. He didn't know how he had just said the term signal splitter. He had never encountered such a thing in his past life, or this one. Yet he just knew that the position was incorrect. Moreover, he knew where it should be placed. What did you say? Bulma put down the soldering gun and walked over. You know about signal splitters? Xia Lu shut his mouth, quickly flipping through his mind. Signal splitter. This concept wasn't from his past life's knowledge, nor was it something he had learned in this life. It came from a deeper place, within his cells. Xia Lu was the ultimate being created by Dr. Gero using a vast amount of genes and data, and Xia Lu had absorbed some of Dr. Gero's memories were encoded in these cellular data. Xiaolu had never noticed this before because those memory fragments were buried too deep, surfacing only under specific circumstances. Besides, this is Dragon Ball, the pioneer of action-packed battle anime. Combat power is the most paramount thing. Anything involving money or technology is merely supplementary. If you want that, you need to go next door. He usually didn't pay attention, but it would trigger only when he encountered information related to that field, like seeing a circuit design blueprint. It felt like you had opened a hard drive that had been sealed for years where the files were severely fragmented, most of it unreadable, yet occasionally a few complete frames would emerge. The splitter should be moved 2 nodes forward. Xiaolu stared at the blueprint, squinting his eyes as those fragments flickered one by one in the depths of his consciousness. If placed in this position, the signal will experience phase shifts after passing through the gain module. I'm about a 12 to 15 deviation. Your noise reduction unit behind won't be able to handle it. The laboratory fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Bulma stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. She suddenly lunged towards the blueprint, grabbed a pen, marked the spot Xiaolu pointed at, and quickly jotted down a series of calculations beside it. 10 seconds later. Damn, Bulma cursed. Was he right? She muttered to herself, speaking at breakneck speed. Phase shift. 12. 7. My goodness, it really is 12. 7. How did I not see it? She abruptly turned her head, her gaze towards Xiaolu, transforming from annoyed to something Xiaolu couldn't quite define. How did you know that? Do you even understand technology? If you did, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? I'm not sure if I do or not. Xiaolu scratched the horn crown on his head, his expression honest. I just took one look and suddenly felt this part was wrong. Maybe. Something in my genes. In your genes? Bulma frowned. Dr. Gero. Xiaolu uttered the name. See, you know that deadbeat dad of mine was made by him, and I was made by my dad. Later on I kind of inherited my old man's legacy. Maybe this counts as part of it too. That old geezer Gero might have been a raving lunatic, but wasn't he pretty damn good at mechanical and energy engineering? Most of this knowledge, give or take, came from there. Bulma's expression was indescribable. Dr. Gero, the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, the creator of androids 17 and 18, the mastermind behind the Perfect Cell project. Just how much of a genius was this man? On a planet that couldn't even achieve interstellar travel using local technology, he built androids capable of fighting Super Saiyans. The perpetual energy furnace he designed still operates perfectly inside Android 18. The genetic fusion program he wrote, even Bulma couldn't fathom its underlying logic. Bulma didn't want to admit it, but Dr. Gero's expertise in certain fields might truly rival her father Dr. Brief's. And some of this madman's memories and knowledge were somehow preserved in Xiaolu's cells. How the hell did you get so lucky? Can you access those memories at will? Bulma's tone shifted from annoying to interesting. No, Xiaolu shook his head. It's fragmented bits and pieces. That one just now was triggered by seeing the blueprint. If you asked me to draw a circuit diagram from scratch, I couldn't. But if you drew one and showed me, I could probably tell you where the problems are. So you're like a living debugging tool. That description makes me uncomfortable, but it's accurate. Bulma crossed her arms, sizing Xiaolu up, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Xiaolu saw that expression. He recognized that look in her eyes. Bulma saw a new tool, a free walking, talking technical reviewer whose head was loaded with a part of Dr. Gero's knowledge base. When will you come next? Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. Not kicking me out anymore. Don't get the wrong idea. Bulma picked up her welding torch again, turning back to her instrument. I just think having someone check my blueprints for errors might save some time. That way your spaceship and equipment can be finished faster. You mean, tomorrow at 10. Don't be late. Xiaolu grinned. Perfect. From the second visit onward, the dynamic changed. Bulma no longer confined him to the safe zone. She brought Xiaolu a chair and placed it beside the lab bench, about 2 meters from her toolbox. Sit here. Don't touch my toolbox. Don't touch the instrument panels. Don't go near the main console. Yes, Your Majesty. Shut up. Look at this. Bulma slammed a stack of blueprints in front of him. Xiaolu opened the first page, scanned it for a few seconds. The fragments in his mind started flashing again. Intermittently, like a TV with a bad signal, images flickering frame by frame. Dr. Gero's thought patterns, that obsessive efficiency-driven design logic, flickered at the edge of his consciousness. Page 3, the energy coupling unit in the upper right corner. Bulma flipped to page 3. The coupling efficiency is too low. In Gero's designs, the same type of coupling unit uses a parallel structure, not a series one. Bulma stared at the blueprint for 5 seconds. A parallel connection would double the power consumption, but it would increase signal fidelity by 40. Are you sure? Not sure, but that's what flashed in my head. Bulma grabbed a calculator, punched in numbers furiously, and finally slapped it down on the table. 38. 6. Close enough. You call this close enough? Bulma's voice rose, but Xiaolu could tell. This wasn't anger, it was excitement. The excitement of a scientist discovering new data. From then on, every time Xiaolu went to Capsule Corporation, the routine became fixed. Arrive at 10 in the morning. Bulma would toss him the latest blueprints. Head flip through them, stop when something in his brain reacted, and skip it if nothing did. Bulma would sit beside him with her pen and calculator, verifying in real time. The two of them sat face to face, separated by a pile of blueprints parts and 3 cups of coffee, 2 for Bulma, 1 for Xiaolu. He later discovered he could actually drink coffee, though given his constitution, caffeine was as effective as water. If the Z fighters saw this scene, their jaws would probably hit the floor. Cell's son and Bulma working on science together. That was more absurd than Frieza turning good. On the 4th visit, a little incident occurred. Xiaolu found a module on the blueprint that he couldn't understand at all, but the fragments in his mind were flashing, wildly throbbing in his temples. Wait. He pressed his forehead, closing his eyes. The fragments spun at high speed in his mind. A blurry image as if seen through frosted glass. A pair of wrinkled hands drawing lines on a yellowed blueprint. The hands trembled, but were precise, each stroke bearing an obsessive neatness. Beside them was a photo frame. A picture of a young man in a Red Ribbon Army uniform whose silhouette looked nothing like Dr. Gero. There was a line of text beneath the photo, too blurry for Xiaolu to make out. Then the scene abruptly shifted. A set of data-dense formulas burned onto some kind of medium. Xiaolu's brain read through this data at an unnatural speed. Most of it was gibberish, but he managed to grasp a few lines in the middle. He opened his eyes. This module uses the standard energy conversion equation, right? Bulma didn't look up. Yeah, what about it? Switch it. Xiaolu picked up a pen, the first time had taken the initiative to do so, and scribbled a set of formulas crookedly in the blank space of the blueprint. The handwriting was terrible, but the formula structure was clear. Bulma leaned in for a look. Then she froze. She stood there staring at the formula for a full 10 seconds. This is... She swallowed. What is this? Gero's. Xiaolu put down the pen, rubbing his temple. I don't know the specific name either. Anyway, it flashed through my head just now, so I copied it down. Bulma grabbed the blueprint, rushed to the main console, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. A verification program popped up on the screen, data scrolling rapidly. 1 minute later. Impossible. Bulma's voice came out, carrying a tremor Xiaolu had never heard before. This formula. It can boost energy conversion efficiency from 67 to 91. Are you serious? Xiaolu leaned in, hands clasped behind his back. See for yourself. Bulma pointed at the screen, her fingers trembling slightly. That madman Gero. When did he come up with this? This completely deviates from the mainstream framework of energy science. How did he manage it? You wouldn't understand. The unconventional is always the best. If this formula is correct, and it certainly appears to be, just applying it to a spacecraft's energy system would at least triple its endurance. Bulma slid her chair over to the whiteboard, erasing the previous formula with one hand, while frantically deriving new equations with the other. Muttering under her breath, she wrote, and wiped and wrote. Xiaolu stood behind, watching her, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. Dr. Gero. That madman. He created Cell to destroy the world. Yet he was also a genius capable of deriving such a formula. The line between genius and madness was probably as thin as a sheet of paper. It was a pity, really. If not for the obsession with avenging himself against Son Goku, his achievements might have surpassed even Bulma and her father's. But then again, this was Dragon World. Bulma stood before the whiteboard for 20 minutes, tugging her hair into a mess like a bird's nest. Finally, she turned around, looking at Xiaolu with an expression different from before. You'll come every day from now on. Huh. Eve, re sin gle day. Bulma enunciated each word. I'm going to extract every bit of Gero's knowledge still lodged in your mind. You think my brain is a mine, eh? To you it's useless, or... To me it's a gold mine. Bulma planted her hands on her hips. You can't read complete design blueprints, you only see fragments. These fragments are just junk data in your head, but in my hands. She didn't finish, but the implication was clear. You dig, I refine. Xiaolu tilted his head, pondering. This deal seemed pretty good. He was the one who wanted to explore the Sea of Stars. He couldn't just leave all the work to a married woman, could he? Besides, he provided fragments of Dr. Gero's memories, and Bulma verified and applied them. The performance of the spaceship and instruments would improve, ultimately benefiting him. All right. He nodded readily. But I have one condition. Name it. Feed me. Bulma rolled her eyes. Kitchen's on the 2nd floor, around the corner. Help yourself. From that day on, Xiaolu had a fixed role at Capsule Corporation, unofficial technical consultant and freeloading employee. He arrived at 10 every morning and left at 4 in the afternoon. At noon, he ate in the 2nd floor employee cafeteria. The first day he walked in with his tray, the entire hall fell silent for 3 seconds, and 2 female researchers immediately stood up, ready to bolt. Xiaolu awkwardly waved at everyone. Don't be scared. I'm just here to eat. That braised pork looks pretty good. Still no one dared to move. Finally, the cafeteria lady saved the day. A burly woman with a pair of horns on her head, species diversity in the dragon world, after all, calmly walked over and ladled him a heaping plate of food. First time here, kid. Eat up, you're too thin. Xiaolu glanced at his own well-proportioned figure beneath the silver-white armor and thought this lattice aesthetic sense might be a bit ahead of its time. Still, he obediently said thank you. By the 3rd day, people in the cafeteria weren't so afraid of him anymore. 2 reasons. First, he really hadn't done anything dangerous. Second, the way he ate was no different from anyone else. In fact, he was rather refined. A monster who ate politely had its threat level drop by 80 instantly. Though his appetite was a bit large. The dishes sometimes piled up like a small mountain. Must be the Saiyan genes. By the 5th day, the lady had extra food ready for him. Progress in the lab was much faster than anticipated. Bulma's key sensing amplifier had already reached the 3rd prototype. The first 2 were scrapped due to signal divergence, frequency drift, and the entire circuit board burning up. The 3rd version, using the energy conversion formula Xia Lu provided, had significantly improved stability, but precision was still lacking. Off by 0.3. Bulma leaned over the instrument, repeatedly poking the same interface with a probe. A streak of solder smudged on her forehead. Just this 0.3. And the signal recognition confidence won't go up. Is 0.3 that much? Xia Lu munched on an apple head snagged from the cafeteria, watching from the side. Bulma turned and glared at him, her expression clearly saying, "If you say one more useless word, I'll brand you with this soldering iron." Xia Lu wisely shut up and went back to flipping through blueprints. After a dozen pages, nothing surfaced in his mind. Dr. Gero's fragmented memories weren't something he could access at will. They needed a trigger, usually visual information. He had to see something related to Gero's research field to possibly unlock the data buried in his cells. And even then it was probabilistic. Some days 3 or 4 useful pieces of information would emerge, the other days he'd stare at blueprints all day with a blank mind. Today was clearly a blank day. Xia Lu finished the last page, tossed the apple core into the trash, and yawned. Nothing today. Useless. Who are you calling useless? Gero. That old fool. If he could stuff data into cells, why didn't he stuff in more? Why don't you go to the underworld and ask him yourself? You people are chummy with King Yama. Get him to open a VIP pass so you can visit anytime. Get lost. This kind of banter happened every day. One was sly, the other fierce. They bickered constantly. Bulma talked more with Xia Lu in a day than she did with Vegeta in a month. Yet when working, they meshed perfectly. Whenever Bulma hit a design bottleneck, she'd instinctively shove the blueprints at Xia Lu. Take a look. Xia Lu would scan them. If a fragment surfaced, he'd share it. If not, he'd shake his head. Even if he only offered a vague direction, like Gero's plan seemed to use a different material here, or this interface structure isn't connected like that. Bulma could use her own genius to fill in the rest. A strange synergy formed between them. One provided the fragments of inspiration, the other pieced them into a complete puzzle. Day 7. Xia Lu arrived at 10 as usual and keyed in the door code at the entrance. Bulma had given it to him 2 days earlier, 0901 Dr. Brief's birthday. The door opened. The lab was quieter than usual. Bulma wasn't hunched over the instruments. Instead, she sat in a chair, coffee and hand legs propped up on the workbench. When she saw Xia Lu enter, she tilted her chin. Come here. Look at this. On the experimental table lay a device that was entirely different from the previous 3 versions. It was half the size of the earlier models, with a streamlined exterior and a dish-shaped antenna on top. At first glance, it didn't seem like laboratory equipment. Rather, it resembled a miniature satellite communication terminal. 4th version. Xia Lu approached and circled around the device. 4th version. Bulma took a sip of coffee, her voice flat, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. I worked on it all night. The coupling correction parameters you provided last time worked, and the signal accuracy has surpassed the threshold. That's 0.3. It's been resolved. Bulma set her coffee cup down and pressed a switch on the side of the device. With a hum, the device powered on, and the dish-shaped antenna began to rotate slowly as a faint blue light emerged from the base. Place your hand on it. Xia Lu laid his palm down on the top of the device. Bulma frantically adjusted settings on the nearby screen. Now release the aura of the frozen demon clan. Xia Lu complied. A wisp of light purple energy seeped from his palm, exceedingly weak, yet the cold and sharp frequency was unmistakable. The dish-shaped antenna above the device accelerated rapidly. A waveform graph appeared on the screen. Amidst a chaotic sea of noise, a purple signal line began to pulse. Weak yet stable. Bulma adjusted a knob. The signal line suddenly surged upward. The purple waveform expanded from a thin line into a robust pulse, violently shaking on the screen. The noise was almost entirely filtered out, leaving only the unique sharp frequency of the frozen demon clan echoing. Detection range? Xia Lu asked. Bulma snapped her fingers. The screen switched to a star map. Centered on Earth, a green circle expanded outward, expanding, then expanding again. Currently, this version has an effective scanning radius under ground testing conditions. Bulma pointed at the digits on the screen. 7. 6 light years. Xia Lu whistled. 7. 6 light years. The coverage area could already encompass a dozen star systems surrounding the solar system. Once mounted on the spaceship, combined with the vessel's high-speed movement, the coverage area would grow exponentially. There's still room for optimization. Bulma turned off the device and picked up a cloth to wipe the oil stains from her hands. The gain module for the antenna can be revised once more. After getting on the spaceship, the vacuum environment will double the scanning radius, at least. Bulma. What? You are really impressive. Bulma paused her hand movement. She turned her head to glance at Xia Lu, then let out a chuckle. I only don't want to hit you when you say that. Just as Xia Lu was about to flatter her further, the laboratory door slid open suddenly. Vegeta walked in, drenched in sweat, the shoulders of his training suit still emitting steam. He saw Xia Lu in the lab, noticed the half cup of coffee beside him, and observed the scattered blueprints and parts laid out before him. The expression on the Saiyan prince's face underwent an incredibly dramatic transformation from normal poker face to incredible poker face, and finally, to angry poker face. 3 variations of the poker face, differing only in the angle of the eyebrows. Mr. Vegeta, Xia Lu enthusiastically waved at him. You've been training hard. Want some water? Vegeta scanned the room expressionlessly, eventually fixing his gaze on Bulma. Does this guy come here every day? Every day. Bulma continued adjusting parameters on the screen without lifting her head. What does he come for? To work. What work? The kind you wouldn't understand. Vegeta's temple twitched. He stepped forward, picked up the coffee cup that Xia Lu had only sipped from, glanced at it, and then set it back down. That's my cup. Xia Lu glanced at the bottom of the cup. It had a cute version of Vegeta printed on it with spiky hair and the words "World's #1 Prince" beside it. Oh, Bulma, why do you have to use my cup when you have a whole cabinet of cups? Your cup is the easiest to grab from the shelf. Oh, is that my fault? Vegeta grabbed the cup and downed the remaining half of the coffee in one gulp, then slammed the empty cup back onto the table without glancing at Xia Lu. Next time, use your own cup. With that, he turned and walked away. At the moment the door closed, Xia Lu and Bulma were both silent for 3 seconds. Was Vegeta just asserting dominance over me? Shut up and work. Bulma pulled out a new blueprint and slapped it down in front of him. But Xia Lu could see that her expression as she turned away had a distinctly upward curl at the corners. Days passed by. The blueprints were revised version by version. The aura amplifier evolved from the 4th version to the revised 4th, the 2nd revised 4th, and the 3rd revised 4th. Bulma no longer made major changes to the core structure, focusing instead on refining the precision of the details. As one of the most renowned scientific geniuses, Bulma truly embodied the spirit of craftsmanship. This is not sarcasm. The spaceship project was also advancing as the semi-finished interstellar shuttle from Dr. Brief's storage was brought out. This was a project that Dr. Brief had started designing 10 years ago and shelved 6 years back, originally intended for establishing a regular route to Namek. With so many aliens from Namek Science and King Frisia coming and going on Earth, they either left their lives behind or left people behind. At the same time, many spaceships were left behind. The technology contained within them had almost all been absorbed by Dr. Brief. Nowadays in the entire universe, when it comes to building spaceships, that old man really is quite skilled. The foundation of this spaceship was excellent, but the avionics system was outdated, and the propulsion module required significant revisions. This part was Bulma's solo act, and Xia Lu couldn't contribute. His memories of Dr. Gero were more focused on energy engineering and biotechnology, with almost no recollection in the field of aerospace engineering. Sigh. If only Dr. Gero could have looked up at the starry sky for a moment and shifted his focus to the vast cosmos, perhaps he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Even if you brought 19 along to float around in space, you could rule over many planets. From then on, the daily work rhythm transformed into mornings spent with Xia Lu and Bulma working on the aura amplifier in the lab, afternoons where Bulma went to the hangar to modify the spaceship, while Xia Lu delved into the fragmented memories of Dr. Gero. Occasionally, he would jot down useful information to show Bulma when she returned. Most of the time, he found nothing and just sat in the chair beside the experimental table, staring blankly at the ceiling. After daydreaming, he would head to the cafeteria for a meal, and after eating, he would return to continue daydreaming. Aunt Horned already knew to prepare his meal without him saying a word, placing it at the window. 1 serving of braised pork, 1 serving of stir-fried vegetables, 1 bowl of soup, and 2 chicken legs. That was 1 serving. Xia Lu generally ordered 10 servings at least. What would you like to add today, young man? Do you have croquettes? Yes. That will add $20. Thank you, Auntie. The researchers in the cafeteria had also gotten used to his presence. Some of the bolder ones even started to converse with him. You are the one Miss Bulma has been talking about recently. The technical consultant. Oh, which research institute were you working at before? The Stiathome Research Institute. However, most people still only dared to glance at him from a distance. After all, that face was almost identical to the one that nearly destroyed the world a few weeks ago. Yet the expression on this face was completely different from that of Cell. Cell's laughter sent chills down one's spine, while Xia Lu's laughter, though equally infuriating, at least gave the impression that he wouldn't suddenly blow up the cafeteria. On the afternoon of the 6th day, as Xia Lu sat alone in the lab, sifting through fragmented memories, he stumbled upon a set of data that was different from the rest. It wasn't technical data or design blueprints. It was a sequence of images. Dr. Gero sat at an experimental table, before him a dozen petri dishes, each containing cell samples of different hues. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a genetic sequence displayed on the screen. At the top of the sequence was a label F01. The image blurred for an instant, then cleared. Dr. Gero turned his head and spoke a sentence to someone. The voice came in fragments like a broken tape. Cryogenic. Demon. Signal. Strength. Far exceeds. Scion. The image shattered completely. Xia Lu opened his eyes. His heart beat a little faster. F01. He had no idea what the designation specifically referred to. But the combination of Frost Demon Race signal strength and far exceeds Science, had Dr. Gero conducted a specialized analysis of Frost Demon genetics during his research on Cell, and the result was, in some dimension it surpassed Science. Xiao Lu sat in the chair staring at the empty lab table, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the surface. The deeper he dug into these fragments, the more secrets that old man Gero had buried within this set of cells, far more than he had imagined. The lab door slid open. Bulma returned from the hangar, her face smudged with grease, and her hair a wild mess. What's with that expression? Found something else. Xiao Lu collected himself and flashed her a smile. Nothing. Today's mining is done. Bulma shot him a suspicious glance, but didn't press further. She walked to the table, picked up her coffee cup, and took a gulp of the now cold coffee. The first phase of the spaceship retrofit is complete. Tomorrow we start installing the power module. I've already adapted your energy conversion formula, and the preliminary test data looks fantastic. How fantastic? Fantastic enough that I want to dig Gero up from his grave and ask him what kind of brain he had. Bulma put down the cup and rubbed her hands together. 1.5 months. It's enough. Enough. In a month and a half, Xiao Lu would be able to leave this planet in the spaceship, carrying the key amplifier, the secrets Dr. Gero had left in his cells, and a purpose he himself hadn't yet fully defined, to go into the universe and search for the frost demons that might or might not exist. He stood up stretched, and his tail twirled twice behind him. See you tomorrow, Bulma. See you. Don't forget to take your cup. If you use Vegeta's cup again, he'll nag me for ages. Xiao Lu glanced down at the world's greatest prince cup in his hand. Haha, I'm using this one. In the following days, Bulma threw herself into modifying the spaceship in the hangar, leaving little for Xiao Lu to do in the lab. The fourth iteration, third revision of the key amplifier was finalized. The remaining tasks were fine work that Bulma could handle alone: welding, calibration, potting, and testing. Xiao Lu sat nearby, able to do little more than hand her a wrench or pour a cup of coffee. Bulma barely acknowledged him. In the final stages, Bulma was like a wound-up machine, her world reduced to data and parts. Speaking to her required shouting. Bulma, this, don't touch. I was just asking, get out. Fine. Kicked out of the lab, Xiao Lu strolled down the corridor of Capsule Corporation with his hands in his pockets. The corridor was long, flanked by floor-to-ceiling windows that bathed the tiles in a warm yellow sunlight. A few researchers in white coats approached from the opposite direction. Upon seeing him, they instinctively pressed against the wall. Xiao Lu smiled at them. The researchers quickened their pace. Xiao Lu's smile faded as he continued walking, calculating in his mind. The spaceship and key amplifier were as good as done. If Bulma herself said it's enough, then it was enough. That woman never cut corners. If she said a month and a half, she'd deliver in a month and a half. But was a spaceship and a detector enough? Xiao Lu stopped at the end of the corridor, gazing through the window at the garden outside. Trunks was chasing a butterfly on the lawn, his little legs pumping furiously. Going to space to find the frost demons, that was the main quest. But the fact that he had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world itself. You're in the goddamn Dragon Ball world. By the customs of his homeland, since you're here, would it be right not to collect the Dragon Balls and see what that big snake looks like? Xiao Lu's tail twitched involuntarily. Dragon Balls. 7 Dragon Balls. Summon the Eternal Dragon. Make a wish. Earth Shinran could grant 2 wishes at once. Namex Purunga could grant 3 wishes with higher limitations on the wishes themselves. He was heading into space, and his route wasn't planned yet. Since he was searching for someone, why not search anywhere? Namek, just a stopover. Collect the Namekian Dragon Balls, summon Purunga. The wish didn't matter. Even just a photo op would be fine. Why not collect Earth's Dragon Balls? It wasn't time yet. That idiot Krillin had summoned Shinran to remove the bomb from his wife's body, and Earth's Dragon Balls were still stone eggs. Besides, summoning Shinran on Earth would darken the whole world. The Z-Fighters already looked at him with suspicion. You summoned the dragon. There must be some scheme. The thought alone was a headache. Forget it. Besides, Purunga was bigger and more imposing than Earth Shinran. If you're taking a picture, go for the best-looking one. So he needed a dragon radar. And by the customs of his homeland, when traveling far, it was wise to bring more supplies. That was essential. And the dragon radar was something only one person in the entire universe could build. Bulma. And he was hanging around her territory every day. Xiao Lu licked his lips. The problem was how to ask. Just say, hey Bulma, can I borrow your dragon radar? Considering their current relationship, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But no, too direct. Bulma was too sharp. The more eager you seemed, the more suspicious she got. What do you need the dragon radar for? What wish do you want to make? Are you planning something? A string of questions that would corner him. If she thought he was trying to use the Dragon Balls for some scheme and told the other Z-Fighters, then the fun would really begin. He could take them unknown, but what if they ganged up on him? So, in for a penny, in for a pound. By the customs of his homeland, treasures of heaven and earth belonged to the virtuous. And who was the most virtuous? Was there even any doubt? The next morning, Xiao Lu arrived at 10 as usual, but instead of heading straight to the lab, he first made a detour to the cafeteria. Auntie, add 20 extra croquettes today. The auntie with the horn glanced at him. You're here early today. In a good mood. So you eat more when you're in a good mood. Of course. When I'm in a good mood, I eat more. When I'm in a bad mood, I also eat more. The auntie grinned and served him 10 sets of meals plus 20 croquettes piled into a small mountain on the tray. Xia Lu carried this small mountain to a seat by the window, eating and thinking. At the next table, 2 researchers were chatting quietly. Have you heard? Miss Bulma has been modifying that old spaceship recently. Modifying it for what? No idea. Seems like it's for that guy. The speaker gestured with his chin towards Xia Lu. Huh, for him. Where's he going? Who knows? Anyway, whatever Miss Bulma says goes. It's none of our business. Xia Lu eavesdropped, stuffed the last croquette into his mouth, wiped his hands, stood up with the empty tray. Before leaving, he passed the 2 researchers' table and paused. To space. The 2 researchers looked up bewildered. Weren't you just curious where I'm going? To space. Xia Lu pointed at the ceiling. Up there. Then he left. The 2 researchers stared at each other. He heard us. No kidding. He's a warrior. I heard he can blow up the earth with one punch. His ears are sharper than a dog's. Better to be safe than sorry. Xia Lu the thief had set his sights on the dragon radar. Whenever Bulma was engrossed in welding, Xia Lu would half close his eyes in his chair, his peripheral vision sweeping the entire lab. Tool racks, parts cabinets, hidden compartments under the main console, the row of numbered drawers in the corner. He cataloged everything. His memory was not bad. To be precise, having inherited cells, he possessed nearly perfect spatial memory. By his 3rd visit, he remembered the position of every object in the lab. By the 4th, he noticed what had been moved. By the 5th, soon he had locked onto his target. The second to last drawer on the far right of the workbench. That day, Bulma went to the hangar to fetch parts, leaving Xia Lu alone in the lab. He waited until her footsteps faded completely, then slowly stood up, walked to the row of drawers. He pulled it open. The drawer was a chaotic mess like a junkyard. 3 expired communication chips, a half-used roll of insulating tape, a pack of open chip clips, a broken instant noodle fork. Yes, a plastic fork from instant noodles snapped in 2. Who knew why Bulma, the world's richest woman, kept such a thing? The dragon radar lay among this pile of junk. Round, palm-sized, its blue casing coated with dust. The screen face down, squeezed between the chips and the fork. Xia Lu stared at it for 3 seconds. That's it. Just left like that. He had envisioned countless scenarios, the dragon radar locked in a safe kept in Bulma's personal bag fitted with an anti-theft tracker. He had even prepared for the worst. If he had to take it by force, how to get it without harming Bulma. And now you tell me it shares a drawer with a broken instant noodle fork. It made sense. Thinking about it, the Dragon Balls on Earth were still stone eggs, useless in the short term. Any single invention of Bulma's was worth 100 times more than the dragon radar. To her, it was just a little gadget that might be useful later, but I completely forgot about it now. Like finding a 3-year-old power bank in a drawer. Oh, it's here. Xia Lu reached out. His fingers touched the radar's casing. It was cold. He picked it up and flipped it over. The screen showed nothing. Dead battery or in standby mode. It didn't matter. What mattered was he had it. Then he put the radar back. Gently closed the drawer, walked back to his chair, sat down, picked up his coffee cup, and took a sip. No rush. Stealing it now would be the stupidest move. The spaceship wasn't finished, the chi sensor wasn't calibrated. He came here every day. If Bulma ever felt like rummaging through the drawer and found the radar missing. Xia Lu, do you know where my dragon radar went? Just imagining that scene made the tip of Xia Lu's tail twitch. No, he had to wait. Wait until the last day when the spaceship was done and everything was packed. Then as he was about to board and leave, he'd snatch it. By then, even if Bulma noticed, he'd be out of the atmosphere. What's she going to do, chase him? This is called, as we say back home, the final kick. Perfect plan. In the following days, Xia Lu acted normal. He went through the fragments, checked the blueprints, handed over the wrench. But every time he entered the lab, the first thing he did was glance at that drawer. Still there. Still there. On the 3rd day, still there. On the 5th day, Bulma was rummaging near that drawer. Xia Lu's heart skipped a beat for 0.3 seconds. Bulma pulled open the 3rd to last drawer, took out a screwdriver, and turned to leave. She didn't touch the second to last one. Xia Lu let out a slow breath. On the 8th day, something happened. Not a big deal, but it almost became one. That afternoon, Bulma went into the hangar to calibrate the power module, leaving Xia Lu alone in the lab. He sat in his chair, sifting through Jero's fragmented memories for half an hour, finding nothing but gibberish. Bored. He was really bored. He stood up and wandered around the lab, took 2 laps, and somehow ended up in front of that row of drawers. A moment of weakness. Pure weakness. He pulled open the drawer and took out the dragon radar. Turned it over in his hands. The craftsmanship was exquisite. You could tell it was from Bulma's younger days, clean lines, seamless joints. On the back was a small BC logo, Capsule Corporation. After staring at it for about 10 seconds, Xia Lu made a very foolish decision. He slipped the radar into his pants pocket. Not stealing. Really. It was just to feel it. To experience it. To savor that thrill of having the target in hand. Just take it out for a moment, then put it back. It wasn't like he was actually taking it now. There was a small bulge in his pocket. Xia Lu looked down. It wasn't too obvious. His pants were loose enough to barely hide it. All right, experience over. Now put it back. Footsteps came from the hallway. Quick, purposeful footsteps. Heels striking the floor tiles, growing closer, steady rhythm. It was Bulma. Xia Lu's CPU ran at full speed for 0.5 seconds. Too late. He knew Bulma's walking speed too well. From the hangar to the lab, that hallway with her stride, she had about 6 seconds. Pulling the radar out, putting it back in the drawer, closing the drawer, walking back to the chair. That would take at least 4 seconds. But the problem was Bulma never slowed down when opening the door. She always talked while pushing the door open, her eyes already scanning the entire room the moment she entered. If she walked in and saw him standing by the drawer, it would be hard to explain. With combat-level reflexes, Xia Lu closed the drawer, took 2 steps back to his chair, sat down, and grabbed the design plans on the table, spreading them open. The moment his backside touched the chair, the door opened. Xia Lu. Bulma rushed in, her face smeared with oil, a wrench tucked into her ponytail. Yes, tucked into her hair. The 12mm wrench. Quick. It's in the toolbox. Charu glanced at the toolbox. It lay 2 meters to his left. He stood, walked over, and bent down to rummage through it. 12mm. 12mm. His fingers brushed across a row of tools. 8mm, 10mm, 14mm, no 12mm. Hurry up. The hanger's waiting, the seal's nut is stuck. Bulma's voice came from behind, laced with obvious impatience. Charu searched 3 layers deep. Still nothing. Damn it, this toolbox was messier than Bulma's drawers. A pair of pliers crushed a caliper, and under the caliper lay a half-eaten pack of cookies. Is it there or not? Hold on. Don't you ever organize this. Let's talk. Charu panicked, his hand reaching into his pocket, and touched the dragon radar. His mind went blank. Completely blank. In that fraction of a second, his hand pulled the radar out, turned, and handed it over. Here. Bulma grabbed it. Glanced down. Her entire motion froze. Charu froze too. They both stared at the round blue object in Bulma's hand, clearly not a wrench. The air solidified for about 2 seconds. Charu. Huh. This is the dragon radar. Off. I asked for the 12mm wrench. Oh. This is the dragon radar, not a wrench. Oh. The dragon radar is round, a wrench is long. Bulma waved the radar in front of his face. Are you blind? In those 2 seconds, Charu's mind had already scripted a story. Oh. This thing is the dragon radar. He slapped his forehead with an expression so sincere, it was almost terrifying. I was digging through the toolbox and didn't find the 12mm, so I grabbed a round one from the drawer next to it. Thought it was some kind of gauge. Bulma stared at him. Charu stared back, his gaze clear. He blinked. Smiled. I'm an android. You expect me to know the shape of every tool on Earth. That's asking a bit much, isn't it? What a perfect excuse. Flawless. Bulma's brow furrowed for 2 seconds, then relaxed. Fine, fine. She tossed the dragon radar aside, or rather flung it toward the row of drawers. The radar arced through the air, clattering into the open drawer, tumbling into a mess of expired chips and instant noodle forks. Without even a second glance. The 12mm isn't here anyway, I'll grab one from the next warehouse. Bulma turned to leave, paused after 2 steps, and looked back. And, stop messing with my drawers. Got it. Bulma left. Her footsteps faded. Charu stood still, maintaining that innocent smile, motionless for a full 10 seconds. Then he sat back down. The moment his back touched the chair, he felt a thin layer of liquid seeping from the gaps in his carapace along his spine. Wet. Slippery. Charu reached back and touched it. His fingertips were indeed damp. He was an android. Androids don't sweat. When Dr. Gero designed Cell, he never installed sweat glands. Why would a combat bioweapon need sweat glands? It's not running a marathon. So what was this? Charu brought his fingers to his eyes. A clear liquid, slightly viscous, odorless. A fragmented image flashed through his mind. Frisia sitting on his floating chair, a servant handing him a towel, Frisia wiping his neck. The frost demon race has a stress-induced secretion response. In extreme tension or fear, the body surface secretes a small amount of transparent mucus to regulate temperature. And what the hell am I nervous about? Charu muttered under his breath. Right? That little girl's power level wasn't even 5. Even with her scion husband crushing them would be nothing. He grabbed a tissue from the table and wiped his back, cursing Frisia's ancestors in his mind. What crappy genes. If you're going to sweat normally, why this sticky mess? Why can't you just sweat normally? What is this? It's not. After wiping, Charu crumpled the tissue into a ball, tossed it in the trash, and sat back down. He looked up at the drawer. The dragon radar was still inside. Bulma hadn't suspected a thing. A false alarm. But that sticky liquid reminded Charu of something. He stared at his fingers, wiping the residual mucus on his pants, his mind suddenly taking a turn. Wait. Who am I? Who's my father? My father is Cell. The Cell who was blasted to smithereens by Gohan. Shattered into dust, into molecular-level powder, and then regrew from a single nucleus. As long as the nucleus remains, being shattered is just a drizzle. What does that mean? It means every cell in his body can survive independently. They can split, regenerate, and maintain biological activity even after detaching from the main body. He had fully inherited everything from that old guy, and he was only stronger, not weaker. If that's the case, Charu's gaze slowly shifted to the drawer. The dragon radar lay quietly inside, keeping company with the instant noodle fork. Maybe. He didn't need to steal it. He just needed to leave a mark on it. Charu stood up again and walked to the drawer. His movements were light, his steps soft. Though the lab was empty after that heart-stopping scare, his alertness was maxed out. He opened the drawer, took out the radar, flipped it over. Next to the BC logo was a small groove likely left from a label that had been peeled off. The spot was very hidden. You'd never notice it unless you flipped it over and looked closely. Charu stared at the groove, pressing his right index finger slightly. A faint sharp sting came from his fingertip. A tiny piece of tissue separated from his finger pad. Very small. Truly tiny. About the size of a sesame seed, translucent, its color almost blending with the radar's blue-gray casing. He pressed that piece of tissue into the groove. The moment the cell touched the casing's surface, it instinctively began to attach, expand, and seep in, like a drop of water landing on paper, silently soaking in. 3 seconds later, the tissue was fully embedded in the groove, the surface smooth and flat, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Bulma would never notice. Even if she looked with a magnifying glass, she'd at most think it was a mold mark from the factory. Charu put the radar back in the drawer, closed it, and returned to his chair. This time he sat firmly, leaning back, crossing his legs, his tail dangling lazily over the chair's side, its tip tapping the floor in a relaxed rhythm. The connection was established. He closed his eyes, probing his consciousness toward that cell. Got it. The direction, distance, and motion were all crystal clear. That piece of tissue was his extension, a part of his body. Even if separated by a room or half a city, as long as he willed it, the signal would never break. As for telekinesis, Xiao Lu let out a scoff. That little runt Jiaozi, a dwarf with a battle power under 1800, could fling objects around with his telekinesis like it was nothing. Tian Shinhan could do it too, that bald guy with the crane school style. He pulled it off just fine. How many warriors' genes were stuffed into cells? Goku's, Vegeta's, Frieza's, Piccolo's. Telekinesis, that basic superpower, was a standard feature. Came pre-installed out of the box, no extra charge needed. He gave it a try. He focused his mind on that piece of cell and gave it a gentle tug. A faint vibration came from the drawer. The radar shifted slightly among the pile of instant noodle forks. Just a little. Xiao Lu withdrew his telekinesis and let out a sigh of relief. Good. No problem. When the time came to use it, he wouldn't even need to walk over to the drawer. Sitting in the spaceship's cockpit, separated by a wall, a single telekinetic pull would make the radar glide right over to him. The bait had been cast. The hook had been buried. Now all he had to do was wait. Wait for Bulma to finish modifying the spaceship, wait for the key amplifier to be installed, wait for the day of departure. When that time came, the Dragon radar would fly right into his pocket. Bulma could tear the entire lab apart and never find it. Xiao Lu picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. The matter of the Dragon radar was settled. Xiao Lu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, the tip of his tail tapping lightly against the floor. What to do next? Bulma was busy modifying the spaceship, and the entire Capsule Corporation was buzzing with preparations for departure. A combat-type bioweapon was useless, just standing around in the lab. The little knowledge of Dr. Gero in his head had already been squeezed dry by Bulma. That girl now saw him as useless, and her attitude had even soured compared to before. Not that it was ever good to begin with. Maybe. Go out for a stroll. Build up some goodwill or something. Ever since the Cell games ended, the Z Fighters' attitude toward him could be summed up in 8 words. Keep their distance, ever vigilant. Over this period, Xiao Lu had met most of the main characters. Goku came the most often, but of course it was always through King Kai's 2 antennae for a long-distance call. That guy was having a blast on King Kai's planet, contacting him every few days via King Kai's telepathy to ask all sorts of brain-dead questions like, what's the principle behind your assimilation ability? Do you think Super Saiyan 3 exists? Do you eat food or absorb light energy? He seemed eager, ready to pick a fight as soon as he was revived. But it was clear the kid's goodwill toward him was steadily rising. You're strong and you're not out to destroy the world. Then we can be friends. Nothing else matters. This simple-minded creature was the easiest to handle. Just vaguely hint at some matters about training from the future plot, and the kid would be hooked like a man possessed. For instance, if your consciousness could separate from your body, freeing it from the brain's control, allowing your cells to perceive and react autonomously, could you achieve the ultimate state of responding without thought? Goku fell into deep thought after hearing that, and hadn't contacted him since. Just keep pondering. In the main world, even Toriyama had passed away, and you still hadn't figured it out. You're not even a step away from Super Saiyan 2 yet, and you want to understand this. Go take a nap. But the others were different. Piccolo's gaze still lingered in the when will this thing explode phase. As for Vegeta, needless to say, every time they met he looked like he had the words, "I'll kill you," eventually carved on his forehead. As for Son Gohan, honestly Xiao Lu's biggest headache was this half-grown brat. According to the original story, Gohan would basically be wasted for the next 7 years. Shishi forced him to study, and his battle power regressed instead of progressing. By the time of the Majin Buu saga, a mighty Super Saiyan 2 warrior was reduced to a tool used by the Supreme Kai. What a waste. Such a waste. If Gohan could maintain his training intensity during these 7 years, even if he didn't break through to Super Saiyan 3, just solidifying his Super Saiyan 2 foundation would completely change the situation in the Buu saga. How could he save Nobita Gohan? To survive in this world, his own combat power alone wasn't enough. He needed to recruit allies. Gohan was the best investment target. His potential ceiling was ridiculously high, and his personality was soft, easy to persuade, no easy to guide. Just as Xiao Lu was scheming how to stage a chance encounter, the sensor at the door lit up. Someone had arrived. 3 auras. One was overwhelmingly strong with a golden base laced with violent lightning, Super Saiyan 2 level Son Gohan. One was steady and heavy rich with Namekian energy, Piccolo. The third one. Xia Lu's mouth twitched. Pathetically weak. Krillin. How did these three end up together? Miss Bulma, anyone home? Krillin's voice came from the doorway, and even through two walls the cautiousness was palpable. Bulma's voice exploded from the hangar room here. Come in. The door's unlocked. Don't step on the circuit boards on the floor. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Three people. Xia Lu didn't move from his chair, but he uncrossed his legs. Not because he was nervous. What did he have to be nervous about? All of them combined weren't a match for him. That's right, even counting that cocky Son Gohan they couldn't. It was purely because he thought sitting with crossed legs while receiving guests was rude. Since he was trying to build goodwill, he had to mind his manners. The lab door swung open. Son Gohan led the way. The 12-year-old boy wore casual clothes, a white shirt, dark trousers, and ordinary black hair not transformed. But the pressure radiating from his entire being made a stack of blueprints in the corner of the lab tremble slightly. As soon as he entered, his first action was to scan the entire room. His gaze locked precisely onto Xia Lu. Piccolo followed behind Gohan. White cloak, his antennae tilted slightly forward, a sign of a Namekian's alert state. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his position perfectly blocking the path between Xia Lu and the hallway, while trying to cut off the escape route. Pretty experienced. This green-skinned uncle had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The third one in was Krillin. Half his bald head poked out from behind Piccolo's cloak, glancing left at the door and right at the window. After confirming the escape routes, he shuffled in and stood next to Gohan. The trio was assembled. Battle power ranking Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin. Position ranking same. Cowardice ranking Krillin, and still Krillin. Xia Lu stood up from his chair. Yo, everyone's here. Just that one sentence. Krillin's foot retreated half a step. Xia Lu rolled his eyes. Little Baldy, can you show some spine? I don't eat people, you know. You didn't say that when you grabbed me and threw me 20 meters last time. That was a special situation. Xia Lu spread his hands. If I really wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Krillin's expression was a perfect, I don't believe a word you say. Gohan stepped forward. Xia Lu, what is it, little Gohan? I'm not a little kid. Okay, little kid. Gohan's brow furrowed slightly. This offspring of Cell spoke entirely differently from Cell himself. Cell was cold, arrogant, and condescending. This guy? He's fine, just a bit punchable. We came here, worried about me. Afraid he'll do something to Bulma and that hairy little brat. Xia Lu finished the sentence for him, his tone devoid of any displeasure. Instead, he chuckled. Relax. If I wanted to harm them, I wouldn't have waited for you to show up. You just kidding. Xia Lu raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I have no interest in a middle-aged woman and a toddler under 2. Piccolo let out a low grunt from his throat. What exactly are you doing here? Piccolo spoke, his voice deep, and each word tightly clenched. Waiting for the spaceship to be modified. Xia Lu gestured toward the adjacent direction. Bulma's installing a chi sensor amplifier for me. They'll leave once it's done. Go where? Into the cosmos. The three of them paused simultaneously. What do you intend to do in the cosmos? Gohan's guard instantly went up, his fists clenched. Xia Lu sighed inwardly at his reaction. Leaning back against the chair, he swept his gaze across the three of them. He had already rehearsed this spiel before Vegeta and Bulma, and it had worked well. Now the audience had changed, but the core logic remained the same. Playing the victim, tugging at heartstrings, and sneaking in his agenda. The Frost Demon Clan. Xia Lu deliberately slowed his pace as he uttered those 5 words. A visible layer of goosebumps broke out on Krillin's bald head. Piccolo's antennae twitched. Gohan showed no reaction, but his fists clenched even tighter. Frieza is dead. King Cold is dead too. But this race. Xia Lu raised a finger and traced a circle in the air. Do you really think it was just the father and son? Across the entire North Galaxy, hundreds of star systems. Frieza's influence covered more than half of them. Such a vast empire run by just 2 people. Krillin muttered under his breath. What about the Jinyu Force and all that? Those were employees. Xia Lu waved his hand. I'm talking about bloodline. The bloodline of the Frost Demon Clan. What if there's another of their kind hidden away in some corner of the universe? What if that one trains for a few years and surpasses Frieza in battle power? Impossible, Piccolo interjected. Oh, the Frost Demon Clan is one of the rarest known races in the universe. After Frieza and King Cold, there's been no further intelligence on this race. Piccolo's voice was deep, each word deliberate. You should know this from the genetic memories within Cell. This green-skinned elder indeed had a sharp mind. But Xia Lu was prepared. Mr. Piccolo, tell me, before Frieza first came to Earth, did you know of his existence? Piccolo remained silent. You didn't, Xia Lu answered for him. Frieza rampaged across the universe for decades and Earth received no word of it. Not until he personally stormed in did you learn of such a monster. So what about the next one? He spread his hands. Will the next frost demon appear above Earth without any warning? And then who will stop it? Krillin's Adam's apple bobbed. Gohan's expression softened slightly. Xia Lu smirked inwardly. This kid was young and had experienced Namek. The name Frieza naturally carried a filter of fear for him. Easy bait. In truth, this little guy could now crush an entire battalion of Friezas, the untrained ones of course. So, Xiaolu slapped his thigh and stood up. I plan to take a trip through the cosmos and scout out any remnants of the Frost Demon clan. If there's a threat, I'll eliminate it. If not, consider it a vacation. Better than staying on Earth and having you all watch me every day, right? He deliberately glanced at Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, how many days have you been tailing me? Have you slept well? You've got dark circles. Oh, sorry, that's your natural color. Piccolo let out a dangerous growl from his throat. Gohan raised a hand to intervene. Wait. The child, no, the young warrior, furrowed his brow staring at Xiaolu for several seconds. You say you're going into the cosmos to wipe out the Frost Demon clan's forces? Yes. Alone? Yes. You? Gohan hesitated. Why, oi? This question approached from a different angle than Vegeta's. Vegeta had asked what's the point, implying if you can win go, if not don't embarrass yourself. Gohan asked why. The subtext was, your Cell son, why would you do this for Earth? Xiaolu met Gohan's eyes, pausing for a beat. That beat of silence was calculated. Not too long, not too short. Just enough to create an atmosphere of him hesitating whether to speak my true feelings. Then he spoke. Because I killed Cell. Gohan's pupils contracted slightly. He was my father. Xiaolu tilted his head, the curve of his mouth fading for once without a smile. But he deserved to die. He wanted to destroy this planet, kill everyone. I stopped him. I don't regret it. The lab fell silent for a moment. But I still need a way to live, don't I? Xiaolu's tone shifted, taking on a hint of cynicism. My father's enemies are everywhere. Everywhere I go, I'm greeted with Cell's spawn. The way you all look at me, don't hide Krillin, I'm talking about you. It's like I'm a ticking time bomb. Krillin shrank back. I want to do something. Xiaolu shoved his hands back into his pockets and shrugged. Not to whitewash myself, not to curry favor with you. Just, I need to do something to prove I'm not Cell. He paused. After I sweep through the universe and clear out the Frost Demon threat, when you look at me again, at least your first thought won't be, is this guy gonna snap? His speech finished. Krillin's guard dropped by at least 30%, his mouth slightly open in an expression that said, this kid. Maybe he's not so bad. Piccolo remained unmoved. This wily Namekian never changed his judgment based on pretty words alone. But he didn't refute. That was already the greatest concession. Gohan stared at Xiaolu without speaking. The boy's expression was complex. He had personally defeated Cell and witnessed the moment Xiaolu emerged from Cell's body. The weight of patricide might still elude 12-year-old Gohan. But he knew one thing. If Xiaolu hadn't acted, the Cell games might have ended very differently. When are you leaving? Gohan asked. As soon as the ship is modified. Bulma says about 10 days to 2 weeks. Alright. At that moment, Xiaolu seemed to notice something. He tilted his head and studied Gohan for 5 seconds. Gohan, what? Have you been training lately? Gohan's expression flickered, a very subtle change. Mom wants me to study. Just as I thought. Chi-Chi, that tiger mom, was already tightening her net. There was a barely perceptible hint of grievance in Gohan's tone. This kid was still in his prime, Super Saiyan 2 state, the instinct for battle etched into his Saiyan blood, yet he was being forced by his mother to sit at a desk and solve math problems. Well, the pinnacle of cosmic combat power trapped in a math exam. Homework is important, Charu nodded, absurdly serious. But have you ever considered one thing? What? That guy who shows up 7 years from now won't care about your college entrance exam score. Gohan's lips tightened. I know, you know. Then why are you still home doing homework all day? My mom. Can your mom defeat this new enemy? Gohan was speechless. Krillin instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head. Charu took a step forward. They'll say something blunt. Right now you're the strongest person on this planet. Your father's not here, that hothead Vegeta is unreliable, and Mr. Piccolo is a notch below you. Don't glare him stating facts. The safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders. If you slack off, who will bear the burden? Piccolo's lips twitched. He wanted to argue, but stayed silent. Because Charu was telling the truth. Gohan lowered his head, his clenched fists loosening and tightening again. So what do you want? He asked in a muffled voice. Charu had been waiting for this. He raised his right hand and crooked his finger at Gohan. Fight me. The lab fell silent for 3 seconds. Krillin was the first to explode. Fight. Here. This is Bulma's house. If you two start anything here, of course not here. Charu gestured with his chin toward the window. That wasteland outside, a 3-minute flight away. What do you say? Gohan looked up. A fire burned in his pupils. A Saiyant's bloodline is the most honest thing. No matter what the mouth says, the boat's craving for battle cannot be deceived. Are you serious? Gohan's voice was low. Do I look like I'm joking? No. Piccolo finally spoke. He straightened up from the doorframe, his white cape billowing. This is a trap. Charu glanced at him. Mr. Piccolo, can you stop always thinking the worst? If I wanted to kill him, I would have struck while he was sitting in that chair. To put it bluntly, right now on Earth, I'm probably the strongest. I've been traveling the cosmos partly to find the Frost Demon clan. And also, Charu revealed a familiar smile. I wanted to see if in this vast universe there are any warriors who can match me. Before I leave, isn't it only fitting that I spar with the strongest on Earth? His words were perfectly logical, striking a chord deep within the Saiyan soul. Indeed. Isn't this what it means to be a Saiyan? Charu looked Son Gohan up and down. That Super Saiyan 2 form of yours. How many times have you used it? Gohan was taken aback. That one time during the Cell games. So you've only used it once. Yeah. With only one use, how much of its power do you think you can actually unleash? Gohan said nothing, but his expression said it all. He himself wasn't confident. That transformation during the Cell Games wasn't so much a deliberate breakthrough as it was an emotional explosion pushed to his limits. Rage, sorrow, hatred. All those negative emotions piled up and blasted open the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. But that wasn't true mastery. That was losing control. He still didn't know the limits of his Super Saiyan 2, what more this form could unlock, or want to find out. Charu's voice cut into his thoughts. Gohan looked up. Fight me. Not a life or death battle, just a spar. You give it your all, and he'll handle it. If there's anything off, he'll point it out. You'll point it out. Piccolo's voice rose half an octave. You'll teach him, What's wrong with that? Charu replied with utter confidence. I have the genes of over 9 warriors inside me, including his father's. When it comes to understanding the principles of Super Saiyan transformation. Humph. I dare say I'm number 1, and that's no lie. A vein pulsed on Piccolo's forehead 3 times. TCH, since those words were spoken, there was really no avoiding this fight. Gohan hesitated for 3 seconds. Then, let's go. Krillin was completely deflated. Gohan, you're really agreeing. What if he, Uncle Krillin? Gohan turned to look at him. My dad said he means no harm. Krillin opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Everyone knew Goku's judgment had never been wrong. But everyone also knew, when Goku agreed to the 7-year pact, what he was thinking was great someone to fight, not this person is trustworthy. Those two concepts are worlds apart. But Gohan had already walked out. Piccolo followed. Krillin stood there for half a second, stomped his foot, and scurried after them. The western suburbs. A barren wasteland. To be precise, it was a field of craters left over from a previous battle. The ground was pockmarked, devoid of life, and even the insects had moved away. For 5 kilometers in every direction, there was no sign of human habitation. Perfect for 2 monsters to cause some trouble. Charu landed on a flat rock and rolled his neck. His silver carapace refracted light in the sun, the starry patterns swirling. Gohan landed 30 meters directly in front of him. This distance was neither close nor far. Close enough to strike at any moment, far enough to allow reaction time. A standard combat distance. Rules. Gohan asked a single word. You set them. No attacking the bystanders. Charu glanced at Krillin, who was crouched behind a rock in the distance, and a smirk played on his lips. Don't worry, I have no interest in a bald guy. Krillin shrunk back. Piccolo stood on a high vantage point to the side, arms crossed, surveying the scene. He hadn't removed his weighted cloak, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't intend to join the fight. He was there to keep watch. Don't waste my time with forms below Super Saiyan 2, Charu said, flicking his wrists. Go all out from the start. Gohan's expression shifted. Straight to Super Saiyan 2. Was this guy that cocky? Are you sure? Enough talk. Gohan took a deep breath. The next second his aura exploded. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky. The ground shattered. Rocks tumbled. The surface for 100 meters around was peeled back by the shockwave. Gohan's hair stood on end. Golden, standing straight up, every strand distinct. Blue-white arcs of electricity danced between the tips of his hair, crackling. Super Saiyan 2. The pressure of his aura swept outward, sending Krillin tumbling, head over heels twice as he desperately clung to a rock. That's too much. Can't you suppress your aura when you transformed? No one answered him. Charu stood directly in the path of the shockwave, completely unmoved. He was sensing it. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2, compared to the Cell Games. It was weaker. Though weakened, the decline was slight, approximately 5 to 8%. Without the extreme emotional catalysis of real combat, his control over Super Saiyan 2's energy had noticeably loosened. The energy fluctuations were erratic, unstable, like a cup filled to the brim, constantly spilling over. Even in the world of Dragon Ball, this principle held true. Without practice, one regresses. Oh, a boxer's fist must never rest, a singer's voice must never cease. Without training, it just wouldn't do. While you're still not a lost cause, let Uncle save you. All right, Charu clapped his hands. Come on. Gohan had no superfluous words. He moved. Bang. The rock shattered. Gohan's figure vanished from its spot, devouring 30 meters in a fraction of a second. His right fist, wreathed in blue-white electric arcs, smashed toward Charu's face. Fast. Truly fast. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan's speed was indeed terrifying. Across the entire Earth, fewer than 3 living people could keep up with it. But Charu was not at the keeping up level. He was at the seeing it clearly level. He sidestepped. Gohan's fist grazed past Charu's cheek, the wind from the punch shearing off half a rock. The power's fine, Charu's voice came from the side. But when you throw a punch, your right shoulder lifts too high. Gohan's pupils contracted. Before he could digest those words, his body instinctively launched a second round of attacks. A left elbow sweep, a right knee strike, followed by a curved high kick with his left leg. A triple combo. Fast, precise, and fierce. But all 3 strikes missed completely. Charu merely sidestepped, leaned back, and adjusted his footing. Each dodge was accurate to the millimeter, neither retreating an extra step nor wasting a single unnecessary motion. On the second punch, your center of gravity shifted left. Charu spoke, while dodging, his tone as casual as chatting. Didn't your master Piccolo teach you? If your center of gravity shifts more than 3 centimeters past the midline, the power transmission for subsequent attacks is broken. Gohan gritted his teeth. Of course he knew. Piccolo had taught him. But in Super Saiyan 2, the power was too immense. If his movements were slightly overextended, inertia would drag his center of gravity off. The power source is in your core, not your shoulders. Charu dodged another punch and casually brushed Gohan's forearm, deflecting his entire assault by half a Botus width. When your father fights, his power comes from his hips and waist. Don't imitate him. Your body structure is more compact than his. Using your dantian for power is more suitable than your hips. Gohan froze. Seizing the moment of distraction, Charu slapped his palm onto Gohan's left shoulder and gave a gentle push. The force was light, but the angle was extremely cunning. Gohan stumbled 2 steps to the right, blue-white arcs flickering for an instant. See that? Charu withdrew his hand. Your left side defense was wide open. In Super Saiyan 2, you focus all your attention on offense, allocating less than 20% to defense. Gohan steadied himself, his chest heaving. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Again, it wasn't a request. It was a command. A 12-year-old child using the tone of a command. Was the Saiyan blood beginning to boil? A corner of Charu's mouth lifted. Good. But this time I want just dodge. Before the words faded, Gohan had already charged forward. Fists and feet clashed. Shockwaves of energy scattered. The ground was pulverized by their auras, debris flying into the air only to be blasted away by the impact. Charu began to counterattack, but his style was extremely restrained. It wasn't the kind of counter that aimed to deal a fatal blow. It was the kind that stopped at the point of contact. As Gohan threw a punch, Charu sidestepped and then lightly tapped the exposed opening with his finger. After each tap, he commented, "Open here. This punch could sink another 3 centimeters. Your footwork is too fragmented. Take bigger strides. Don't unleash your energy all at once. Divide it into 3 bursts, the first to probe, the second to advance, the third to explode. Yes, just like that, but you pulled back too early on the third." With every tap, Gohan adapted his adjustment speed terrifyingly fast. The Saiyan combat instinct was on full display in that moment. He didn't need to repeat a move 100 times. Being pointed out once was enough for his body to remember. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, Gohan's attack rhythm had clearly changed. His punches were tighter, his power more concentrated, his center of gravity control significantly steadier. Charu's dodging range was starting to widen. Not because Gohan's absolute combat power had increased. That was impossible. 3 minutes could only boost power by a very limited amount. It was because his technique was being honed at lightning speed. With the same 100 units of power, Gohan 3 minutes ago could only deliver 60% of its effect. Now he could deliver 70. Behind a distant rock, Krillin's mouth formed an O. He's teaching Gohan. He couldn't believe his judgment. But the facts were laid out before him. Every counter from Charu precisely struck Gohan's weaknesses with just enough force for Gohan to feel the pain without injury. This wasn't a fight. This was feeding techniques. Krillin turned his gaze to Piccolo, who stood on higher ground. Piccolo hadn't moved an inch. His white cloak billowed in the wind, his arms still firmly crossed over his chest. But Krillin noticed a detail. Piccolo's brow had relaxed. Not completely, but it had shifted from locked tight to slightly furrowed. The gap between these two states for Piccolo meant dropping from ready to fight at any moment to let's observe first. Krillin had known Piccolo for so many years that he was all too familiar with the Namekian's habits. He didn't easily change his attitude toward anyone. Only 2 things could lower his guard by a notch. Either the motive was trustworthy or the strength was respectable. Charu had just demonstrated both. A profound understanding of the Super Saiyan system and a sense of restraint that stopped at the right point. The former proved he indeed had the qualifications to teach Gohan. The latter proved that at least for now he harbored no killing intent. On the battlefield, Gohan's assault grew increasingly fierce. He had fully entered the zone. Blue-white arcs of lightning coiled around his entire body, every punch and kick carrying a violent surge of energy. But this was different from the time of the Cell games. Back then he was driven by rage, his movements full of emotion and devoid of structure. Now he was thinking while throwing punches. Charu nodded inwardly as he parried. This kid was improving too fast. 3 minutes of practical technique feeding was worth 3 months of someone else's blind practice. A Scion's combat talent combined with proper guidance. That's enough. Charu suddenly spoke, raising his right palm to block a straight punch from Gohan. The 2 forces exploded at the point of contact, sending out a ring of shockwaves. Air surged and debris flew. Gohan's fist pressed against Charu's palm, blue-white arcs crackling along the contact surface. They locked eyes. Your Super Saiyan 2 is probably only operating at 70%, Charu said, releasing his hand and stepping back. The remaining 30% is wasted by you. Gohan retracted his fist, his chest heaving violently. His golden hair trembled slightly and most of the arcs dissipated. How am I wasting it, he asked. The circulation of your chi within your body has issues. Charu gestured, drawing a circle in the air with his finger. The arcs of Super Saiyan 2 aren't just decorations, they're the manifestation of chi overflowing after breaking through a critical point. Your overflow rate is too high. meaning about 30% of the energy you generate dissipates directly from your body's surface without contributing to combat output. Gohan's pupils contracted. No one had ever systematically analyzed the energy mechanics of Super Saiyan 2 for him. Back then the transformation was forced out by desperation, and he never had the chance to study it in depth afterward. How do I fix it? Withdraw. Xiao Lu raised a finger. Pull the overflowing arcs back into your body. Not all of it. If you pull it all, you'll explode. Just reduce the overflow rate from 30% to 10%. The remaining 20% should be rechanneled into the circulation loop of muscles and qi. Easier said than done, Gohan frowned. It's not complicated to do either. Go back and spend half an hour each day maintaining Super Saiyan 2. Don't fight, just stand still. Feel the flow of the arcs, then slowly pull them back bit by bit. You'll see results within 2 months. Gohan stared at him for 5 seconds. Why are you helping me? Xiao Lu was taken aback. Then he smiled. Gohan, when that guy comes 7 years from now, Earth will need you. It was a blunt and straightforward answer. No pretense, no beating around the bush. The corner of Gohan's mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile, but it wasn't not a smile either. It was somewhere in between a subtle expression. That reason sounds like something my dad would say. Your dad isn't as straightforward as me. Xiao Lu waved his hand. All right, come train with me whenever you're free. I won't be leaving for a while. Gohan was silent for 2 seconds. Then he did something no one expected. He dropped out of Super Saiyan 2. The golden hair faded. The arcs dissipated. His black short hair fell. Not because of exhaustion. It was because he had let down his guard. Gohan extended his right hand. When's the next training session? Xiao Lu looked at the outstretched hand. It was small, still a child's hand. A few old scars marked the knuckles remnants of the Cell games. He raised his own hand covered in silver-white carapace and grasped it. You decide. The next day Gohan arrived. Even earlier than the day before. Xiao Lu was squatting in the backyard of Capsule Corporation drinking coffee when he sensed 2 energy signatures flying in from the east. One large, one small, one green, one gold. Piccolo was with him. Of course he was. That Greenskin Senior was practically ready to install a GPS on Gohan. Kid, you're already a Super Saiyan 2, and you're still not weaned. Xiao Lu. Gohan landed in the yard, the air pressure from his feet, sending a bedsheet Bulma had hung out to dry flying away. Xiao Lu glanced at the drifting sheet, then back at Gohan. Kid, can you learn to control your energy before you come over? You blew Bulma's bedsheet into the neighbor's yard. I'm not a kid. All right, kid. A vein pulsed on Gohan's temple. Piccolo landed on the wall, his white cape rustling in the morning breeze. He swept a glance at Xiao Lu, said nothing, and found a high perch to squat on like a white dove. Xiao Lu put down his coffee cup. Did you practice what I told you to yesterday? I did. How long did you maintain Super Saiyan 2? 40 minutes. Gohan paused, then added, my mom almost burst into the room. The image instantly flashed through Xiao Lu's mind. Gohan's room blazing with golden light, arcs crackling, Shishi pushing the door open with a plate of fruit. Your mom didn't get blown away by your energy wave, did she? I locked the door in advance. Smart. Xiao Lu snapped his fingers. Let's go. The usual place. The two flew to the wasteland on the west side. Piccolo, as usual, perched up high, arms crossed, continuing to act as a living surveillance camera. What was he even monitoring? Afraid I'd take Gohan to a nightclub or something. After landing, Gohan didn't waste words and transformed directly. His golden hair stood on end, arcs of electricity wrapping around him. But Xiao Lu noticed a detail. Today, the energy wave from Gohan's transformation was noticeably more restrained than yesterday. The ground only cracked in a few places, not tearing up a layer of earth like yesterday. Progress, Xiao Lu nodded. Less energy leakage during the transformation. The corner of Gohan's mouth curled up slightly, but he immediately suppressed it. Kid, you say you're not a child, but you still secretly get happy when praised. But it's still not enough. Xiao Lu shifted his tone. The smugness that had just surfaced on Gohan's face was instantly squashed. Your arc distribution is uneven. Xiao Lu circled around Gohan, tapping a finger on his left shoulder. Here the energy density is thinner than on the right side. The asymmetry will affect your balance during high-speed movement. I can't feel it. Of course not, you've only used Super Saiyan 2 twice. Use it 100 times and you'll feel it. Xiao Lu stepped back a few paces. Today we'll train differently. How, eh? He'll hit you. Gohan froze for a second. You'll hit me, eh? Yeah. I attack, you defend. Xiao Lu rolled his shoulders, the starry patterns on his silver-white carapace swirling. Yesterday, I noticed a major flaw in your defense. You're okay when you're attacking, but once you're on the defensive, your stance falls apart. My defense. Xiao Lu didn't let him finish. He moved. Bam. Gohan didn't even see how Xiao Lu initiated. By the time he reacted, a silver-white palm was already stopped 2 centimeters in front of his nose. The wind pressure slapped his face, blowing his bangs back. You're dead. Xiao Lu withdrew his hand. A cold sweat broke out on Gohan's back. Again. Xiao Lu moved again, this time from the right. Gohan reflexively raised his right arm to block. But Xiao Lu's hand slipped through the gap in his guard, 2 fingers tapping his ribs. The force wasn't strong, but Gohan was knocked 3 meters sideways. Your ribs were exposed. When you block, you lift your elbow too high, leaving your armpit open. Gohan adjusted his stance, clenching his jaw. Again, 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. Each time Xiao Lu attacked from a different angle. front side above below, and once even striking up from the ground. Gohan was hit a dozen times, leaving red marks all over his body, as if someone had drawn on him with a marker. But the improvement was also visible to the naked eye. For the first 5 strikes, Gohan's average reaction time was about 0.3 seconds. By the 10th, it had shortened to 0.15 seconds. By the 15th, snap. Gohan's hand precisely caught Xia Lu's reaching wrist. Both paused simultaneously. A flicker of surprise flashed in Gohan's eyes. Xia Lu looked down at the captured wrist, then up at Gohan. Not bad. His tone carried genuine praise. Not the perfunctory kind used to placate a child, but real solid acknowledgement. 15 rounds. This kid had caught his deliberately slowed attack in just 15 rounds. The combat talent of a Saiyan. Incredible. Truly incredible. Piccolo up high still hadn't moved. As the hem of his white cape was lifted by the wind, Krillin noticed. Piccolo's fists had unclenched. When they had unclenched, Krillin didn't know. But the fists Piccolo had been clenching for 2 days were now loose. Day 3. This time it wasn't just Gohan and Piccolo who came. Krillin had tagged along too. Just watching. Not participating. Krillin raised his hands, standing at a safe distance, looking like a prisoner waving a white flag. Xia Lu glanced at him. Watch if you want, no one's kicking you out. You'd like to join, but do you have the skill for it? I'm telling you now, stand far away and don't get blown away by the shockwaves. I know. Krillin quickly backed off another 50 meters. Today's training had been upgraded. Energy blast deflection. Xia Lu condensed a fist-sized ball of light in his palm, tossing it lightly. I'm going to throw these at you. You're not allowed to dodge. Use your energy to deflect them. Gohan's brow furrowed. Not dodge. Don't dodge. In real combat, there are always attacks you can't evade. Frieza's death beam cells full body barrage. In those moments, deflection is more practical than dodging. You have a point. Before he could finish, the sphere of light was already flying toward him. Gohan instinctively twisted aside to dodge. I said don't dodge. Gohan forced his body back, his right hand striking the incoming sphere. The moment his palm's key made contact with the sphere, a ring of sparks exploded. The sphere was knocked off course, grazing Gohan's shoulder before flying off and blasting a crater into a distant cliff face. The deflection angle was too large. Shara shook his head. You used too much force. Deflection isn't about hard hitting, it's about borrowing momentum. You only need to change its trajectory by 5% to make it miss its target. You used at least 30% force to swat that one. 5%, right? Be gentle. Use finesse. A second sphere shot toward him. This time Gohan didn't swat it. Instead, he gave it a gentle nudge with the base of his palm. The sphere's trajectory curved into an arc and sailed over his head. Good. That was close enough. Sharu condensed 5 spheres of light in one breath. Catched. The 5 spheres shot out simultaneously from different angles. Gohan's body twisted and turned through the barrage of spheres. Not dodging, but deflecting. He pushed one with his left hand, nudged another with his right elbow, and launched a third away with his knee. The 4th sphere grazed past his ear. The 5th struck him square in the chest. Gohan was sent flying back 7 or 8 meters, tumbling once on the ground before steadying himself. 4. Sharu held up 4 fingers. You deflected 4 out of 5. That's a pass. Gohan stood up, dusting the dirt off his clothes. Again, these 2 words spoken by a 12-year-old boy carried a stubbornness that set one's teeth on edge. Sharu curled his lips into a grin. Science, oh science. Krillin watched from a distance, utterly dumbfounded. He turned to glance at Piccolo, hoping to find some shared sentiment on the senior warrior's face. Piccolo wasn't looking at Krillin. He was staring at Shara's hands. More precisely, he was observing the precise control of ki Sharu used to condense the spheres. The power of each sphere was meticulously calibrated to a level that would hurt Gohan, but not injure him. A fraction more would cause harm, a fraction less would render the training ineffective. This level of precision control. Piccolo thought back to his own training of Gohan in his early years. He had thrown the 4-year-old Gohan into the wilderness to fend for himself. Find food when hungry, run from dinosaurs when encountered. That training method was brutal, direct, and utterly devoid of technique. Was it effective? Yes. Gohan had indeed grown stronger. But compared to what Sharu was doing now, a complex feeling welled up inside Piccolo. It wasn't jealousy. Namekians don't play that game. It was an indescribable unease. He had taught Gohan for years, yet he had never so systematically analyzed Gohan's combat system. And this descendant of Cell, who had known Gohan for only 3 days, had already mapped out all of Gohan's weaknesses with perfect clarity. It was like an elementary school teacher watching his student grow up and earn a doctorate only to see them become thick as thieves with their doctoral advisor. Inevitably, a little disappointment creeps in. TCH. A single syllable squeezed through Piccolo's teeth. Day 4. Gohan arrived even earlier. The sun hadn't fully risen, and the boy was already standing at the entrance of Capsule Corporation. He was holding a cloth bag bulging at the seams. Sharu poked half his head out the window. Hey kid, why are you up so early? Does your mom know you're here? I told her I was going to Uncle Piccolo's for tutoring. Going to Piccolo's? For tutoring? Can he teach you physics or math, eh? Lying isn't a good thing, you know. Sort of. Physical education tutoring. This kid really has gone bad. Look, even his hair is sticking up like a little delinquent's, and now he's learning to lie. Gohan shook the cloth bag in his hand. My mom told me to bring this. She said. What did she say? Gohan's expression turned subtle. She said since someone is willing to train with you, go ahead, but you can't let your studies slip. Take this to that Mr. Sheriff fellow. At the very least he's teaching you something. Don't be rude. Oh, so Shishi isn't clueless after all. Gohan handed the bag over. Sheru opened it. Steamed buns. Piping hot buns. At least 20 of them. Shishi's cooking. Sheru picked one up and took a bite. Meat filling a bit heavy on the ginger, but the skin was thin and the filling was generous. Your mom's cooking is pretty good. Of course it is. Gohan's tone suddenly swelled with pride. My mom makes the best food on Mount Paozu. Sheru chewed the bun, silently reflecting. That tiger mom Chi-Chi wasn't completely unreasonable after all. She opposed Gohan's martial arts training, but if someone was legitimately teaching her son something, she would dutifully provide the rations. Alright, let's head out after we finish. Sheru wolfed down the remaining buns in a few bites and patted the flour dust off his hands. Today's training ground was different. No longer in the western suburbs. That wasteland was already riddled with craters from their sparring. If they kept at it, the Geological Survey Bureau would come knocking. Sheru led Gohan to a desolate canyon in the north. 100-meter-high cliffs flanked both sides, and the bottom was a dry riverbed. No buildings within a 10-kilometer radius. A perfect training ground. No sparring today. Gohan was taken aback. No sparring. Then what do we train? Control. Sheru sat cross-legged on a massive boulder. Transform into Super Saiyan 2, and then do nothing. Do nothing, right? Just stand there. Stabilize your Super Saiyan 2 state, and then sense how your ki is flowing. Every meridian, every muscle. Where the ki enters, where it leaves, where it's blocked, and where it leaks. Isn't this just meditating? Meditation is closing your eyes and letting your mind wander. I'm talking about perceiving while under the load of Super Saiyan 2. It's different. Sheru crossed his legs, the tip of his tail tapping rhythmically against the stone surface. In Super Saiyan 2, your heart rate spikes, your blood flow accelerates, your muscles tense up. Maintaining calm under this high-stress load is harder than fighting 100 battles. But once you can do it. He paused for a beat. Your Super Saiyan 2 will truly belong to you. Gohan was silent for a few seconds. Then he transformed. Golden hair stood on end, arcs of lightning crackled around him, and the entire canyon was bathed in a golden light. Then, he closed his eyes. Standing still, not moving an inch. 30 seconds later his brow furrowed. After a minute, sweat beaded on his forehead. After 2 minutes, the arcs of lightning began to flicker erratically. My left leg. The key seems to be detouring around my knee. Gohan's voice was strained. Right? That's a blockage point. Sheru's voice was lazy. Don't rush. Clear it out slowly. Like unclogging a drain. Your analogy. Focus. Gohan fell silent and continued to perceive. He stood there for a full half hour. Meanwhile, the old Father Piccolo had been crouching for half an hour on a high ledge at the canyon's edge. He hadn't moved an inch. Meanwhile, the old Father Piccolo had been crouching for half an hour on a high ledge at the canyon's edge. He hadn't moved an inch. Meanwhile, the old Father Piccolo had been crouching for half an hour on a high ledge at the canyon's edge. He hadn't moved an inch. Later, Piccolo's posture shifted from crossed arms to propping himself up with one hand. Almost casual. Krillin was also there. He brought a lunchbox and crouched behind a rock, eating and watching. Speaking of which, Krillin mumbled while chewing a rice ball. This cell is actually teaching Gohan pretty well. He glanced at Piccolo. Piccolo ignored him. Mr. Piccolo, what do you think of him? Shut up. Oh. Krillin stuffed half a rice ball into his mouth and fell silent. But what he thought was, if Piccolo truly found something wrong, he would have charged down long ago. He didn't move, which at least meant he approved of Cell's training methods. He just wouldn't admit it out loud. An elementary school teacher and a doctoral advisor. Though their love was the same, their levels were inevitably different. This green-skinned guy's stubbornness had never changed. On the 5th day, Vegeta arrived. No greeting. No notice to anyone. Gohan and Cell were mid-fight in the canyon when Cell suddenly turned his head to look at the eastern horizon. A violent aura was approaching. Fast, straight, and full of aggression. Like a meteor hurtling toward the ground. Vegeta, a big one's here. Cell smirked. Gohan sensed it too and paused his attack. 3 seconds later, Vegeta landed at the canyon's edge. Blue battlesuit. White gloves. Arms crossed over his chest. The exact same pose as Piccolo. Cell wondered if those two had attended the same etiquette class. Alright, I get it. Both of you are aloof and elegant. Vegeta didn't look at Cell. He was watching Gohan. More precisely, he stared at the blue-white arcs of electricity crackling around Gohan. Super Saiyan Grade 2. Vegeta himself hadn't even touched the peak of Grade 1, yet while Gohan was already maneuvering effortlessly in Grade 2. Kakarote's brat. Every time he saw this sight, his heart felt like it was being scraped with sandpaper. But he didn't leave. He found a spot. Another rock 5 meters from Piccolo. And sat down. Mr. Vegeta won a round. Cell waved at him. Vegeta's mouth curled downward. Humph. I have no interest in sparring with something like you. Though he said that, his rear didn't move an inch. Cell didn't push it. He turned back and continued training with Gohan. But out of the corner of his eye he noticed a detail. Vegeta's fingers were tapping unconsciously on his knee, the rhythm matching Gohan's punches. This guy was memorizing. He was using his eyes to record Gohan's attack patterns. Cell almost laughed out loud. Saiyan pride wouldn't allow Vegeta to ask for guidance. But the Saiyan battle instinct compelled him not to miss any chance to learn. These two forces twisted into a rope inside Vegeta, turning him into the most awkward spectator in the world. Clearly engrossed, yet his face had to wear an expression of, "I'm just passing through." On the 6th day Vegeta came again. On the 7th day, he came again. And he arrived earlier than the previous 2 days, even earlier than Gohan. When Cell reached the canyon, Vegeta was already crouching in his usual spot. "Mr. Vegeta, you're quite early today." "Shut up. I'm waiting for this canyon to quiet down so I can train. Finish up quickly and get lost." "Bullshit. There were plenty of open spaces tens of thousands of kilometers away for training. You specifically had to wait for this canyon." Cell was laughing inside, but he didn't call him out. He knew how to save face for a Saiyan. Today's training was continuous combat. Cell had Gohan maintain his grade 2 state and attack him nonstop for 20 minutes. "Don't stop. If you do, I'll hit you. You're already hitting me. Then he'll hit harder. Begin." Gohan's onslaught came crashing down like an avalanche. Punches, kicks, energy blasts, close quarters grappling. The combat power of a 12-year-old half-Saiyan in grade 2 was enough to make the entire canyon tremble incessantly. Rocks kept crumbling from the cliffs, and the riverbed was pockmarked with deep craters. Cell parried and fed moves simultaneously. "Retract your punches faster. Your retraction speed is 0.2 seconds slower than your punch speed. Those 0.2 seconds are enough for me to kill you 3 times. Don't use such flashy kicks. You're not Captain Jinyu, you don't need to strike poses while fighting. Keep it practical. Compress your energy blasts more. Your blast diameter is too big, so it disperses quickly. Have the size, and the power will at least triple." Every time Gohan fixed one issue, a new one emerged. But he never complained. Fix, adapt, fix again. The Saiyan learning speed in combat was pushed to its limit during this process. After 5 minutes, Gohan's attack efficiency improved by a notch. After 10 minutes, Cell's evasions began to turn serious. 15 minutes. Gohan threw a punch. Cell sidestepped, but the force of the wind shaved off a small piece of carapace from his shoulder. Cell looked down at his shoulder. A silver fragment glinted in the air before scattering on the ground. Gohan panted heavily, his fist still extended. He also saw that fragment. "I hit you." Gohan could hardly believe it himself. Cell touched the gap on his shoulder. The carapace was already regenerating, growing from the edges inward, restoring itself in seconds. "You hit me." Cell admitted it bluntly. What he didn't say was, that punch he hadn't deliberately held back. He had genuinely barely dodged it. This kid's progress had already exceeded his expectations. The growth rate of grade 2 Gohan in just 5 days was nothing short of absurd. At the canyon's edge, when Vegeta saw that piece of carapace, his tapping fingers stopped. His teeth ground audibly. Back at Capsule Corporation that night, as Cell passed by the gravity room, he heard sounds coming from inside. Boom, 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 boom. The display panel on the gravity room showed current gravity multiplier 450 times. 450 times. That number was a full 50 times higher than Vegeta's training intensity from the previous week. Cell leaned against the corridor wall and listened for 3 seconds. A suppressed roar came from inside the gravity room. The energy fluctuations surged violently, then plummeted. Failure. Another failure. But soon a second roar came. The energy surged again. Cell shook his head and turned away from the corridor. Saiyan pride wouldn't allow Vegeta to ask for guidance. But Saiyan battle instinct would drive him to chase relentlessly. By day he watched Gohan being trained, by night he struggled in the gravity room. At this training intensity, Cell made a rough estimate in his mind. Vegeta's breakthrough to grade 2 might come much earlier than in the original timeline. Interesting. On the 8th day after training ended, Krillin approached. Cell. That principle of energy blast compression you mentioned, could you explain it to me too? Cell looked down at Krillin. Krillin's combat prowess ranked at the bottom among the Z fighters. The title Earth's #1 sounded impressive. Yet the ceiling for an Earthling was so low, in truth, wasn't he still just a weakling? However, this bald man had an advantage. He wasn't afraid of embarrassment. He dared to ask what others wouldn't. He did what others were too proud to do, and he did it with a clear conscience. Your energy blasts. Sherry recalled. That Destructo disc of yours could use some tweaking. Krillin's eyes lit up. Destructo disc. You know a way to improve the Destructo disc? I carry Frisia's genes within me. Frisia's death saucer operates on a principle similar to your Destructo disc. Sharu crouched down to Krillin's eye level, drawing a circle on the ground with his finger. What's the biggest problem with your Destructo disc? Lack of precision. It's hard to control once it's launched. Right. Krillin nodded vigorously. That's because your rotational axis is unstable. Sharu tapped the center of the circle. A Destructo disc is essentially a high-speed rotating disc of energy. If the axis is off, the flight path goes awry. When you fire it, try leaving a tiny energy core in the center. It doesn't need to be strong, just a speck, to act as the pivot point of a spinning top. With that stabilizing axis, the flight accuracy of the Destructo disc could improve by 30%. Krillin, squatting opposite him, listened so intently that his breathing slowed. Also, Shara drew 2 more circles, one large and one small. Have you ever considered launching 2 Destructo discs at once? 2 could fire one from each hand, but I wouldn't be able to control them. Who said anything about using both hands? One hand is enough. Cheru overlapped the two circles. One large, one small, nested together. The outer ring handles cutting area, the inner ring focuses on penetrating power. Fire them simultaneously. If the target's defense is too tough for the outer ring to cut the inner one, will drill right through. Clint's jaw dropped. That works. It works in theory. Go back and practice. Given your energy reserves, controlling two destructo discs simultaneously might be a bit taxing, but you'll get it with practice. Clint spun around in place, 3 times clutching his head. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Clint was revitalized. As long as he could get stronger. Don't think only Saiyans yearn to become more powerful. Clint too had been trained by a master since childhood and had encountered numerous fortuitous adventures. If he weren't in the Dragon Ball world in any other story, his experiences would undoubtedly make him the main protagonist. It really was annoying, this whole bloodline thing. Cheru watched Clint happily scamper off to contemplate the double-layered destructo disc and shook his head. The bald one was handled. The cost was a few minutes of talk and 2 circles drawn on the ground. Too easy to please. He was practically the cost performance king among the Z fighters. That evening, Cheru returned to his temporary room at Capsule Corporation. Lying in bed with his feet propped up, he stared blankly at the ceiling. The gravity chamber next door was rumbling again. Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta was training extra. Today's gravity multiplier. 500 times. Cheru closed his eyes and casually used his telekinesis to sense the cell in the drawer. The Dragon radar lay quietly amidst a pile of instant noodle forks untouched. Bulma said the spaceship would need another 5 or 6 days. That was enough time. Cheru turned over using his tail to curl a pillow under his head. A rather foolish thought suddenly popped into his mind. This Gohan. He really wasn't short of fathers. First, his biological father, Son Goku. Even though the guy was dead on King Kai's planet, he called long distance via King Kai's telepathy every few days. The words he said to Gohan were always the same. Gohan, you need to train hard. Practice more with Cheru when you have time. I'm learning something amazing over here. Classic absentee landlord paternal love. He wasn't there, but his presence was overwhelming. Then his father figure Piccolo. This Namekian would never admit it verbally, but the look in his eyes as he watched Gohan train from the canyon's edge was more affectionate than any real father's. When Gohan got hurt, Piccolo's fists would clench. When Gohan improved, Piccolo's brow would relax. This paternal love was hidden deeper than his battle power, but everyone could see it. Actually, Demon King Piccolo, it wouldn't be that hard for you to have a biological child, would it? Just spawn one, what's the difficulty? And now there was himself added to the mix. Uncle Cheru the Master, who was like a father for a day. 3 fathers. Had Gohan saved the galaxy in a past life? His reincarnation was a 3-pull jackpot. Then Cheru suddenly thought of something even more absurd. When Gohan grows up and becomes the Saiyaman that look those poses. Legs wide apart, hips thrust out, arms striking all sorts of bizarre angles. It looked way too familiar. Captain Ginyu. That captain of the Ginyu Force loved to strike all kinds of flamboyant entrance poses during battle. Gohan had met Captain Ginyu, but they were enemies back then. So where did this dance style come from? Did Saiyan genes carry a recessive hereditary program for how to strike embarrassing poses in battle? Cheru thought about it for 3 seconds, decided the reasoning was too ridiculous, turned over, and buried his face in the pillow. Forget it. Nonsense. But once the thought took root, it wouldn't go away, and Cheru chuckled into the pillow for a good while. The sound from the gravity chamber suddenly stopped. Cheru pricked up his ears. It was silent for 5 seconds. Then, a violent surge of energy exploded within the gravity chamber. Wild searing, carrying the unique golden energy fluctuations of a Saiyan. But this time the frequency of the fluctuation was different from usual. Faster, denser, with a faint hint of electrical arcs at the edges. Cheru sat bolt upright in bed. Something was wrong. This wasn't ordinary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's energy was oscillating wildly at some critical threshold, trembling violently like a boiling kettle. The limit of Super Saiyan was being pushed to its ceiling. The golden aura was already showing traces of blue-white impurities. The precursor to Super Saiyan 2. A breakthrough. Cheru's eyes narrowed. This was only the 8th day. In the original story, Vegeta broke through to Super Saiyan 2 just before the World Tournament 7 years later. Now barely over a week had passed, and he was already. The energy continued to climb. Climb to a limit. Then like a deflating balloon, it plummeted instantly. A dull thud echoed from the gravity chamber. The sound of a body hitting the floor. No breakthrough. Just a step short. Cheru lay back down on the bed. So close, tragic Vegeta. But this was already fast. At this rate, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to Super Saiyan 2 before Cheru left Earth. Watching Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 combat drills during the day, then coming back at night to push himself relentlessly. This Saiyan prince might never admit defeat verbally, but his body was honest enough. Cheru turned over the tip of his tail, tapping rhythmically against the bedboard. Alright, everyone was busy. Gohan was improving. Vegeta was catching up. Clint was developing new techniques. Piccolo was gradually letting his guard down. The spaceship would be ready in 5 or 6 days. Once the ship was modified and the Dragon radar was in hand, a trip into the cosmos. By the time he got back, these guys should have grown enough to handle the early phase of the Bu saga. As for Bu himself, that was a story for later. First, handle the situation at hand. Sheru closed his eyes. The sound from the gravity chamber started up again. Vegeta had gotten back up. He continued training. The dull thuds under 500 times gravity came one after another as regular as a metronome. A punch a kick, never stopping. Listening to this sound, a slight smile touched the corner of Sheriff's mouth. The indomitable Saiyan Prince. It was good. Maybe he should tease him. Oh no, he should fan the flames. Xiaolu rolled out of bed. His tail tip-tapped the bedboard one last time as he stepped barefoot onto the floor. He wore no shoes, nor did he need them. His chitin-encased soles clicked faintly against the tiles. From the direction of the gravity room, Vegeta's ki still surged. 500 times gravity. For any ordinary person on Earth, stepping inside would instantly crush them into a flat pancake. Even Krillin would be forced to his knees, literally. But Vegeta was throwing punches inside. One punch after another, the dull impact echoing with absurdly steady rhythm. Xiaolu didn't take the main entrance. He circled to the side of the gravity room and found an observation window. It was designed by Bulma. Tempered glass with 3 layers of protective coating, allowing a view from outside while remaining opaque from within. A standard monitoring window. Bulma had installed it to catch Vegeta in time if he passed out from training. Xiaolu pressed his face closer. Inside the gravity room, a crimson light enveloped the entire space. Vegeta wore his blue battle suit. His white gloves were soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to the backs of his hands. He was striking air. No, he was executing a form. Each punch carried a burst of ki, exploding into visible shockwaves upon hitting the void. Under 500 times gravity, those shockwaves were compressed flat and dense, skimming across the floor and slamming against the inner walls of the chamber with a dull metallic resonance. Xiaolu focused on Vegeta's ki. Golden Super Saiyan energy boiled around his surface, his hair fully erect, his pupils a standard jade green. But looking closely, at the edges of the golden aura, an extremely thin blue-white arc of electricity flickered occasionally. It came and went in an instant. But Xiaolu saw it. It was indeed the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's Super Saiyan form had been pushed to its absolute limit, the energy density so high it was on the verge of overflowing. Just one thin layer of paper remained to be pierced, and it would become Super Saiyan 2. But that layer of paper could sometimes be thicker than a wall. Xiaolu watched for about 30 seconds. At the 31st second, Vegeta stopped. Not because he was tired, because he sensed something. Under 500 times gravity, Vegeta's perception was somewhat compressed, but Xiaolu's aura was far too distinctive. That composite energy fluctuation, a blend of Frieza, Saiyan, Namekian, and Android, was unmatched anywhere else on Earth. Vegeta's head snapped toward the observation window. He couldn't see outside. It was one-way glass after all. But he knew someone was there. Who? One word. His voice was hoarse, carrying the undertone of labored breathing from prolonged exertion under 500 times gravity. Xiaolu didn't move. Come out. Xiaolu still didn't move. Vegeta slammed his palm onto the control panel, dropping the gravity from 500 times to normal. His body instantly became 499 times lighter. He launched himself to the door, yanked it open. Xiaolu was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, tail swaying leisurely. Yo! A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Were you spying? Spying? Not at all. Xiaolu waved a hand. I was just passing by, heard the noise, and paused to appreciate the show. Appreciate? Vegeta's mouth curled downward, the word clearly stung. My training doesn't need an audience. Then what were you doing squatting in the canyon for 8 hours watching me and Gohan fight? Vegeta's expression froze for a fraction of a second. I told you I was waiting for you to leave. I'm waiting for us to leave. For 8 straight days, rain or shine. The prince's patience is truly admirable. Vegeta's fists clenched. Xiaolu knew that if he kept teasing, the prince might actually throw a punch, so he stopped while he was ahead and changed the subject. 500 times gravity, huh? He glanced at the control panel in the gravity room, his tone casual. Last week you were still training at 400. 50 increase in a week. Can your knees take it? Want me to send you a miracle realm? No, I don't need your concern. I'm not concerned. Just curious. Xiaolu tilted his head. Your ki oscillated at a certain point just now. Lasted about 0.7 seconds. Did you feel it? Vegeta didn't answer. But he didn't close the door. That was enough. Xiaolu understood. Vegeta would never admit to needing anyone's advice, but as long as he didn't slam the door in your face, it meant he was listening. That oscillation point, Xiaolu said, stepping into the gravity room and leaning against the control panel, is the entrance to Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's pupils contracted. You think I don't know? You know it. But you can't break through. Vegeta was silent. The gravity room fell quiet for 3 seconds. The hum of the air conditioner was exceptionally clear. Xiaolu stared at Vegeta's face. It was etched with displeasure, but beneath the displeasure lay something deeper. Frustration. Gohan had touched upon Super Saiyan 2 at age 12. Kakarot was up to walk-knows what on planet Namek. And he, the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta 4, was still grinding against the ceiling of Super Saiyan. It was probably akin to discovering the kid at the next desk had already secured early admission the day before the college entrance exam. What exactly are you trying to say? Vegeta's voice dropped low. Spit it out. Xiaolu had been waiting for that. Let me tell you something. He crossed his legs, a deliberately provocative pose, while leaning on the console. You know Dr. Jiro, right? That mad old man. Yeah, that one. Xiaolu raised a finger. Well, sort of my grandfather. Not important. I have something to tell you. During his research on androids Dr. Jiro conducted an extremely in-depth analysis of Saiyan genes. At the cellular level, this statement snapped Vegeta's attention into sharp focus. Though Dr. Jiro was a madman, his creations had nearly destroyed Earth. No. 17 no. 18 Cell. Each was a monster of the highest order. Research on Saiyan genes from a man like that carried significant weight. Of course, how much of what Xiaolu was about to say was actually from Dr. Jiro's research was known only to him. Probably 99% fabrication. But the remaining 1% of substance was the key. Dr. Jiro discovered that the Saiyan transformation system was completely different from what he had initially imagined. Xiaolu paused, observing Vegeta's reaction. Vegeta stood still, arms crossed. The classic, "I'm listening but I won't admit it" posture. Go on. Most people, including Dr. Jiro's initial assessment, thought Super Saiyan was already the limit for Saiyans. Super Saiyan 2 was merely an enhanced version of Super Saiyan, and that was the ceiling. And then he realized he was wrong. Xiaolu's tone shifted. The playfulness vanished, replaced by seriousness. Within Saiyan genes, the potential for transformation is virtually limitless. The hum of the air conditioner in the gravity room suddenly seemed very distant. Vegeta's fingers stopped moving. The hum of the air conditioner in the gravity room suddenly seemed very distant. Vegeta's fingers stopped moving. He had been unconsciously tapping his own arm, just like he had been tapping his knee in the canyon during the day. But those words made his fingers freeze. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Cell raised his fingers, counting them one by one. Don't you think it's possible that beyond Super Saiyan 2, there might be even stronger forms? Like Super Saiyan 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Vegeta was somewhat lost in thought. He hadn't even touched Super Saiyan 2 yet, and this silver-shelled creature was already talking to him about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Of course, he didn't know it could also be red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. If anyone else had said such things, Vegeta would have dismissed it as hot air. But Cell was different. This creature contained all the combat data Dr. Jiro had collected and had also inherited Cell's battle instincts. Vegeta couldn't completely ignore what he said. What are the later stages like? When Vegeta asked this question, his voice was practically squeezed through clenched teeth. A Saiyon's pride would not allow him to seek instruction, but a Saiyon's thirst for knowledge, more accurately their greed for battle power, forced him to open his mouth. Cell almost laughed out loud. Haha, what a shame he didn't bring a camera. This scene was just too amusing. Hold it in. He cleared his throat. According to Dr. Jiro's calculations, if Super Saiyan 3 exists, its energy density would be about 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. The strain on the body after transformation is immense. The hair will grow long. Very long. And the pressure from the aura around the body could crack the ground for miles around. The earlier part of this statement was fabricated, but the conclusion was true. Vegeta's Adam's apple bobbed. 4 times. 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. He couldn't even touch the edge of Super Saiyan 2, and above that was a Super Saiyan 3 with a 4-fold increase waiting for him. Of course, if Dr. Jiro were here, he would probably be shouting in protest. I was just a mechanical bug collecting your genes back when there wasn't even a Super Saiyan in the entire universe. How the hell could I have analyzed Super Saiyan forms? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on top of that. But the great trickster Cell didn't care about any of that. That's what dead people are for. Is that all? Vegeta's voice was dry. Is that all? Cell repeated the question with a smile. Prince, you're quite greedy. Super Saiyan 3 isn't enough. I'm asking you, is there anything after Super Saiyan 3? Cell's smile froze for a second. He looked at Vegeta's face. There was no greed on that face. It wasn't the expression of someone wanting more. It was a kind of confirmation. Vegeta was confirming one thing: how much road lay ahead. He wasn't afraid of a long road. He was afraid the road had come to an end. If the limit of a Saiyan was just Super Saiyan 2 or 3, then spending his whole life chasing Kakarot and Gohan would only mean competing for second or third place in a finite pool. But if the road ahead was infinite, then the pursuit itself had meaning. Cell suddenly felt that Vegeta was not as simple as he had previously thought. There is. Cell dropped his teasing tone and gave a crisp answer. Vegeta waited. Dr. Jiro's genetic model crashed after reaching the 3rd stage because his computer's processing power wasn't enough. But before the model crashed, he saw a trend. The Saiyan transformation ladder isn't 3 steps, it's a spiraling staircase. Cell raised more fingers. After Super Saiyan 3, theoretically, there's a 4th stage. Even a 5th, 6th. Dr. Jiro wrote a line in his notes that I remember very clearly. He paused for a beat. The genetic structure of the Saiyan race seems as if it was specifically designed by some madman for infinite evolution. Every time a limit is broken, the genetic chain automatically reorganizes, opening up new transformation paths. This is not natural evolution, this is God's toy. Of course, Dr. Jiro had never written anything like that. This note was fabricated by Cell on the spot. but its effect was outstanding. Vegeta's breathing changed. Not heavier, but steadier. The rapid panting from his intense training was forcibly suppressed into an even rhythm within those few seconds. This was Vegeta's habit when thinking. The steadier his breathing, the faster his mind was working. Infinite evolution. Vegeta repeated in a low voice. Cell seized the opportunity. So Prince Super Saiyan 2. What is Super Saiyan 2? It's just the second step of the staircase. You're agonizing over not being able to reach the second step, but have you ever considered that even if you do, there are third, fourth, and nth steps waiting for you above? He spread his hands. The gap between you and Kakarot, the gap between you and Gohan on this infinite staircase actually amounts to nothing. Today he's on the second step and you're on the first. Tomorrow you might reach the third while he's still on the second. The day after you get to the 10th and he's at the 8th. Who knows? There is no upper limit. There is no ceiling. You think you've hit your head. Sorry, that ceiling above your head is made of paper. Poke through it, and there's an even higher one above. After saying this, Cell himself felt a little sick. Too much chicken soup for the soul. But for someone like Vegeta, chicken soup was useless. What was useful was the fact. Even if 99% of this fact was fabricated, as long as that 1% was true, it was enough. Because Super Saiyan 3 did exist, and the forms after Super Saiyan 3 also existed. The red-haired, blue-haired, white-haired ones. Information about those forms was buried deep in Cell's memories. He couldn't say too much, but he could let a little wind slip. Enough for Vegeta to chase for a lifetime. The gravity chamber fell silent again. Vegeta stood under the red light, his shadow stretched long. His arms were still crossed over his chest, his posture unchanged. But his entire aura had shifted. How to put it? The Vegeta of a moment ago was an overheating engine desperately revving to smash through a wall. The Vegeta now. The wall was still there, but he was no longer just staring at the wall. He was beginning to look at the road beyond it. Are you done? Vegeta spoke. I'm done. Get out. Cell shrugged. Sure thing. He turned and walked toward the door. After 2 steps he looked back. Oh, by the way, Mr. Vegeta, what now? There was a pause between your 47th and 48th punches. About a 10th of a second. That pause wasn't due to stamina. Your chi got knotted up at your dantian. Next time try sinking your chi to the soles of your feet before throwing a punch, then let it rebound from there. Taking a circuitous route is more efficient than channeling it directly from your dantian to your fist. With that, Cell really left. The tip of his tail flickered one last time before disappearing around the corridor corner. The gravity chamber door was open. Vegeta stood there staring at the empty doorway. He had taken those words to heart. Sink chi to the soles, take a circuitous route. It wasn't some profound theory. It was even a bit crude. But as Vegeta recalled the feeling between his 47th and 48th punches, there was indeed a pause. He hadn't noticed it himself. But that guy through a one-way glass had seen it after watching for 30 seconds. TCH. Vegeta walked to the control panel. His finger hovered over the gravity adjustment dial. 500 times. He hesitated for a second. Then he twisted the dial to 520 times. The spaceship landed on the launch pad in the backyard of the Capsule Corporation. The silver-white spherical shuttle reflected the sunlight, its streamlined exterior devoid of any visible rivets, appearing as a seamless whole. It was advanced by more than 3 generations compared to the old relic that Goku used to travel to Namek. The superluminal engine, fully automated life support, and stellar-grade endurance capabilities were impressive, and even the cockpit chairs had been ergonomically adjusted. Bulma said it was to prevent you from developing a herniated disc after flying in space for half a year. Cheru felt she might be overestimating the probability of artificial humans suffering from such a condition. Everything is inside. Bulma stood at the spaceship's door, hands on her hips, tilting her chin towards the interior. I've preset 3 flight paths for the navigation system, each corresponding to the historical activity zones of the Frozen Demon Clan in the Northern Galaxy. You start with the first one and switch to the second one when you lose signal at the end. Understood. The Chi amplifier is installed in the 3rd slot on the left side of the main control panel. It needs 40 seconds for the power-on self-dist, so don't rush. During the scan, reduce the spaceship's speed to below sublight, or the Doppler effect will interfere with the signal accuracy. Understood. The food compartment is stocked with 3 months' worth of compressed rations. At your eating rate, it should last about a month and a half, so make it last. I'll try. Bulma pulled out a palm-sized flat device from her lab coat pocket with a silver-gray exterior and a pea-sized indicator light on top. Chi amplifier. Finished. She handed it over. Cheru took it, examined it, and weighed it in his hand. It was absurdly light, about the weight of a cookie. However, this device had a scanning radius covering thousands of light years. Theoretically, as long as there was a living frozen demon within the Northern Galaxy, it could lock onto a general location. Bulma, what? Thank you. When Cheru said those 2 words, his tone was serious, devoid of the usual playful teasing or sarcastic undertones. It was simply 2 plain words. There was no need for further elaboration. Bulma was indeed a respected scientist. She was momentarily taken aback. Then she turned her face away, waving her hand in the air. All right, I get it. Hurry up and get out. Got it. Cheru stored the Chi amplifier away and turned to walk into the cabin. After taking a few steps, Bulma called out again. Cheru. Don't die out there. Cheru looked back at her. Bulma didn't meet his gaze, focused on wiping her hands on her lab coat, scrubbing vigorously, as if trying to remove something that wouldn't come off. I want die. Shara grinned. After all, I am the son of a perfect being. The perfect being was devoured by you like jelly. Get lost, get lost. Bulma finally lifted her head and waved at him. Be careful on the road. Contact me with the spaceship communicator if anything comes up. I've already adjusted the frequency. Shara nodded and stepped through the cabin door. The door slowly closed behind him. Bulma stood on the launch pad, watching the silver-white spaceship reflect the afternoon sunlight, mumbling something under her breath before turning to walk towards the laboratory. After taking 3 steps, she stopped. I need to use the restroom. She turned a corner, heading towards the restroom on the first floor of the laboratory. Inside the spaceship cabin. The moment the cabin door closed, the expression of gratitude and good youth on Shara's face vanished at a visible speed. In its place was a look that could only be described as, how to put it, like a cat that stole a fish. He did not sit in the pilot's seat. Instead, he stood inside the cabin door and closed his eyes. He extended his consciousness outward, piercing through the spaceship's metallic shell, through the cement ground of the launch pad, through the walls of the laboratory, accurately locking onto that sesame-sized cell. It was still there. Inside the groove on the back of the Dragon Ball radar, his cell lay quietly, blending seamlessly with the radar's casing. Shara's lips curled upward. Good. The problem now was, Bulma had gone to the restroom. There was no one in the laboratory. The Dragon Ball radar was in a row of drawers in the laboratory. The straight-line distance from here to the laboratory was about 80 meters. How long would Bulma take in the restroom? Shara quickly recalled the observational data from this period. Bulma had an exceptionally high coffee consumption rate, at least 4 cups a day. Coffee is a diuretic, so her restroom frequency was also high. But each time it didn't take long, on average 2.5 to 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Enough. More than enough. Yet Shara did not move. He was waiting. Waiting for the sound of Bulma's footsteps to completely disappear in the direction of the restroom. Waiting for there to be no other sounds in the laboratory corridor. Waiting for everything to quiet down. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Enough. Shara closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness on that cell. This was the cell tissue he had practiced controlling remotely over the past few days. At first, he could only sense its position. Later, he could make it wiggle slightly, and then he could command it to crawl slowly along the surface of an object. Now he could make it perform more complex tasks. Instructions were issued. The sesame-sized cell began to expand. It was not growing larger, it was transforming. It stretched from a flat dot into a very fine filament, spreading along the edge of the Dragon Ball radar's casing, reaching the contact surface between the radar and the bottom of the drawer. Continuing to extend. The filamentous cell squeezed into the gap between the bottom of the radar and the drawer, enveloping the radar entirely. Not completely, just forming a thin film underneath. Then Shara lifted it with his mind. The Dragon Ball radar floated out of the drawer. To be precise, it was being supported by that layer of cellular film. The cell tissue acted as a miniature vehicle, gently raising the radar, leaving the drawer, and hovering in midair. A drop of clear, sticky liquid seeped from Shara's forehead. Controlling detached cells to perform precise actions was more taxing than he had anticipated. It wasn't a physical drain but a mental one, like trying to pick up peanuts with a 10-meter-long chopstick, theoretically possible, but requiring intense concentration. The radar floated out of the drawer opening. Shara instructed it to move along the ceiling. The laboratory's ceiling was filled with pipes and ventilation ducts, and a palm-sized round object pressed against it would be hard to notice even if someone looked up. Moving along the ceiling. Passing through the laboratory. Reaching the window. The window was open. Bulma had a habit of keeping the windows open for ventilation, especially after welding work. The smell of solder would give her headaches if not dissipated. The radar drifted out of the window. Outside was the backyard of the Capsule Corporation. The launch pad was just 30 meters away. Shara opened his eyes. He walked to a small airlock on the side of the spaceship. This was an emergency supply receiving port designed by Bulma, allowing for the receipt of small items without opening the main cabin door. He pressed the airlock switch. A circular hatch the size of a bowl opened. 3 seconds later, the Dragon Ball radar floated in from outside, landing steadily in Shara's outstretched palm. The layer of cellular film peeled away from the radar's surface, crawling up Shara's fingers back to his fingertips, reintegrating into his skin. The entire process, from Bulma turning away to the radar being in hand, took 1 minute and 42 seconds. Shara looked down at the Dragon Ball radar in his palm. Its blue circular casing bore the BC logo, and the screen faintly displayed the remnants of several glowing dots. He flipped it over to take a look. The groove was now empty, smooth, and flat, leaving no trace. Perfect. Xia Lu stuffed the radar into the storage compartment beside the driver's seat and closed the lid. Then he settled into the seat, fastened his seatbelt, and rested his fingers on the ignition panel. His expression reverted to that standard harmless mode. The cabin communicator lit up. Bulma's voice came through. Hey, you still haven't left? What's the holdup? She had returned from the restroom. Xia Lu pressed the talk button, just checking the equipment. Leaving now? Checking what? Do you think something I installed could possibly malfunction? Get lost. Yes, I'm going. Xia Lu released the talk button, the curve of his mouth lifting a little more. His fingers pressed the startup sequence. The engine roared. The The spacecraft vibrated slightly as the anti-gravity system activated. The silver-white sphere slowly lifted off the ground, ascended, accelerated. 3 seconds later, a streak of silver light tore across the sky, vanishing into the blue horizon. A wave of heat rose from the launch pad, causing the flowers in the nearby planter to sway. Bulma stood at the entrance of the laboratory building, gazing up at the fading contrail in the sky, a damp tissue still clutched in her hand from drying her hands. He's gone. She crumpled the tissue into a ball, tossed it into the nearby trash can, and turned back into the lab. Pushing open the door, she scanned the room. Everything was as usual. The instruments were there, the toolbox was there, the formulas on the whiteboard were there, the half-drunk cup of coffee on the desk was there. Only the person in one of the chairs was missing. Bulma walked to her workstation and sat down, opening a drawer to find a pen. Her fingers brushed over the assortment of junk. Expired chips, a fork for instant noodles, a few screws, a roll of insulating tape. She didn't dig to the bottom. She found the pen in the second layer. She closed the drawer. Bulma began sketching on the blueprint, humming a tuneless song. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon the row of drawers. The innermost compartment was empty, but no one noticed. At least not today. Beyond the atmosphere, the spacecraft pierced the stratosphere, the thermosphere, the exosphere, entering the vacuum. Earth shrank rapidly behind him, from a blue ball to a blue marble, then to a speck of light. Xiaolu leaned back in the pilot's seat, propping his feet up on the console. If Bulma saw him in this posture, the welding torch would probably come flying straight at him. On the left side of the console, the green light of the Chi amplifier blinked, incessantly trembling like it had Parkinson's. Day 1. No signal. Day 3. No signal. Day 7. No signal. Day 15. Xiaolu put his feet down from the console, then propped them up again, then put them down, then propped them up again. Xiaolu was a lazy fellow, and he didn't emulate the cultivation maniac Kakarot by training in the spaceship. So he just had to stay put. Dr. Reeves from Huagua was an audiophile. The ship's speakers were really good, but even after listening for half a month straight, he was bored stiff. The green light was still blinking. He stared at the indicator light, no bigger than a mung bean, for a full 3 minutes, almost willing it to turn into a relic. Bulma, is this thing of yours just a flashlight? No one answered in the cabin. The other end of the communicator was tens of light years away. A message would take ages to get there. On the 21st day, the Chi amplifier finally let out a beep. Beep. Xiaolu nearly jumped out of his seat. His leg jerked, and his knee slammed into the edge of the console with a dull thud. Holy shit. Got it. Forgetting to rub his knee, he slapped his finger onto the screen. Coordinates popped up near the third planet of a red dwarf star. Chi intensity was moderate, and the energy frequency matched the genetic signature of the frost demon race by 78%. 78. Enough. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Xiaolu floored the accelerator. The hyperdrive engine roared, and the ship, trailing a silver light, shot towards the target. Arrived 3 days later. It was a gray, dusty planet, its surface covered in rocks and dunes with a few bizarre-looking plants scattered here and there. The Chi signal was 3 kilometers ahead, moving slowly. Xiaolu squinted, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Lord Frisia's distant uncle. Isn't that the imperial uncle? Or King Cold's illegitimate son? He landed, opened the hatch, and floated over silently, rounding a cluster of rocks. The source of the Chi came into view. It was a lizard. A 1.5 meter long purple lizard basking on a rock, its tongue flicking in and out. Mid-flick it spotted Xiaolu, froze for half a second, then turned and bolted. Xiaolu stood still, the smile slowly solidifying on his face. He looked down at the Chi amplifier. The indicator light was still on. Match rate 78%. Xiaolu held the amplifier up to his eyes, studied it seriously for 3 seconds. Then he slapped his own forehead. The frost demon race's genome contains a partial sequence characteristic of reptiles. This damn thing scans genetic frequencies. Lizards are reptiles too. Bulma. He roared into the communicator, is your amplifier scanning lizards? No response from the communicator. Xiaolu took a deep breath, then another, returned to the ship, and kicked the hatch shut. Day 26. Second signal. Match rate 82%. Higher than last time. Xiaolu had learned his lesson this time. He didn't rush to hit the accelerator. He first pulled up the coordinates and studied them for a long time, then cross-referenced the star map to check the surrounding celestial bodies. After confirming the planet had an atmosphere, liquid water, and clear signs of biological activity, he leisurely headed over. It was a blue-green habitable planet with dense vegetation and oceans covering 60% of its surface. The source of the Chi was on an island. Xiaolu suppressed his aura and infiltrated quietly. He passed through a jungle, skirted a waterfall, and crossed a swamp. The source of the Chi was crouching on a rock in the middle of the swamp. It was a frog with a tail. Is that you, Jinyu? Doesn't look like it. Pure white with 2 antennae on its head, crouching on the rock, puffing out its cheeks, going ribbit. Xiaolu. Frog ribbit. Xiaolu. Frog ribbit. Xiaolu slowly raised his hand, pulled the Chi amplifier from his pocket, and held it between his fingers. He held it up before his eyes. The wind was gentle. The sun was nice. He considered whether to just crush this damn thing into a pancake and throw it into the swamp to feed the frog. He thought about it for 2 seconds. In the end, he stuffed it back into his pocket. After all, it was something Bulma had stayed up many nights to make. If he crushed it, he'd have to go back and ask for another one. Going back to ask. Xiao Lu pictured Bulma's face, the one that could curse a man into the ground, and instantly dropped the idea. Ribbit the frog called out again. Ribbit, your sister. Xiao Lu kicked a rock, turned around, and walked back. Day 34. Xiao Lu propped his feet up on the console for the nth time, then put them down for the nth time. The green light on the chi amplifier was still blinking there, making his eyes go blurry. Beep. Xiao Lu didn't even lift his head. Match rate 76%. Looked like another reptile. Sweeping all the way here, and it's all this junk. I could almost compile a complete atlas of northern galaxy reptiles by now. First was a big lizard. Second was a frog with antennae. Third was a nest of newly hatched snakes on some desert planet packed tightly together, their auras overlapping into one. He flew over excitedly, only to be thoroughly disgusted. The fourth. He couldn't be bothered to remember the fourth. The communicator buzzed, and after a long delay Bulma's voice came through, distorted by static due to the distance. Is there something wrong with your brain? What are you doing? A long-distance communication, and you reply after over a month, just to start cursing. Picking on the honest ones if it weren't for your skills. Do you understand genetic similarity? Over 99% similarity defines the same species. Humans and gorillas share 98.8%, and humans and bananas even have 40 to 50%. You're matching with 78%. Match my foot. And the Chi Sense amplifier is an aid, not a navigation device. It gives you a suspected range. You have to narrow down the aura and go identify it yourself. Did you think it was a radar that would beep and say Frisia detected ahead? Really? How did Dr. Gero create such a foolish thing like you? The communicator snapped off. Cher is slumped in his chair, scratching the back of his head. This is the Dragon Ball world, big sister. He muttered to the empty cabin. And you're talking to me about genetics? Upstanding citizens walking around with bear heads, tiger heads, and hippo heads, even driving police cars, and you're talking to me about genetics? So Officer Bear's mother was a female bear. No one in the cabin answered. Cher stared at the ceiling, beginning to ponder a philosophical question. Maybe he should just warp straight to New Namek. Summon Purunga, make a wish to locate all members of the Frost Demon race in the universe. Done in 3 seconds, saving 2 months' worth of compressed rations. He sat up and swiped his fingers across the navigation panel. He had the coordinates for New Namek. With the hyperdrive at full power, it would only take. Beep. 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 A screen in the center of the console suddenly lit up. It wasn't the Chi Sense amplifier. It was the ship's built-in communications monitor. A mess of red, yellow, blue, and green signal sources clustered on the screen, dense as dumplings in a pot, the frequency bands as chaotic as a market broadcast. Shara squinted. Civilian bands, commercial bands, encrypted bands. All of them. With this signal density, there had to be a big place nearby. He zoomed in on the star chart. 2 light years ahead, there was a grayish-brown asteroid. It wasn't large, but its surface was densely dotted with metallic reflective points. A port, and a fairly busy one at that. Shara's finger paused on the navigation panel. New Namek. Could wait. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well check out this rundown port. What if the person he was looking for was there? And even if not in a place like a spaceport with all sorts of lowlifes gathered and black market rumors flying everywhere, he could just squat in a corner, pick up a few scraps of conversation, and maybe get a lead on the Frost Demon clan. And even if that failed, his rations were almost gone. Shara looked down at the food storage. Bulma said it was a 3-month supply, who had devoured 80% in a month and a half. With the little compressed rations left, he had to mentally prepare himself for half a day every time he tore open a pack. Eating those things felt like gnawing on cement grit. He had an eternal furnace, so it wasn't about filling his stomach, it was purely for the pleasure of taste. If I'm craving flavor, why would I eat compressed rations? Oh wait, why did I even bring this stuff? What a mess. That poor planet. Let's go. We have to go. Sharu slapped his thigh and the hyperdrive roared to life with a single thrum. The spaceship dragged a silver light straight toward the asteroid. The closer it got, the denser the signal sources on the screen became. Communications in various languages interwove. Berth 7, requesting landing clearance. Get lost. I was here first. Energy crystals now 8,000 per carat, no tricks. Mercenaries have gone up in price again, damn it. Sharu raised an eyebrow. He leaned back in his seat, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Interesting. The ship entered the asteroid's gravitational field. Through the porthole, the grayish-brown, celestial body gradually enlarged. Its surface looked as if it had been slashed into countless ravines by a blade, with dense metal structures embedded within. Berths, control towers, energy pipelines. All jumbled together chaotically. All sorts of spaceships circled in the port's airspace. There were the round battle pods of Frisia's army, flashy modified private yachts, rusty battered cargo ships, and one. Shara squinted. Was that thing welded together from meteorite shells? On the communication channel, the control tower's impatient voice scraped through. Unregistered vessel, state your identification code and purpose of visit. Shara stretched lazily and pressed the transmit button. His voice drifted out languidly, just passing through, stopping for a rest to refuel and get a good meal. Identification code. Don't have one. The control tower was silent for 3 seconds. Docking fee is double. Berth 17. Welcome to Dinoa Port. The communication cut off. Shara grinned and pushed the control stick forward. The silver-white spaceship swept across the port sky and dove down toward Berth 17. He didn't know yet what awaited him as he stepped into this place. But following a thrill-seeker's instinct, Shara had a very pleasant premonition. This trip was definitely going to be very interesting. Dinoa Port's artificial gravity was 30% lower than Earth's, making walking feel floaty, like stepping on cotton. Shara left his ship at Berth 17, hands in his pockets, strolling along the main street. Shops lined both sides of the street. Energy crystal exchanges used spaceship modification shops, black market weapon dealers, mercenary agencies. And a few places with pink neon lights where all sorts of bizarre hostesses stood at the doors. Some had 6 arms, others had 2 tentacles sprouting from their heads and one. Shara took a second look. He couldn't even tell if that creature was female or male. Sir, would you like to come in and sit? Sir, a barrel of our Lucas beer is only 50 zenny. Sir. Shara waved them off and kept walking. He stopped at a crossroads. Not because he was solicited, but because he was being watched. A tall, skinny figure in a dirty trench coat straightened up from a wall by the street corner and shuffled over. This guy had a triangular head, grayish-blue skin, 3 eyes squeezed onto his face, and a chin sharp enough to pierce iron. Friend, first time in Dinoa Port, right? Shara stopped and tilted his head to look at him. What gives it away? You can tell by the aura at first glance. The triangular head rubbed his hands together, his 3 eyes roving over Shara. You've got taste, you've got style. You're a man who does big things. Shara smiled. It was a very gentle smile, with his eyes curving slightly like an elementary school student who had just been praised. Harmless, easy to fool, as if he had the word sucker tattooed on his forehead. You flatter me. Friend, what's your esteemed surname? No need for formalities. My surname is Xia. Mr. Xia? Mr. Xia. The triangular head slapped his thigh. We're fated to meet. To be honest, I have a business deal on my hands. Energy crystal smuggling, direct supply from the original mine. Market price is 8,000 a carat, but I can get it for 3,000. You just need to put down a deposit of 20,000 zenny, and in 3 days you'll get 10 times your investment back. Shara nodded, listening with an occasional his expression shifting between curiosity, shock, and temptation. The triangular-headed man grew more animated with each word, his spittle nearly landing on Xia Lu's chin. So you see, Mr. Xia, this deal is a sure win. All you have to do is pay up. Yes, you're a sharp one. All right. Xia Lu reached into his pocket. 20,000, right? The triangular-headed man's 3 eyes lit up like car headlights. He was already mentally planning which club to celebrate at tonight. The next second, Xia Lu's hand didn't emerge from his own pocket, but instead slipped into the inner pocket of the other man's trench coat. Before the triangular-headed man could react, the bulging money pouch was yanked from his chest. Xia Lu weighed it in his hand. It was heavy. He casually untied the pouch and glanced inside. It was packed with gleaming golden coins, each stamped with a crowned head and a line of small print along the rim. Frisia, Interstellar Bank, Universal Zenny. Oh, currency issued by the great king himself. You see, real estate and finance, they've got to be linked. Well, you're quite loaded. You. The triangular-headed man's 3 eyes went wide, and he reached to snatch it back. That's mine. Xia Lu raised his arm, holding the pouch high. Didn't you just say you wanted to swindle? I mean earn 20,000 from me. When did I say swindle? I said earn. Same thing. Xia Lu looked down at him. This pouch barely holds 5,000 at best. That's far from enough. You? Hey, race the deal, Xia Lu said with an exceedingly friendly smile. He'll take this 5,000 for now. You can slowly scrape together the remaining 15,000. When you've got to come find me at Berth 17. He'll be waiting. The triangular-headed man's lips trembled. You're robbing me. Help. Someone. Robbery. People on the street glanced over, then went back to minding their own business. In a place like Port Dinoa, scenes like this played out 800 to 1,000 times a day. No one had time to intervene. Not to mention, with Xia Lu's current harmless smile and the other man's sharp chin practically screaming, I am a con artist, even if someone wanted to step in, they'd only end up helping the wrong person. Xia Lu leaned in with a grin. He didn't release his aura, but as his consciousness swept over the triangular-headed man, every hair on the man's body stood on end. It was an indescribable pressure, like a colossal beast snoring right behind your neck, its breath hot against your skin. The triangular-headed man's shouts caught in his throat. Take care. Xia Lu patted his shoulder. The man's legs quivered as he stumbled backward 3 steps, then turned and fled, the hem of his trench coat flapping in the wind. Xia Lu jingled the pouch and grinned to himself for a moment. The strongest in the universe right now. He muttered to himself, Beerus is asleep, you is asleep. Forget taking a couple of coins from you. Even if I blew up this planet, well. Of course he had little interest in murder, arson, planet destruction, or robbery. But a con artist's money. That wasn't stealing. That was robbing the rich to help the poor. The rich one was the con artist, and the poor one was himself. Perfectly logical. Xia Lu stuffed the pouch into his pocket and continued his stroll. After 2 blocks, a crooked sign emerged around a corner. The metal plate bore a few words blackened by smoke: the drunkard's horn. 2 drunks were crouched by the door, one hugging a bottle and snoring loudly, the other vomiting against the wall. The rainbow-colored contents made Xia Lu wonder what the guy had eaten. He stood at the entrance studying it for 3 seconds. This is the place. That's how it always went in movies. Whether it was a tavern or a tea house, they were hotspots for information. The protagonist walks and takes a seat, and within minutes valuable intel lands right in their ears. Aliens or martial arts, it's all the same. Xia Lu pushed open the door. The door was an old-fashioned wooden double door that creaked as it swung open. A wave of mixed odors hit him. Cheap alcohol, sweat, burnt meat, grease, and some unidentifiable spice. The smell was dizzying. The light was dim, and a dusty ceiling fan spun slowly. Behind the bar stood a fat man with 4 arms, 3 polishing glasses, and 1 scratching his belly, without even lifting his gaze. In the corner sat a few tables of bounty hunter types, their weapons piled on the tables as they picked their teeth with knife tips. The second-floor private rooms had grimy curtains behind, which came faint sounds of women's laughter and men's shouts. Xia Lu squinted, head just like a script. He strolled to the bar and hopped onto a high stool. The 4-armed owner finally looked up. What'll it be? What's the most expensive thing you've got? The owner paused for half a second. Red Cardos, 1200 a glass. He'll take one. Xia Lu pulled the gleaming money pouch from his pocket and plopped it onto the bar with a clink. The 4-armed owner's eyes finally opened all the way. The gazes from the nearby tables swept over in unison. Xia Lu could feel them. At least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were boring into his back from different angles, some appraising, some calculating, and a few clearly coveting his money pouch. He didn't even blink. The owner slid a glass of dark green liquid over its rim, steaming with white vapor. Xia Lu picked it up and took a sip. It tasted like gasoline mixed with peppermint candy. He forced himself not to spit it out, smacking his lips. Good stuff. The owner's mouth twitched. Xia Lu turned around slowly, leaning his back against the bar with half his rear on the stool, and began to listen intently. An android's hearing was a wonderful thing. He could tune into any conversation among the dozen tables in the tavern, like flipping through TV channels. At the third table to his left, 3 mercenaries were complaining about shrinking pay. Ever since Frisia kicked it, mercenary work's been getting harder to find. Yeah, back in the day with the Cold Force, 1 job would net you 100 million. Now those damn Galactic Patrol hire us to wipe out bandits for a lousy 500,000 a month. Those bastards. Skimping on public funds like that. Xia Lu's ears perked up. Frisia. But listening more closely, there didn't seem to be anything valuable. He switched channels. At the second table to his right, 2 merchant-looking types were huddled close, speaking in low voices. Did you hear? That guy Bibidi got himself killed. Bullshit. He was a formidable one, ruthless as hell. Who could take him out? No idea. Word is his death was mighty suspicious. Xia Lu's eyelids lifted slightly. Bibidi. That name was familiar. You wouldn't know that guy unless you were a hardcore Dragon Ball fan. He was Bibidi's father, the one who'd come to Earth 7 years later, trying to revive Bu. Looked like a green bean fly. His combat power was practically zero, but his dark magic was something else. Even Vegeta fell for it. Who killed him? The Supreme Kai, of course. That sneaky bastard pulls a move like that. How would anyone find out? He picked up the gasoline mint cocktail and took another sip. That sneaky bastard pulls a move like that. How would anyone find out? He picked up the gasoline mint cocktail and took another sip. The old wooden door of the tavern creaked open once more. Xia Lu cast a sidelong glance. 3 figures entered. The one leading was a short man no taller than young Xia Lu, had been barely over a meter in height. His skin was purple, his head completely bald, and his features were crowded onto a small face. However, his eyes were sharp and cunning. He scanned the surroundings first before stepping inside. This fellow wore a dark Frisia Force uniform, its chest emblem polished to a gleam, as if it had just been pressed straight from the wardrobe. In a tavern filled with grimy trench coats and battered leather armor, he looked utterly out of place. Following the short man was a tall individual with green skin, a well-proportioned build, and a cold, hard expression. His jaw was set tight, and as he walked, his hands hung by his sides, perpetually poised to grab a weapon. This one also wore the Force uniform, though it was considerably more worn, with frayed edges on the shoulder guards. Bringing up the rear. Xia Lu's hand holding his cup paused. The one at the back had to turn sideways just to squeeze through the doorframe. Good heavens, a minotaur. His size was absurd. He had reddish-brown skin, a face full of thick flesh, small eyes buried in the fat, and arms thicker than Xia Lu's waist. His battle armor was strapped tightly around him, the seams looking ready to burst. As soon as these 3 entered, the tavern's usual clamor noticeably subsided. Not out of fear. It was because of that uniform. The Frisia Force uniform. In this universe, it had once represented a simple concept. Kneel or die. Though Frisia had been gone for years, a dead tiger still casts a formidable shadow. Seeing that uniform still managed to intimidate a few people. Of course, only a few. A group of bounty hunters at a corner table glanced over, sneered, and went back to picking their teeth with a knife tip. The short man glanced at that table, said nothing, and led his 2 subordinates straight to an empty table against the wall. The tall one pulled out a chair for the short man before sitting down himself. The large figure plopped down onto a stool, the legs groaning in protest. Boss 3 Roca wines, hot ones. The short man tapped the table. His voice wasn't loud, but his enunciation was clear, the tone of someone accustomed to giving orders. The four-armed boss used one hand to grab 3 cups, another to hoist a kettle, a third to wipe the counter, and a fourth was still scratching his belly. Xiao Lu stared at the uniform for a few seconds. It looked familiar. Not the uniform itself. All uniforms looked the same, but the combination of these 3 people. A short one, a tall one, a burly one. Wearing Frisia Force uniforms. Die-hard loyalists. He frowned, sifting through his memories. The reservoir of Dragon Ball memories was vast. Just the named grunts under Frisia were numerous. Dodoria, Zarbin Jinyu. Those he remembered well. But the minor remnants of the Force after Frisia's fall. Xiao Lu slowly turned back, continuing to drink his gasoline mint concoction, his ears tuned in. Lord Sorbet, how long will we be staying here? The tall man's voice was very low, but to Xiao Lu it was as clear as if whispered directly into his ear. The short man. Sorbet picked up the steaming wine that had just arrived and blew on it. We'll leave once we've resupplied. No point lingering in a place like this, it invites trouble. But my lord. The large man rumbled, his voice like thunder rolling across an iron drum. Our ship. That engine part. Weren't we supposed to replace it last time? The hyperspace drive's resonance bearing, the tall man interjected. Shisami, I've told you 100 times. If you can't remember, don't bring it up. Tagoma, don't be so hard on me. Xiao Lu's hand holding his cup froze. Sorbet. Tagoma. Sure, Sammy. The 3 names collided in his mind, sparking a revelation. Holy shit. Resurrection F. It was them. Sorbet, the de facto leader of the Frisia Force remnants, the small man who had struggled to keep the Force running after Frisia's death. Tagoma, Sorbet's adjutant and enforcer. Shisami, a powerful but dim-witted brute. What was their deal again? Right. They later scoured the universe for the Dragon Balls, eventually going to Earth to use them to resurrect Frisia from hell. Loyal subjects indeed. After Frisia had been dead for so long, the entire Force had scattered like a tree full of monkeys. Those who could run ran, those who could betray betrayed. Only these 3 still remembered to dig their boss out of his coffin. Such loyalty, in ancient times, would have warranted a monument. Don't scoff. Ask yourself this: if your boss or leader was gone and you had a chance to revive them, but it would require immense hardship, would you do it? Xiao Lu's lips curled slightly. He took another sip from his cup and continued listening. Sorbet set down his glass, pinching the rim with 2 fingers and turning it. Tagoma, what about this month's report from the Perimeter Patrol? Not good. Very bad, Tagoma said, his voice tense. The garrison on Planet 38 mutinied last week. The captain defected with his men to the Galactic Patrol. The mines on Planet 117 were taken over by bounty hunters. Our people sent to reclaim them were driven back with 3 broken arms. Sorbet said nothing, tapping his fingers on the table twice. Also, Tagoma paused. King Cold's old subordinates are demanding territory again. Those useless fools, Sorbet said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. King Cold died even before Lord Frisia. What right do his remnants have to contend with us? But they have numbers. What use are numbers? Lord Frisia alone could annihilate their entire clan. The table fell silent for a few seconds. After those words, none of the 3 responded. Because the problem was right here. Lord Frisia was no longer with them. Hearing this, Xiao Lu thought to himself, Frisia is currently in hell, surrounded by a group of angelic young ladies singing and dancing in a circle around him. Did you know that? The image was just beautiful to imagine. Sure, Sammy gulped down a large mouthful of wine and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Lord Sorbet, I have a question. Speak. How much longer? Can we actually hold out? Tagoma shot him a glare. Sure, Sammy shrank back slightly, but didn't retract his words. Sorbet was silent for a moment. Whether we can hold out depends on what we want to do. His voice was very soft, but every word was enunciated with perfect clarity. If we just want to be a band of space pirates barely surviving, we can scrape by for a few more years. And if not? Tagoma asked. Sorbet looked up. Xiao Lu didn't see his expression, but he could hear it in his voice. The little man's tone had suddenly shifted from weariness to a stubborn, suppressed fire. Lord Frisia should not have died like this. The table fell silent once more. Lord Frisia should not have died like this. The table fell silent once more. Lord Frisia should not have died like this. The table fell silent once more. Xiao Lu listened for a long while. Their conversation circled endlessly, always circling back to one word: miserable. Sorbel pinched the rim of his cup and turned it slowly. Tagma crossed her arms over her chest, frowning. Zasami lay sprawled across the table, chin resting on her forearms like a beached fish. Warehouse of Base 72, emptied last month. Tagma tapped the tabletop once, then again with a single finger. Military supplies, energy weapons. Even the plumbing in the latrines was stripped bare. Who did it? The former garrison commander. He defected to the Galactic Patrol with his troops, and before leaving looted everything portable and detonated what remained. Zasami slammed her palm onto the table, her cup bounced. Traitorous scum. Back when Lord Frisia ruled, men like him were reduced to ash on sight. Lord Frisia is gone. Sorbel replied, voice calm and detached. Silence fell again across the table. Xiao Lu held his cup steadily, eyes averted, but every nerve in his ears remained fixed upon that quiet, tense surface. He noticed something curious. Whenever their talk hit a dead end, whenever silence thickened into a suffocating pause, it was always Sorbel who broke it first. Not with comfort, not with hollow encouragement, Just a cold, unadorned fact. Was he heartless, or merely lucid? What about payment? Sorbo shifted topics smoothly. Your shipment we escorted last time. Has the buyer transferred funds yet? Tagma shook her head. Delayed. They claim they must inspect the cargo first. Payment follows verification. How long has inspection taken? 3 weeks. Have you pressed them? We have. Their reply is the Frisia force still even operational. I assumed it had dissolved long ago. Sasami's knuckles whitened around her cup. These wretches. Once they dared not even breathe near our insignia. Enough. Sorbo lifted his cup and took a measured sip of hot liquor. What good is rage? They know our fists lack force now. Why should our fists lack force? Sasami bristled. My combat strength is still. Your strength amounts to less than a fraction of a fraction before Lord Frisia. Sorbo didn't even glance up. Sasami's mouth opened, then snapped shut. There was no rebuttal. Xia Lu mentally noted another point in Sorbo's favor blunt, unsparing speech. Yet each word struck true precise as a scalpel. To hold together the Frisia force's scattered remnants for years after Lord Frisia's death demanded extraordinary skill. He took another sip of that gasolinian permanent concoction. Its flavor remained indescribable, yet he was growing accustomed to it. Human adaptability is terrifying. Or rather, he wasn't human. An android's adaptability is even more terrifying. Master Sorbo, Tagma lowered her voice, so low even the bounty hunters at the next table couldn't catch a whisper. Regarding that matter, have you reached a decision? Xia Lu's ears twitched. Ah, gossip. Sorbo didn't answer immediately. He set down his cup and wiped the condensation from its rim with his thumb, slow, deliberate. I've been thinking. About what? Sasami leaned in. One question. Does the Force still have a future? Sasami scratched his head. Isn't it obvious? With Lord Frisia there is future. Without him. He choked on his own words mid-sentence. Sorbo lifted his gaze. The Dragon Balls. 2 words, softly spoken. Yet they landed heavier than any thunderclap. Tagma and Sasami froze in unison. Xia Lu's spine tensed. Not with tension, but exhilaration. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. The show had begun. Tagma leaned forward, half a body-length voice dropping to a near inaudible murmur. Master, you mean to revive Lord Frisia using the Dragon Balls? Sorbo neither nodded nor shook his head. The Namekian Dragon Balls grant any wish, including resurrection of the dead. Lord Frisia himself verified this truth during his lifetime. But, Tagma's tone sharpened urgent, so much so she paused, catching her breath before continuing. Namek was destroyed. Lord Frisia himself obliterated it during his battle with that scion. That world ceased to exist, and the Dragon Balls perished with it. The Namekians did not all perish. Sorbo cut her off. Intelligence reports confirm survivors fled and rebuilt elsewhere. Where their new homeworld lies, and under what name, I cannot determine. Those slimy bastards buried themselves deep. Tagma frowned. If it can't be traced. However, Sorbo raised a single finger. There exists another set of Dragon Balls. Sasami blurted, Earths. Both Tagma and Sorbo turned to stare. Sasami grinned, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. I know this one. Lord Frisia launched his first expedition to Namek precisely for the Dragon Balls, and later Earthlings followed suit. Intelligence confirms Earth possesses its own set. Remarkable. You actually recalled something useful. Tagma's lips twitched. Haha. Ignoring the banter, Sorbo continued. Earth's Dragon Balls number 7. When gathered, they summon Shinran, the eternal dragon, and grant resurrection of the deceased. Before Lord Frisia's first campaign against Namek, intelligence compiled exhaustive dossiers on Earth's Dragon Balls. He withdrew a palm-sized device from an inner pocket of his uniform, placed it on the table, and pressed a button. A faint hologram shimmered into existence, a small blue planet rotating slowly in midair. Earth. Xia Lu glanced at the projection. From his vantage point, he could clearly see several red markers dotting the azure sphere, archival data left by intelligence. A quiet amusement stirred within him. This dossier must be ancient. Data predating Lord Frisia's first assault on Namek. That was eons ago. Earth's landscape had transformed beyond recognition since then. But that hardly mattered. What mattered was, he knew exactly where this story would lead. Earth? Tagma stared at the blue orb, her brow furrowing deeper. Master Sorbo, I must remind you of one thing. The Scions. Yes. Her voice tightened. Lord Frisia fell on Namek, at the hands of a Scion. Later his mechanized form and King Cold journeyed to Earth for vengeance, and were slain there by Scions once more. That planet harbors, at minimum, 2 Super Saions. 2. Sorbo repeated the number. Xia Lu smiled inwardly. So they're referring to Trunks and Son Goku. Super Saions remain 2, for now, but not the pair you imagine. Yet warriors surpassing that tier-bound androids 17 and 18 Piccolo, all possess power exceeding even the Super Saiyan threshold. Your intelligence is catastrophically outdated. Perhaps. More than 2, Tagma added quietly. Our intelligence on Earth has been virtually non-existent all these years. Who knows how many of those monkeys have bred? I know. Sorb turned off the holographic projection and tucked the device back into his pocket. A glass shattered across the tavern, the crack cutting through the murmur from the opposite table, where a few drunkards cursed before resuming their drinking. Sorb waited for the noise to fade before continuing. That's why I've been hesitating. Locating the Dragon Balls is easy. Just sweep with the detector once. The problem isn't finding the Dragon Balls. The problem is how to leave that planet alive after we find them. Silence fell over the table again, heavier and longer than before. Shara swept a sidelong glance across the three faces. Each wore a different expression. Tagoma was calculating success rates, risks, cost-benefit ratios. That one analyzed everything from start to finish, the quintessential staff officer. Sure, Sammy was wrestling with it, his brow furrowed, lips pressed tight, massive fists clenching and unclenching beneath the table. Sorb was waiting for the other two to figure it out on their own. They'll go. Sure, Sammy spoke first. Tagoma turned to look at him. Sure, Sammy thumped his cup on the table, sloshing a few drops of liquor. They'll go to Earth. I can handle the Dragon Ball business alone. Are you insane? Tagoma's voice rose half a pitch before he forced it back down. You going to Earth alone? Any one of those Scions could crush you into dust. I know. Sure, Sammy spoke those two words flatly. No heroic fervor, no grim resignation, just the plain calm of someone who knew he would die, but chose to go anyway. Shara's hand paused mid-reach for his cup. He hadn't expected that thick-skulled, muscle-bound bullman to sound so steady when he said, I know. If Lord Frisia were still alive, Sure, Sammy murmured, staring at the swirling liquor in his cup, would those bounty hunters dare to occupy our minds? Would those traders dare to pack up and run? Would those buyers dare to delay our payments? He downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. No, none of them would dare. So, Tagoma pressed. So we have to bring the Lord back, Sure, Sammy said, wiping his mouth. You two don't need to come. If Lord Sorb leaves, the army falls apart. You're his adjutant. You can't leave either. He thumped his chest, the breastplate echoing with a dull boom. They'll go. Sneak and grab the Dragon Balls and run. If the Scions find me. Then what? Then he'll just run faster. Tagoma's mouth twitched. He wanted to curse, opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Sorb remained silent the whole time. Only after Sure Sammy had finished thumping his chest and laying out his brilliant sneak and grab and run plan did Sorb finally speak. If you go alone, what's the probability of finding the Dragon Balls? Sure, Sammy froze. You don't even know what a Dragon Ball looks like, do you? Orange spheres with stars. Hey, I know that. The 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across the entire planet. How long would it take you one person to search the whole world? And where would you even look? Tagoma cut in, all while dodging those Scions. Besides, the Earthlings use the Dragon Balls too. Someone's probably guarding them. So you're saying we shouldn't go? Sure, Sammy snapped. Not go? Then the Lord can never return. How can we? I didn't say we shouldn't go. Tagoma drew a deep breath. Shara noticed. Tagoma's fingers had stopped tapping the table. He flattened both hands on the surface, palms down, then slowly curled them into fists. They'll go with you. Sure, Sammy blinked, his tiny eyes sunk deep in their sockets. You? Didn't you say it was dangerous? Danger is danger. Tagoma said, his mouth tight, jaw muscle twitching. But with that brain of yours, you'd get lost on your own. Go ahead and mock me. I know I'm not smart, but Enough. Sorb picked up his glass and tapped it lightly on the table. The sound was soft. Yet both men fell silent instantly. All three of us go. Tagoma and Sure Sammy stared at him in unison. Sorb set the cup down, his fingers resuming their slow, idle rotation around the rim. They'll leave the army to Beriberi. He can hold things for a while. This Dragon Ball business isn't something you can handle by sending a lackey on an errand. It requires adaptability, on-the-spot judgment, and maneuvering right under the Scions' noses. He raised his head, looking at each of them in turn. I want rest easy unless I go myself. Tagoma's lips moved as if to speak, but a single glance from Sorb silenced him. It's settled. Sure, Sammy held back for a long moment, then let out a gruff, raspy snort. Lord Sorb, your loyalty to the Lord is truly. Don't get sappy. Sorb lifted his cup. To be honest with you, Lord Frisia is important, yes. But what I care about is the army. Without Lord Frisia, the army won't survive past next year. He downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. We go to survive, not out of some sense of loyalty. Sharu turned those words over in his mind. He says it's not loyalty, but his actions speak louder. The army won't survive past next year. Then you could just disband. With a mind like your, Sorb, you'd find a meal ticket anywhere. Yet you've been running at a loss with these old soldiers for years, still worrying about engine parts and supplies. And you tell me it's not loyalty. What is this then? Tough talk, soft heart. Shara tossed back the last of his gasoline mint liquor and set the glass down. The bottom clinked sharply against the counter. He stared at the empty cup, the gears in his mind beginning to turn. Revive Frisia. In the original story, these three actually did go to Earth. They really did get the Dragon Balls. They really did drag Frisia back from hell. But how perilous was the journey? In the original manga, Toriyama let Pilaf's gang act as meddlers who helped by sheer accident. But without that comedic factor, three fighters whose combined power couldn't match one hand of Gohan's trying to gather 7 Dragon Balls on a planet crawling with Super Saiyans. Plainly put, 9 a million chance. No, 0 chance absolute. Even if they somehow found the Dragon Balls, summoning Shinran would make such a commotion. The sky darkens, the earth brightens, the whole planet would see it. Piccolo would come, Gohan would come, Vegeta. Vegeta with his explosive temper, head definitely calm. Then the three would be caught, and saying we're here to revive Frieza. Guess whether Vegeta would blow them to bits before hearing their explanation. Sheru pushed the empty glass forward. Boss, another round. The four-armed bartender took the cup, 3 hands busying themselves while the fourth, yes, still scratching his belly. Sheru was intensely curious about what exactly was so itchy on that patch of belly. While waiting for his drink, he sorted through his thoughts. What were the benefits of reviving Frieza? For Sorb and his men. If Frieza returned, the army would have its backbone again, and the scattered monkeys could regroup. For Frieza himself, who wouldn't want out of hell? And for him, Sheru. He scratched his chin. Complete the mission, that's what. And for him, Sheru. He scratched his chin. Complete the mission, that's what. And for him, Sheru. He scratched his chin. Complete the mission, that's what. Having completed the system's task, rewards aside, at the very least, Frieza's extraordinary genetic talent was securely in his grasp. Frieza's talent was truly unparalleled. Without any training, his first form alone could overpower 99 of all beings in the universe. When pushed to the brink, a few months of training gave rise to Golden Frieza, his power skyrocketing to match Super Saiyan Blue Goku Hiden. Such talent was unprecedented even across the entire Dragon Ball series. A slow grin crept across Xiao Lu's face. An idea began to take shape. No, it didn't just take shape. It had always been there, lurking in a corner, and now he had finally dragged it into the light. What made the Dragon Ball world so thrilling? It was thrilling because new adversaries kept emerging. Frieza, Cell, Beerus hit Jiren. Each more absurd and explosive than the last. But for these grand spectacles, someone had to take the stage. If Frieza remained in hell singing and dancing with angelic companions, Golden Frieza would never come to be. Nor would that iconic moment from the Tournament of Power where he teamed up with Goku to take down Jiren. What a waste that would be. Moreover, Xiao Lu folded his arms, his mind churning once more. Resurrecting Frieza was far easier for him than for Sorbet and his ilk. He didn't need to go to Earth. He didn't need to clash with the Saiyans. He didn't even need the Dragon Balls. He just needed. He needed to find a place to confirm one thing. A fresh drink was set before him. Xiao Lu took the cup, but didn't drink. He set it down on the counter, tapping the rim lightly with his fingers. At the other table, Sorbet had already begun discussing action plans with Tagoma, the route, how to calibrate the scouters, which region to land on Earth first. Xiao Lu listened, and then he smiled. You poor souls. You scheme so painstakingly, risking your lives to traverse half the universe, all for a single wish. Do you have any idea how dangerous Earth really is? Excluding the 3 Super Saiyans, there were more than a handful who could crush you with ease. Even leaving out the androids and King Piccolo, with your paltry power levels of around 1,000, none of the Z fighters would be a match for you. Besides, if you consider the timing, Earth's Dragon Balls are just stone spheres right now. Earth is out of the question, but there are other places, aren't there? Of course he wouldn't tell them so bluntly. Where would the fun be in that? Xiao Lu picked up his cup and stood. He didn't walk straight to Sorbet's table. That would be too deliberate, too suspicious. For a shrewd operator like Sorbet, if you approached him unsolicited, his first thought wouldn't be this person wants to help, but what is this person after? He had to find another way. Xiao Lu, cup in hand, meandered toward the exit. As he passed Sorbet's table, he didn't pause, but deliberately raised his voice as if talking to himself. Earth's Dragon Balls. I hear they have some limitations now. Something about not being able to revive someone who's killed too many people. Oh no, that's not right. It's something about exceeding a year. Oh, I can't recall. The voice wasn't loud, but it landed perfectly in the ears of the 3 men. He kept walking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Behind him, Sorbet's fingers stopped. Tagoma's words trailed off. Shisami's cup was at his lips, but he didn't drink. Xiao Lu felt 3 gazes pierce his back, different from the envious stares of those who coveted his money. These gazes carried something very particular. It was the look of a drowning man who suddenly spots a drifting log. Sir. Sorbet's voice came from behind, calm and unhurried. A corner of Xiao Lu's mouth twitched upward. Then he suppressed the smirk, donning a bewildered expression as he slowly turned around. Moi. You're calling me? Sorbet remained seated, his cup resting beside his hand, 2 fingers crossed on the tabletop. Sir, you just mentioned Dragon Balls. Xiao Lu tilted his head, feigning recollection. Oh, that. I was just muttering to myself. Please don't mind me. He took another step. Please hold on. Sorbet stood up. Barely over a meter tall, he only reached Xiao Lu's chest when standing. But the dwarf's presence wasn't hindered by his stature. He stood there, back straight, eyes fixed on Xiao Lu, a perfectly measured politeness curving his lips. Would you be interested in joining us for a drink, sir? Xiao Lu looked down at him. Sorbet looked up at Xiao Lu. They locked eyes for a second. Your treat. Xiao Lu swirled his cup. Naturally. All right then. Xiao Lu pulled out a chair and plopped down. Sure, Sammy instinctively recoiled, not out of fear, but because the silver-armored man had come too close, triggering a reflex. Tagoma's hand crept to his waist where a short blade was sheathed. Sorbet sat back down and raised a hand. Tagoma hesitated for a moment, then moved his hand away from the hilt. What should I call you? Sorbet began. Xiao Lu. Mr. Xiao Lu, I am Sorbet. The dwarf gave a slight nod. Director of the Frieza Force's 1st Logistics Administration Bureau. Oh, flaunting a title now. Is it worth much? But Xiao Lu noticed a detail. Sorbet didn't say former. This title wasn't a relic of his past, it was his current identity. Interesting. Mr. Xiaolu, those words you spoke as you passed by. Sorbet chose his words carefully, about Earth's Dragon Balls having limitations. That information. Oh, that. Xiaolu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. I spent some time on Earth before. The expressions of all three men shifted simultaneously. Sorbet's eyebrows rose a fraction. Tagoma's pupils contracted. Shisami's mouth opened then closed. You have been to Earth? Yes, I have. Stayed there for quite a while. Xiaolu said it casually, as if mentioning a trip to the corner store for a bottle of water. Sorbet's fingers tightened beneath the table. Then regarding that planet's situation. I know a thing or two. Xiaolu took a sip from his cup, smacking his lips. The Dragon Balls, the Saiyans. Tisk, it's a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it? Sorbet glanced at Tagoma. Tagoma gave a slight nod. Sorbet turned back to Xiaolu, offering a standard business smile. Mr. Xiaolu, if you don't mind. We would very much like to hear it. He raised a hand. Barkeep for more Roca wines hot. Xiaolu's heart sang with delight. The fish had taken the bait. No, not fish. 3 loyal hounds. These hounds were on a grand mission, and he, a passing tamer, intended to lend a hand. As for what would happen after lending that hand, whatever it was bound to be spectacular. He had to secure a front row seat. No, not front row. The director's chair. He set his cup down on the table, leaned forward, and flashed a smile that sent a momentary chill down Sorbet's spine. All right, I'll have a chat with you. But first let me ask you a question. Please go ahead. You want to resurrect Frisia, don't you? The breaths of the 3 men at the table paused in unison. Sorbet's business smile froze for half a second. Sure, Sammy nearly spat out his wine. Tagoma's hand was back on his blade. Xiaolu clasped his hands together, resting them on the table, beaming at the 3 of them. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I'm not from the Galactic Patrol. He paused. The tavern was a cacophony of noise. Someone was shouting, someone was playing drinking games, and in the corner someone was vomiting profusely. But at Sorbet's table it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. 3 people stared at Charu. Charu stared back at the 3 of them. A stranger who had been to Earth knew the ins and outs of the Dragon Balls and voluntarily offered to help. Was this a godsend? Or a trap? Sorbet's mind was racing. Charu could see it. He wasn't in a hurry. He picked up the freshly served hot wine, blew on it, and took a sip. It still tasted like gasoline, but the hot gasoline had a faint hint of sweetness. He slowly set down the cup. You don't have to trust me. But if you go to Earth on your own, you'll die. He said no more after that. It was enough. Having said his piece, he left them to weigh the rest themselves. Sorbet's fingers began to trace the rim of his cup again. Tagoma kept his head down, lost in thought. Sure, Sammy looked from Sorbet to Charu, his mouth opening and closing several times before he finally blurted out, Lord Sorbet. Can this guy be trusted? Sorbet didn't answer him. He stared at Charu for a long, long time. Then he asked a question. Mr. Charu, what is it that you want? Charu smiled. That was a good question. No help in this universe came for free. The fact that Sorbet asked this question first showed that this dwarf's mind was truly sharp. No rush, let's talk first. Charu waved a hand. You want to go to Earth to find the Dragon Balls, right? Let me do the math for you. He held up one finger. First, there are Saiyans on Earth. You know of 2, but in reality, there might be more. Sorbet's eyebrow twitched. How many more? How shall I put it? Charu rubbed his chin. How old is the data in your army's intelligence files about those 2 Super Saiyans? Tagoma frowned. About 7 years. 7 years. Charu extended 7 fingers and waved them before the 3. 7 years is enough time for a Saiyan to do what? Let me tell you, the Saiyan race has a flaw. The more they fight, the stronger they get. Beat them half to death, and they get up even more powerful. If they were at the Super Saiyan level 7 years ago, 7 years later. He trailed off, retracting his hand and taking a sip from his cup. Also, did you know? Super Saiyans are like a contagious disease. The first one is incredibly hard to achieve. But the ones after that might just pop up in droves. There was no mistake in this statement. After the Cell Saga, even little kids like Trunks and Goten could transform. The tragic Prince of Saiyans had lamented Super Saiyans are a dime a dozen. Enough said. Let their imaginations run wild. Things imagined are always more terrifying than things spoken. Sure enough, Tagoma's face changed color. Sorbet's fingers stopped their motion on the cup's rim. Shisami, however, remained unchanged because he hadn't grasped the concepts of the more they fight, the stronger they get, or popping up in droves. Silence fell over the table. Shisami's massive fist was clenched under the table, his knuckles white. Tagoma's face was taut as an iron plate. Sorbet said nothing, holding his wine glass, the rim pressed to his lips, but he didn't drink. Charu counted 3 seconds in his mind. 1, 2, 3. So going to Earth is suicide. Sure, Sammy couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his palm on the table, making the cup bounce high and splashing wine everywhere. Then what do? We just don't go. Sure, Sammy. Tagoma barked. I don't care. Sure, Sammy didn't back down this time, his voice thundering. If going means death and not going means death, then I'd rather die on the road. At least I'd die for Lord Frisia. That's better than living a cowardly life as a space vagrant. He finished his heavy breaths, blasting out his chest, heaving violently. Several tables in the tavern turned to look. Sorbet gestured with his hand for him to lower his voice. Charu took it all in a slight curve, touching the corner of his mouth. Not bad, you bullheaded man. You've got guts. The brains might not be all there, but that fighting spirit is real. Young man, Charu began, his tone casual. Let me ask you a question. Shirsami glared at him. If you die, can your lord come back? Shisami's mouth opened slightly. If all three of you die, can your lord come back? Shisami's mouth opened again, but didn't close. You are the last embers of the Frisia force, aren't you? Charu crossed his legs and flicked the side of his cup, producing a crisp ringing sound. If you die, who will save your lord? Those traitors who ran off, or the deserters who surrendered to the galactic police? These three questions struck Shirsami like a power outage, leaving him frozen in place. Tagoma lowered his head, his fists clenched, but he said nothing. Sorbet finally lowered his cup from his lips. Mr. Charu. His voice was steady. You've said so much about what can't be done. I'd like to hear. If you have a way that can work. Charu raised an eyebrow. A pro. This man had been waiting for him to show his hand. He had taken in everything about how dangerous Earth is, how powerful the Scions are. You'll be walking into your deaths, but he wasn't intimidated. He was waiting for the second half. What exactly are you trying to sell? Chief Sorbet, do you know what I admire most about you? Charu smiled. Please enlighten me. You're clearly at your wit's end, yet you can still sit here and waste time with me. The corner of Sorbet's mouth twitched. A minuscule twitch, so subtle you wouldn't notice it if you weren't looking. Bingo. This old man really was desperate. The army was collapsing, their territory shrinking, their men deserting. He was sitting in this rundown tavern, wearing a polished old uniform, holding a cup of cheap, hot wine, talking to a stranger of unknown origin. He was truly desperate, but he couldn't show it. Because he was Sorbet, the last leader of the remnants of the Frisia force. If the leader panicked, everyone under him would be finished. Charu suddenly felt a bit more respect for this dwarf. All right, no more teasing. The time was right. Let me tell you one more thing. Charu set down his cup and leaned forward. Even if you could reach Earth safely, even if the Scions were all blind and didn't see you, even if you found all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. He drew a circle on the table with his finger. You still wouldn't be able to revive Frisia. The faces of the three men changed in unison. Sasami's mouth fell open, utterly agape. Tagma half rose from his seat, only to be pressed back down by a gesture from Sorb. What do you mean? Sorb's voice finally cracked, a fissure of tension seeping through. Xiaolu extended a finger and tapped twice on the table. Earth's Dragon Balls have limitations. Shenron's power is also limited. He counted on his fingers one by one. First, the same person cannot be revived twice by the same set of Dragon Balls. Frisia hasn't been revived by Earth's Dragon Balls before, so that risk doesn't exist. Sorb's brow relaxed slightly. Second, Xiaolu raised a second finger, and this is the most critical point. Earth's Dragon Ball's revival ability has issues with those who have been dead for too long. How long has Frisia been dead? Several years, right? His body has turned to ashes. Sorb didn't answer, but he didn't need to. The expressions on all three faces said it all. This wasn't nonsense, the restriction was indeed real. Earth's Shenron requires the body to be intact and death within 1 year for revival. And even without these restrictions, Xiaolu leaned back in his chair. You'd still have to get past the Scions first. When the Dragon Balls are summoned, the sky darkens, the entire heavens change color, visible across the globe. By then, those Scions and their lackeys. How many minutes do you think it'll take them to arrive? He chuckled, raising a single finger. Let me give you a reference number. 1 minute at most. As the words fell, the table fell into a dead silence. Sasami completely collapsed. Not physically, but that spirit, that even if it means death aura from moments ago, it had drained away. He slumped over the table, chin resting on his forearm, his small eyes buried in flesh, losing focus, staring blankly at the half-glass of murky spirits before him. Tagma clasped his hands on the table, fingers interlocked so tightly that the knuckles turned white. His lips were pressed into a thin line, not a word spoken, a vein pulsing on his temple. Sorb sat there motionless. His hand rested on the cup, neither swirling its rim nor tapping the table, no fidgeting at all. He seemed frozen in place. Xiaolu looked at the three of them and sighed inwardly. The feeling of driving people to a dead end was honestly not pleasant. Especially these fellows. Though not exactly good men, they could be called loyal and honest without exaggeration. Xiaolu even felt a hint of respect for them. But if he didn't corner them, the drama ahead wouldn't unfold. The tavern's clamor filled the air, the shouts of drinking games, the curses, the clinking of glasses. Yet this table was wrapped in an invisible cocoon of silence, shutting out the noise. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Sorb finally spoke. So according to Mr. Xiaolu, Lord Frisia can't come back. His voice was flat. Too flat. So flat that every emotion within had been crushed, ground into fine powder, mingled into each word. Imperceptible, yet you knew it was there. Such sorrow. Sasami jerked his head up. Lord Sorb, you can't. The words can't come back were unbearable for him. That was Emperor Frisia, the overlord of the entire universe, the son of the army, the only boss Sasami had ever followed in his life. You're telling him he can't return? I didn't say he can't return. The words weren't from Sorb. They were from Xiaolu. 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward him. Xiaolu raised his cup, took a slow sip, and smacked his lips. What I said was, he can't return through Earth's Dragon Balls. The emphasis fell on the words, Earth's Dragon Balls. Sorb's fingers twitched. Tagma's brow furrowed, then suddenly relaxed. He caught on. You mean, Director Sorb, Xiaolu set down his cup, fingers interlaced on the table. You said it yourself. The Namekians aren't all dead. Sorb's pupils contracted. New Namek. Xiaolu raised a finger and pointed at him. Clever. Sorb's breathing changed. It wasn't rapid, he was struggling to keep it from becoming rapid. The Dragon Balls of New Namek. His voice dropped to a whisper, each word rolled on his tongue, before release, Purunga. Oh, you even know the dragon's name. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. Done your homework, I see. It was in Lord Frisia's intelligence archives. Sorb replied, his grip on the cup tightening slightly. The Namekian Dragon Balls summoned the dragon Purunga, whose power surpasses Earth Shinron. He can revive someone multiple times, and has a much looser limit on time since death. That's it, Xiaolu snapped his fingers. What Purunga can do, Earth's dragon can't. To revive Frisia, this is your only path. Sasami shot up from the table, eyes gleaming. Then let's go to New Namek. Go where? Tagma turned to look at him. New name. Zasami stopped mid-sentence, freezing. Right. Go where? Where was New Namek? Sorb had just said it himself. The Namekians had hidden themselves deep. No coordinates, no name, nothing could be found. Even the galaxy's intelligence dark web couldn't unearth a thing. Where could they possibly search? The surge of energy Zasami had just felt drained halfway again. Coordinates. Tagma frowned. Lord Sorb exhausted all intelligence channels before and couldn't locate New Namek. Those slimeballs have gotten clever, Sorb said with a bitter laugh. After being massacred once by Lord Frisia, they hid themselves deeper than anything. Even the Galactic Patrol's database has no record. The atmosphere at the table sank another notch. First they were told Earth was out of reach. Then another path was revealed. Immediately after that path turned into a dead end. Soaring highs and crashing lows over and over. The three men's hearts could barely take it. Zasami slumped back onto the table like a puddle of mud. Lord Frisia. Tagma rubbed his temples, saying nothing. Sorb stared at the liquor in his cup for 5 seconds, then suddenly looked up. He fixed his gaze on Xiaolu. Xiaolu was leisurely drinking from his cup. Sorb narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. This man. From start to finish, something was off. He first blocked Earth sealing one path. Then he opened a new path with New Namek. But New Namek couldn't be found, so he blocked it again. One block, one open, another block. If he were a simple well-wisher, why go through such an elaborate detour? Unless he never intended to be a well-wisher at all. He was selling something. Mr. Xiaolu. Sorb's voice suddenly shifted, becoming soft and steady, the tone used in negotiations. You know where New Namek is. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Xyla's cup paused at his lips. He slowly lowered it, meeting Sorb's gaze. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. Then Xiaolu smiled. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. Then Xiaolu smiled. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. Then Xiaolu smiled. They locked eyes for 2 seconds. Then Xiaolu smiled. Mr. Sorb, you truly are a clever man. Conversing with the clever is always such a pleasure. Sorb did not respond to this inexplicable remark. Do you have the coordinates? Yes. One word, crisp and clean, devoid of any embellishment. The table erupted. Sasami slammed his palm on the table and stood up, his stool scraping half a meter backward, crashing into the chair of a bounty hunter at the next table. The bounty hunter turned to curse, but upon seeing Sasamus bulk, swallowed the rest of his words. Tagoma also half rose, but forced himself back down. Sorb did not move. He remained seated, though his fingers tightened around his cup. How do you have the coordinates for New Namek? Tagoma blurted out. Even the Galactic Patrol doesn't have those. I told you I used to live on Earth. Charu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with an air of having them cornered. The people on Earth are on excellent terms with the Namekians. After their homeworld was destroyed, the Namekians lived on Earth for a time before moving on. They used the Earth's Dragon Balls to wish for a new home and were sent there. He snapped his fingers. That's hardly a secret on Earth. Sorb's fingers began to circle the rim of his cup again. A subconscious habit of his when thinking, the faster the spin, the quicker his mind raced. Now the cup was spinning furiously. The coordinates. He looked at Charu. How much? Another direct hit. Charu chuckled. Doing business with a clever man was indeed a pleasure, no need for beating around the bush. But he did not answer immediately. He raised his cup, took a slow sip, smacked his lips, then used the base of the cup to draw a circle on the table. Mr. Sorb, don't rush to talk price. I have a question. Go ahead. A complete stranger tells you I have the coordinates for New Namek, and you just believe him. What if I'm a fraud? What if I just made up a string of numbers, and you fly over only to find an empty void? Sorb's fingers stopped. Tagoma and Sasami were also stunned. Right. Why trust him? A man of unknown origin in a shabby tavern on an insignificant little planet, clad in a gaudy suit of silver armor, claiming had been to Earth, knew about the Dragon Balls, and had the coordinates for New Namek. Anyone's first reaction would be liar. So, Tagoma began slowly. How will you prove it? Charu said nothing. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward. A faint wisp of energy coalesced in his palm. Not an attack key blast, just a tiny sphere of energy hovering there. Then, using this energy, he projected a crude star chart into the air. Sparse points of light formed the rough outline of a star sector. Sorb's eyes narrowed. That's the frontier quadrant of the Northern Galaxy, Sector 4. You recognize it, Charu said without surprise. A logistics man after all, you must have studied plenty of star charts. He circled a small area within the points of light. New Namek is in this vicinity. I won't announce the exact coordinates with the whole tavern listening, you understand. But I can tell you the features of this sector. 6 stars arranged in an irregular ring with a blue-green dwarf planet at the center. On the Lagrange point behind that dwarf planet lies the orbit of New Namek. He withdrew his hand, the energy dissipated, and the star chart vanished. Sorb's cup stopped spinning. Because his hand had stilled, he was verifying. His mind rifled through the astronomical database preserved by the Frisia Force Northern Galaxy Sector, 4 Frontiers 6 stars, irregular ring formation. These parameters weren't something one could fabricate on a whim. Even if he were a fraud, he'd have to be one with an exceptionally solid grounding in astronomy. Well, Mr. Sorb, Charu recrossed his legs. Is this proof enough? Sorb looked up. His expression had changed. It was no longer the wariness of who are you and what do you want nor the scrutiny of I'm evaluating if you're a con artist. It was something far more complex. A measure of belief, yet he dared not fully commit. Not that he couldn't, but that he mustn't. He could not afford to lose. The Frisia Force could not afford to lose. Lord Frisia could not afford to lose. Mr. Charu, Sorb's voice dropped very low. I'll ask you again. What do you want? Charu held up 2 fingers. 2 conditions. The first. Money. Sorb was taken aback. Tagoma was taken aback. Sasami was also taken aback, though he might have just been following their lead belatedly. How much? Sorb asked. 5 million galactic credits. Tagoma gasped. 5 million. Why don't you just? Sorb raised a hand, and Tagoma swallowed the rest of his sentence. 5 million galactic credits. It was a considerable sum. For the Frisia Force barely clinging to life, that amount could buy several ships' worth of military supplies. But, looked at from another angle, 1 set of coordinates in exchange for Lord Frisia? 5 million. Cheap. Even 50 million would be cheap. And the second condition? Sorb didn't haggle over the price. Charu bent the second finger down, leaving only his index finger, which he wagged in the air. The second condition. Let's set it aside for now. Once you've truly resurrected Frisia, it'll come find you. Sorb's eyes narrowed slightly. An uncertain condition. That was far more dangerous than 5 million galactic credits. You want say? It's not that I want say, it's that it's meaningless now. Charu spread his hands. You need to bring Frisia back first before the second condition is worth discussing. What if your plan fails midway? Then my second condition would just be empty words. It made sense. But precisely because it made sense, it was all the more unsettling. A reserve condition, its content unknown, was like a time bomb. You never knew when it would go off or how big the blast would be. Tagoma had clearly thought of this as well and spoke up. Lord Sorb, this. What if the second condition is too extreme? Sorb asked directly. You can refuse. 3 words spoken lightly. Sorb stared at Charu for several long seconds. You can refuse. You're that confident. When the time comes, it won't just be the 3 of us. The Emperor of the Universe will be backing us up. This man is no simpleton. Sorb mentally raised Charu's danger rating another 2 notches. But he did not refuse. Because he had no choice. Earth was inaccessible. New Namek could not be found. The Frisia Force wouldn't survive the next year. The smiling man in the silver armor before him was his only lifeline now. And this lifeline knew its own worth. He asked for 5 million, not 50. It showed he wasn't the type to demand an exorbitant price. He reserved 1 condition, but said it could be refused. It showed he at least offered an exit on the surface. A man both greedy and restrained. The most difficult kind to deal with. 5 million, Sorb said slowly, plus 1 unknown condition. Correct. Deal. You can send someone to verify first, Xia Lu shrugged. I'm not in a hurry. You can pay me after the verification is done. At this point, even Tagma fell silent. Xia Lu's words had closed off all avenues of retreat. He asked you to verify the goods before payment. This is something a scammer wouldn't do. Verify first, pay later. Solbay confirmed. Yes. He'll give you the coordinates. You send someone to fly over, confirm the New Namek is at that location, confirm the Dragon Balls indeed exist, and then transfer the 5 million to me. He took out a communicator from his pocket. Something he casually bought while wandering around, a cheap item, but usable, and placed it on the table. This is a temporary communication frequency. Once you arrive, use this frequency to contact me. Solbay glanced at the communicator, then at Xia Lu. Aren't you afraid we might take the coordinates and not pay, eh? Xia Lu chuckled. He genuinely found it amusing. Mr. Solbay, do you think I seem like someone who would default on payment? As he said this with a smile, a faint aura escaped from him. Just a hint. Very brief. Perhaps only half a second. But in that half second, every hair on Solbay's body stood on end. Tagma's hand slammed down on the knife handle. Zasami's muscles tensed, and the seams of his armor creaked under the pressure. The 3 patrons at the nearest tables in the tavern turned around simultaneously. They felt nothing, but animal instinct told them something was off. Then that aura disappeared. Xia Lu still wore his smiling expression, holding his cup, legs crossed. Joking around the strength of Super 2 would be a dimensional crush in the cosmic arc. Solbay slowly let out a sigh of relief. He understood. This person was not an ordinary information dealer. His strength might far exceed what he displayed. Not paying. Are you sure you can afford to default? Deal. Solbay extended his hand. Xia Lu put down his cup and shook it. A small purple hand about the size of a palm clasped a well-proportioned and powerful hand. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Xiao Lu released his hand and pulled out a data chip from his pocket. This was also something he had prepared earlier, containing the coordinates of the new Namek star domain characteristics and orbital parameters, all compressed into this nail-sized chip. He tossed it onto the table. The chip spun twice on the table surface before stopping. Solbei reached out to pick it up, pinching it between his fingers and flipping it over. Then he tucked the chip into the inner pocket of his uniform right against his chest. Xiao Lu stood up and gulped down the last sip of alcohol in his cup. Xiao Lu got up and patted Solbei on the shoulder. Safe travels. I wish your king a swift resurrection. He didn't look back, carrying his empty cup towards the bar, placing it on the counter, and gave the four-armed bartender a thumbs up. The wine is good, he'll come again. The four-armed bartender finally freed up his fourth hand to wave, signaling the departure. Xiao Lu pushed open the creaky wooden door and stepped into the starlit outside. Behind him at the table against the wall, the three men remained motionless. Solbei held the nail-sized data chip, inspecting it repeatedly. The chip's casing was the most ordinary civilian-grade gray and unremarkable. But what it contained could be worth a fortune. It could also be worthless. Sir, Tagma spoke first, his voice extremely low. What do you think of this matter? Solbei did not answer immediately. He put the chip back into his inner pocket, picked up his cup, and found the wine had gone cold. What do you think? He downed the cold wine in one gulp. Two possibilities. First, he was telling the truth, the coordinates are real, and we can find the new Namek when we go there. Second, it's a trap. The coordinates are false, or the coordinates are real, but someone is waiting for us there. Zasami scratched the back of his head. So, are we going or not? Tagma glared at him. Can't you think before you speak? I did think. I thought for a long time and came to just one conclusion. Let's go. Zasami slapped his thigh and the stool let out a mournful creak, one leg snapping. If we don't go, what will happen to the king? From what that person said, it definitely wouldn't be good. It's not about being afraid of death, it's that if we die, no one will fight for the king anymore. Tagma opened his mouth wanting to refute, but found no point to counter with. Because Zasami was right. If we don't go, Frisia will never return. If we do go, even if there's only a 1% chance. Solbei stood up and pushed his chair back under the table. Let's go. Tagma was taken aback. Now, we'll leave once the supplies are ready, as I said earlier. Solbei adjusted his uniform collar. First, let's return to the ship, import the data from the chip into the navigation system, and calculate the journey. But sir, what if it really is a trap? Tagma. Solbei interrupted him. Calculate how long the Legion can last if we don't go. Tagma fell silent. He had done that calculation. Not just once. Each time the result kept him awake at night. Half a year. He uttered two words, optimistically, half a year. Then there's nothing to hesitate about. Solbei walked towards the door, dying in half a year, or taking the risk. Now which one do you choose? Zasami stood up abruptly, and the chair finally couldn't take it anymore, one leg snapping off with a crack. He glanced down quietly, silently propping the broken-leg chair against the wall before following Solbei. Tagma was the last to stand. He glanced in the direction Xiao Lu left. The rickety wooden door had long since closed, and nothing could be seen outside. Who exactly is that person? He muttered. No one answered him. The three men filed out of the tavern. Xiao Lu certainly hadn't gone far. He squatted on the roof of an abandoned warehouse across from the tavern, legs crossed, watching the three men emerge from the tavern, making their way down the dusty street towards the landing pad. Solbei walked in front, his steps not large, but quick in rhythm. Tagma followed behind on the left, habitually scanning the surroundings. Zasami brought up the rear, his bulk resembling a moving wall as pedestrians instinctively veered away from him. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Lu said to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then I should get moving too. His plan was simple. To follow them. It wasn't that he didn't trust Solbei to default on payment. He didn't care about the 5 million galactic coins at all, it was fine either way. What he cared about was the second condition. This thing would only take effect if Frisia came back to life. For Frisia to come back to life, these three had to get the Dragon Balls on the new Namek. But, could these three manage it? In the original story, these three only managed to obtain the Dragon Balls and revive the Great King through a plot-driven victory. But in the real world, are these three misfits really about to embark on an adventure of this magnitude? You're not the protagonist, dying halfway is highly possible. Xiao Lu thought it over and felt he needed to follow them. If these three capsized midway, wouldn't his entire scheme be for naught? Besides, watching the commotion was no disgrace. It was mainly for the entertainment. Sorb's spaceship was parked at a wild landing pad on the edge of the planet. Calling it a landing pad was generous. It was just a patch of flattened wasteland with scorch marks scattered here and there from various ships taking off and landing. A crooked pole stood nearby bearing a rusted sign that read parking fee 50 galactic credits per hour. Damage is your own responsibility. The ship wasn't large. It was a standard medium patrol vessel of the Frisia Force with a streamlined hull painted in the Force's signature purple. However, the paint was chipped and peeling, revealing the gray alloy beneath in several places. Tagoma boarded first and initiated the system diagnostics. Shirsami inspected the exterior and returned to report that the cooler on the left thruster had come loose again. He had pushed it back into place with his hands. Sorb settled into the command chair and inserted the data chip into the navigation terminal. The screen lit up. A string of coordinates appeared followed by a detailed star sector description. The edge of the fourth quadrant of the North Galaxy's 6 stars, in an irregular ring formation, a central blue-green dwarf planet Lagrange point L4. The navigation system automatically calculated the route. Travel time. Tagoma leaned in to look at the screen. With a hyperspace jump. About 6 days. 6 days, Sorb repeated. Provided the resonance bearings don't blow up halfway, Tagoma added. Sorb was silent for 2 seconds. Let's go. Xiaolu, leaning against a ventilation pipe on a warehouse roof, watched the 3 figures vanish in the direction of the landing pad. From a distance came the low hum of an engine preheating. Heon jumped off the roof and landed silently. A spaceship. Not needed. He pulled out a capsule and pressed it against his own ship, which was parked at berth 17 3 streets away. With a pop of white smoke, the ship shrank back into the capsule, which he casually pocketed. The technology of Capsule Corporation was truly magical, freely altering the size of matter. In any other serious sci-fi work, this would be a mastery reserved for godlike civilizations. But in the Dragon Ball world, there was no need to be so nitpicky. Xiaolu had absorbed Lightning's father and learned instant transmission. This ability, it was simply wonderful. The coordinates were in his mind, it was a matter of a single thought. 6 days. That's their 6 days, not mine. Xiaolu stretched his joints, crackling in a series of pops. What's the hurry? He turned and ambled towards the commercial district of Diano Port, hands in his pockets, his steps leisurely. A street vendor was selling some kind of grilled insect sizzling with oil and smelling quite appetizing. A 6-day voyage. They would fly for 6 days, he would play for 6. When they were almost there, he could teleport over, maybe even brew a cup of tea and wait for them on New Namek. No, Xiaolu paused mid-step. What if these 3 idiots ran into trouble on the way? The resonance bearings could explode, they could encounter space pirates, or that overly cautious Tagoma might have second thoughts and turn back. Then his show would be ruined. He'll go 2 days early, he muttered to himself, ducking into an alley selling snacks. He'll be there on the 4th day to wait, just in case these guys cause any trouble. At this thought, his mood improved again. For days of vacation on Diano Port where no one knew him and no one would bother him. Eating, drinking, wandering, and then going to see a grand spectacle. Perfect. New Namek. This planet was indeed well hidden. The 6 surrounding stars formed a natural gravitational barrier, and ordinary interstellar scans couldn't penetrate the electromagnetic interference in this region. Coupled with the Namekians' deliberate concealment of their energy, this planet was as good as non-existent unless you actively searched for it. But it did exist. Behind the blue-green dwarf planet, a verdant green world hung quietly at the Lagrange point. 3 suns illuminated it from different angles, bathing the entire planet in perpetual soft light. There was no night. TSK. With 3 suns, as well, some civilizations were not so fortunate. Xiaolu had arrived 2 days before Sorb and his crew. In those 2 days, he had taken a general tour of the planet. It was much like the Namek he remembered. Green skies, blue-green grass, and everywhere were mushroom-shaped trees and domed Namekian buildings. Villages were scattered about, each one small with the scale of a few dozen households. The Dragon Balls were also there. He swept his key sense around and detected 7 Dragon Balls distributed across different villages, each guarded by a Namekian. Just like the original setting, each village elder guards one. Xiaolu muttered, crouching atop a towering mushroom tree with his chin resting on his knees. The rules haven't changed. He didn't touch those Dragon Balls. It wasn't that he couldn't. With his power, he could knock out every Namekian on the planet and collect all 7 balls in less than 10 minutes. But that wasn't his plan. His plan was for Sorb and his crew to handle this. He was only responsible for, while watching from the sidelines. Lending a hand if necessary. Watching the show if not. The 6th day, Xiaolu lay on a small asteroid outside New Namek's atmosphere, chewing on a mushroom tree branch he had picked from somewhere. It tasted like celery, edible enough. Waiting. A streak of light tore out from hyperspace. Sorb's patrol ship wobbled out of its jump, the hull steaming, the left thrusters cooler predictably loose again, clattering bang bang against the ship's body. They're here. Xiaolu stuffed the branch into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and brushed the crumbs off his hands. The show begins. He suppressed his energy and silently followed the patrol ship. The patrol ship landed on an open grassy plain. The hatch opened and Sorb was the first to step out. He stood at the hatchway, looked up at the sky. It was green. He looked down at the ground. Blue-green grass. A few enormous mushroom-shaped trees loomed in the distance, their canopies blotting out the sky. So this is New Namek. Sure, Sammy squeezed out of the hatch, looking around. All green. Like a vegetable patch. Shut up. Tagoma followed, holding a portable detector. Scanning for the Dragon Ball's energy signature. The detector beeped twice. Tagoma looked down at the screen, his pupils contracting. Signal detected. 7 of them. Scattered in different directions. Sorb turned around. The 3 exchanged glances. The coordinates were real. New Namek was real. The Dragon Balls were also real. Sasami grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. Lord Sorbia. That Shala didn't deceive us. The Dragon Balls really exist. Don't rejoice too early, Sorbia pressed his hand down. Finding the Dragon Balls is one thing, getting them is another. The Namekians living on this planet won't simply hand over the Dragon Balls. The Namekians? Zasami scratched his head. Aren't they the green-skinned ones? Didn't King Frisia nearly wipe them out back then? How many of them could be left? That's why we need to be cautious. Tagma put away the detector. A race that has been slaughtered once won't greet members of Frisia's army with warmth. Look at our uniforms. He glanced down at the Legion emblem on his chest. The three of them simultaneously looked at their own uniforms. Silence lasted for 3 seconds. Why don't we just take them off? Zasami suggested. What will we wear then? Go shirtless. Tagma rolled his eyes. What should we do then? Quiet. Sorbai raised his hand. Let's first check the nearest signal source. The detector shows that the closest Dragon Ball is to the northeast, about 3 kilometers away. 3 kilometers walk there. Flying over would be too conspicuous. Let's walk. The three of them walked northeast across the grass. Shalu followed behind at about a 500-meter distance, his presence nearly undetectable. With the perceptive abilities of these three, they wouldn't even be able to detect him at 5 meters, let alone 500. He tucked his hands behind his back and leisurely followed as if on a stroll. He chuckled quietly, going to ask the Namekians for Dragon Balls while wearing Frisia's army uniform. This script, I feel embarrassed for you all already. After approximately 20 minutes of walking the 3 kilometers, a Namekian village appeared in sight. The white domed buildings were scattered with a particularly large mushroom tree in the center beneath, which sat stone tables and benches. Several Namekians were working in the fields at the village entrance. Some were tilling the soil, others watering the plants, looking very peaceful. Just ordinary farmers, Zasami sighed with relief. I was expecting some powerful characters. Tagma remained silent, but his hand instinctively moved towards his weapon at his waist. Sorbai stopped to observe for a moment. There were about 7 or 8 Namekians visible in the village. All were adults around 2 meters tall with green skin and antennae gently swaying in the sunlight. Dressed in simple white robes with rolled-up sleeves and pant legs, their feet were muddy. A standard farmer's appearance. Let's go over there. Wait. Tagma stopped him. Lord, we need to have an explanation, right? We can't just go up and say hand over the Dragon Balls. Of course not. Sorbai adjusted his collar. We are travelers passing through our spaceship, encountered a malfunction, and we need supplies and rest. First we need to assess the situation, then we can find a way. But our uniforms? Sorbai looked down at the shiny Legion emblem on his chest, hesitating for a second. Then he reached out and wiped off the dust on the emblem, making it even shinier. Tagma said, Lord, I've worn Frisia's army uniform my entire life. Sorbai's tone was calm. I'm not taking it off. Shala chuckled. Is he really that stubborn? No wonder he's a subordinate of the king, who, regardless of his skills, he certainly has pride. Give a thumbs up. Tagma opened his mouth, but swallowed the words that were about to come out. Fine. You're the boss, you decide. The three of them stepped toward the village entrance. Shalu squatted behind a mushroom tree crown 300 meters away, swinging his legs, resting his chin on his hand, watching the unfolding drama with great interest. Wearing Frisia's army uniform, walking into a Namekian village. He smacked his lips. The danger level of this action is probably equivalent to walking into Nanjing wearing a Japanese military uniform. He thought for a moment and felt that this metaphor wasn't quite right. Forget it, it conveys a similar meaning. 2 words courting death. When Sorbai and the others reached the village entrance, the first to notice them was a Namekian who was tilling the soil. That Namekian straightened up holding a hoe and turned to look at them. Then his movements froze. Not because he saw 3 strangers, but because he saw the uniforms. Purple battle armor. The emblem on the chest. The colors of Frisia's army. The Namekian's expression changed. Not fear, but something more complex. Anger, vigilance, and a hint of killing intent. Hey, he shouted toward the village, his voice not loud, but urgent. Come here. Sorbai noticed the Namekian's reaction. His footsteps paused slightly, but did not stop. Hello, he spoke, trying to sound calm. We are travelers passing through. Our spaceship has encountered some problems. He didn't get to finish his sentence. 4 more Namekians walked out of the village. No, 5, 6, 7. One after another they emerged from different directions. Some came out of houses, some ran over from the fields, and others appeared from behind the mushroom trees. In an instant the 3 were surrounded. 12 Namekians formed a circle around them. Zasami's back tensed. He instinctively moved half a step forward to shield the shorter Sorbai behind him. Tagma's hand was already resting on his weapon, but he did not draw it. Sorbai raised his hand, signaling the 2 not to act rashly. Everyone, his voice remained steady. We mean no harm. Frisia's army. He was interrupted by a Namekian standing directly in front. He appeared to be quite old with deep lines on his forehead, yet his posture was straight and his arms were thick and strong with veins bulging. He stared at the emblem on Sorbai's chest, speaking slowly. What is Frisia's army doing on our Namek? Sorbai's heart sank. This is bad. They recognized us right away. Sorbai's mind raced to find a reasonable excuse. But the opposite side didn't give him that opportunity. The elder Namekian took a step forward. Just 1 step. A pressure was released from him. Sorbai's face changed. Know this pressure. Tagma's detector was still attached to his waist, and it was beeping wildly. He glanced down at the numbers, and his whole body froze. Lord Sorbai. His voice trembled. This person's battle power. How much? 4. 420,000. Sorbai's mind buzzed. A farmer. 420,000. A Namekian farmer tilling the soil with a battle power of 420,000. When Lord Frisia went to Namek back, then the strongest warrior on Namek, Nail, had a battle power of only 4200. The one whose arm was plucked off by the Great King. One must say the Great King truly cherished talent. He even felt inclined to recruit a small fry like that, with 4200. Truly a fine leader. No, isn't this a farmer? How can he have a battle power of 4200? Captain Jinyu, hailed as the second strongest in the universe, barely scrapes over 1200. Just a fraction of his power. Before he could process this revelation, the other Namekians around him also released their ki. The scouter went completely haywire, numbers jumping so fast the screen seemed about to crack. 3800, 4500, 3900, 5100. 12 Namekians. The lowest at 38000. The highest at 51000. That highest one was already on par with the Great King's baby carriage form. What kind of monster planet is this? And as for Sorbet and his two companions combined. Sorbet with a battle power just over 1000. Tagoma 2300. Shisami 3000. The three of them together made 5400. Any single opponent they faced was 7 or 8 times their total. It's over. Tagoma's voice was dry. Shisami, however, hadn't realized it yet. He wasn't wearing a scouter and couldn't sense ki. He just thought these green-skinned farmers looked pretty tough, but tough as they were, Shisami wasn't bad either. Lord Sorbet, how about I talk to them? Sure. Sammy rolled up his sleeves. Talk to your mother. Tagoma grabbed him. Look at the scouter. What? Tagoma shoved the scouter in his face. Sure. Sammy squinted, his small eyes buried in his chubby face, and stared for 3 seconds. 40. What do all these zeros mean? It means he could crush you with a single finger. Shisami's face finally changed color. The elder Namekian took another step forward. He thrust his hoe into the ground. It sank half a meter into the earth, the handle still quivering slightly. He'll ask one more time. His voice was not loud, but every word struck the hearts of the 3 men. What is Frisia's army doing here? Sorbet took it deep. No, Sorbet swallowed hard. He was a clever man. The greatest virtue of a clever man is knowing when to be tough and when to surrender. Now clearly was the time to surrender. A misunderstanding. He raised his hands, palms outward. We're just passing through. Our ship is broken. It needs repairs. We'll leave immediately. Wearing Frisia's army uniform, passing through our Namek. Another Namekian sneered. Do you take us for fools? No, absolutely not. Last time someone wearing this uniform came, they killed over 100 of our people. The elder Namekian's voice dropped. My father, my brothers, all died at Frisia's hands. The air froze solid. Sorbet's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. What could he say? Say it wasn't me. Say Lord Frisia had his reasons back then. Bullshit. Frisia's massacre back then was pure slaughter. No reasons, no excuses, just the Dragon Ball's kill for the orbs. And now he stood before the victims wearing the murderer's uniform. We seize them. The elder Namekian waved his hand. All 12 Namekians moved at once. Sure, Sammy reacted the fastest. Not because he was quick-witted, but because his instinct was to throw a punch before getting hit. He threw a punch at the nearest Namekian's face. This punch, he put all his power into it. All 3,000 of his battle power channeled into his right fist. The punch howled, tearing through the air. His fist connected with the Namekian's face. Slap. A crisp sound. The Namekian's head didn't budge an inch. Shisami's knuckles, however, cracked twice, a searing pain shooting up from his finger joints. Ow. Sure, Sammy hopped back, clutching his fist. Damn. Is this face made of iron? The Namekian tilted his head, touched the spot where he was hit, not even a red mark. A tickle, eh? He frowned. Then he raised his hand and casually patted Shisami's shoulder. Just once. A feather-light touch. Sure, Sammy was sent flying sideways. Bam! He crashed into the ground over 10 meters away, plowing a furrow, finally stopping when he slammed into the trunk of a mushroom tree. The trunk swayed twice, and a few mushroom leaves fluttered down, covering his face. Cough. Cough. Sure, Sammy lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Tagoma drew his weapon. An energy pistol, standard army issue. He aimed at the nearest Namekian and pulled the trigger. Zzzt. A beam of energy shot out, hitting the target square in the chest. The Namekian looked down at the spot on his chest where he was hit. A small charred hole was left on his white robe, revealing the green skin beneath. There wasn't even a mark on the skin. Tagoma looked at the gun in his hand, then at the Namekian, who wore an expression of, what are you doing? He silently put the gun away. I surrender. Sorbet didn't even have time to react. 2 Namekians, one on each side, each grabbed one of his arms and lifted him off the ground. His feet left the ground. His legs dangled in the air, and he was held like a chick with no room to resist. Let me go. Sorbet struggled a bit, only to realize his strength was like an ant tickling an elephant compared to theirs, and quickly changed his strategy. I am from Frisia's. You admitted it. Frisia's army. The Namekian holding him brought him close, their faces inches apart. Then we definitely can't let you go. Sorbet shut his mouth. He had misspoken. Used to bossing around the universe, flashing Frisia's army, name usually made planets bow in submission. But now, announcing his affiliation. Wasn't that asking for death? On the other side, Super Saiyan had just gotten up from under the tree, his face still plastered with mushroom leaves, staggering to his feet. You think I'm afraid? Before he could finish, 3 Namekians surrounded him. Super Saiyan swung his fist. His first punch landed on a Namekian's stomach. The Namekian grunted, looked down, and then slapped Super Saiyan across the face. Slap. Shisami's head snapped 90 degrees to the right. Before he could recover, a second Namekian kicked him from behind right in the back of his knee. Super Saiyan fell to his knees with a thud. A third Namekian reached out, pressed down on the back of his head, and shoved it downward. Bam! Shisami's face met the ground in an intimate encounter. MMPH. His mouth buried in the dirt, he shouted something unintelligible. Tagoma, on the other hand, kept things simple. He raised his hands above his head and voluntarily crouched down. No more fighting, no more fighting. I want resist. A Namekian approached him and disarmed him completely. Energy pistol, dagger, and even a microbomb hidden in his boot. Anything else? No, nothing else, I swear. The Namekian searched him thoroughly from head to toe, confirming he was clean before hauling him to his feet. In less than 30 seconds, 3 elites of the Frisia force were utterly subdued by a group of Namekian farmers. Sharu watched the entire scene from the treetop canopy. His expression was quite a spectacle. First, the corners of his mouth twitched. Then his eyebrows arched upward. Finally, his entire face was etched with one word: absurd. Not that the Namekians were absurdly strong. He had mentally prepared himself for their increased power. After all, several years had passed since Frisia's massacre on Namek. Genocide, what did that even mean? Most of the race had been slaughtered, and those who survived had barely escaped with their lives. Who wouldn't train like mad after an ordeal like that? The Namekian race had an inherent stubbornness in their bones. They were, after all, a warrior race, no less formidable than the Saiyans, with the ability to unlock their potential, as the Elders could stimulate their latent abilities. They had simply grown complacent from a life of ease, becoming soft. Of course, like the Saiyans, they still knelt before Lord Frisia. But the Saiyan rebel Kakarot's father died a glorious death, while the Namekian rebel Nail had his arm torn off by the Emperor. That single blow from the Emperor jolted the entire race awake. Pain was also a good thing. The living feel pain, the dead do not. So wouldn't they train relentlessly, waiting to be ants again when the next Frisia came? Moreover, the new Grand Elder, the Namekian Grand Elders, possessed the ability to draw out the dormant potential within their people. What the old Grand Elder could do, the new one could do as well. On one hand, the entire clan trained with all their might. On the other, the Grand Elder unlocked their potential one by one. With this dual approach, it was hardly strange for their battle power to surge from a few thousand to several 100,000 in just a few years. Sharu nodded, finally understanding. Still, he pursed his lips. A battle power of 400,000 or 500,000 was indeed the pinnacle back when Frisia came to Namek. It would make one a regional hegemon across the entire universe. But now, the version had long been updated, folks. Super Saiyan level fighters far stronger than the Emperor were a dime a dozen on Earth. On one side, they had learned from humiliation and stood on their own. On the other, the ambitious trio aiming to revive Frisia was indeed far too weak. Their weakness defied Sharu's imagination. Sorbet's power was just over 1,000, which he could understand. He was a logistics and management type, not a combatant. But Tagoma at 23,000. Super Saiyan at 30,000. This was probably around the level Vegeta had when he first arrived on Earth. Weren't these two supposed to be the Force's combatants? What did a battle power of 30,000 mean? In Frisia's era, it couldn't even touch the threshold of the Jinyu Force. On Earth, it was inferior to Tien Shinhan during the Cell Games. And with this, they dared to come to Namek. With this, they dared to say, "I'll go to Earth for the Dragon Balls." With this, they dared to pat their chests and claim, "I'll run fast if a Saiyan shows up." Who could you outrun? Maybe Yajirobe. Sharu rubbed his temples. He suddenly understood one thing. The reason Sorbet had managed to keep the Force going all these years was definitely not through force. It was pure brains. Because the combat power of his subordinates in the current universe wasn't even qualified to be gatekeepers. All right, Sharu sighed. It seems this observer of mine will have to step in sooner than expected. But not yet. He wanted to see how things would unfold. The Namekians had captured them. What would they do? Kill them? Imprison them? Or interrogate them before deciding? If it was just imprisonment, there was still room for negotiation. If they were to be killed, Sharu stroked his chin. Then he would have to intervene. These three couldn't die. If they died, who would revive Frisia? The three were tied up and escorted to the center of the village. They weren't bound with rope, but with energy rings condensed from ki by the Namekians, fastened around their wrists and ankles, rendering them immobile. Super Saiyan tried to struggle twice, but the energy rings didn't budge. Instead, they tightened, making him wince in pain. "Don't move," Tagoma warned in a low voice. "The harder you struggle, the tighter they get." "I know. It hurts." The three were forced to kneel in a row on the open ground in the village center. Sorbet was on the far left, Tagoma in the middle, and Super Saiyan on the far right. The surrounding Namekians formed a circle, some with arms crossed, some with hands on their hips, and a few still holding hoes and shovels. They had just come from the fields, not even putting down their tools. The elder Namekian stood before the three, looking down at them. "Speak," he began. "Why are you here?" Sorbet knelt on the ground, the gravel digging into his knees, causing him to frown in pain. But his mind was still racing. He couldn't tell the truth. Absolutely could not tell the truth. I came here to find the Dragon Balls, to revive Frieza. If those words left his mouth, the three of them would be crushed into paste on the spot. I told you we're traveling tourists. Liar. The elder Namekian cut him off. Frieza Force, spaceship Frieza, Force uniform Frieza, Force weapons. And you tell me you're a tourist? Sorbet's mouth twitched. Alright, that lie was indeed too flimsy. Well, he changed his story. We are remnants of the Frieza Force, that's true. But Frieza is dead now, or we're just a group of wanderers with no allegiance. Frieza is dead. The elder Namekian raised an eyebrow. We know. Since you know, you should also know that we pose no threat to you now. Threat? A younger Namekian sneered. With your level of strength, a threat to us? A few Namekians around them chuckled. It wasn't a mocking laugh, but the kind of laugh one gives to a cute little cabbage. How adorable. Sorbet's face burned with shame. How humiliating. Too humiliating. He, the acting commander of the Frieza Force, was kneeling before a group of farmers being laughed at as a joke. The problem isn't whether you pose a threat. The elder Namekian dropped his smile. The problem is, why are you here? The coordinates of New Namek have been hidden by us for years and no one could find them. How did you locate them? This question struck Sorbet like a hammer and his heart sank. How did they find it? Coordinates given by a stranger they met in a bar. Would they believe that story? Sorbet's mind raced frantically. We found a clue in an old archive. Old archive. The elder Namekian crouched down to look Sorbet in the eye. We only moved here a few years ago. There couldn't have been coordinates for New Namek in archives from Frieza's era. When we relocated, Frieza was already dead. Sorbet's words died in his throat. Caught. His logical flaw had been caught. Tagoma kept his eyes closed, sweat dripping down his forehead. In his mind, he cursed Shara 800 times over. Why didn't you warn us, damn it? Did you know these Namekians were this strong? Did you know these Namekians were this strong? Sasami hadn't thought that much. He knelt on the ground, his face still smeared with dirt, panting heavily, as a single thought occupied his mind. It's over. I'm going to die here. King Frieza hasn't been resurrected yet, and the three of them are about to report to Hell first. If I had known, I might as well have gone to Earth. If I die, how can I face King Frieza in Hell? When the king asks, how did you end up here? How will he answer? Your Majesty, we came to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect you, but we ended up being killed by a bunch of farmers. If he says that, King Frieza might get so angry that he would die again. Last chance. The elder Namekian stood up. Speak the truth. Why did you come here? What do you really want? The three of them knelt on the ground. No one spoke. The air froze. Sharu rested his chin on his hand, watching this scene, muttering, should I say something? If they don't speak, they're going to get beaten up. He weighed the situation. The Namekian didn't seem to have any intention of killing them. At least not for now. If they really wanted to kill them, they would have done it just now and wouldn't waste their effort interrogating. The Namekians are inherently kind, and that won't change even after many years. They are wary of Frieza's forces, but they wouldn't kill prisoners without reason. So, for now, there's no need to act. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Sharu changed his position, crossed his legs, and sat on the treetop, continuing to watch the show. But speaking of which, he stroked his chin, squinting at the Namekians. These guys' battle power has skyrocketed too much, right? Over 400,000. The highest at 510,000. He mentally reviewed the Dragon Ball settings. The potential development of Namekians is executed by the Elder or the Elders. The Elder from back then had developed Gohan and Krillin's potential, and the effects were immediate. If the new Elder of Namek has been developing the potential of his people over the years. No wonder. Shara nodded. Collective potential development plus years of training. Rising from 40,000 to 400,000 makes sense. He looked again at the one with 510,000. He should be the strongest warrior in this village. 510,000. In Frieza's era, this number already exceeded Captain Ginyu's battle power. No, it's several times more. A farmer in a village is stronger than Ginyu. The racial talent of Namekians is indeed terrifying. Sharu sighed, but he clenched his fist. 510,000. His current battle power, conservatively estimated, is at the level of Super Sharu, which is about Super Saiyan level. If converted to numbers, it's probably over 10 billion. 510,000 against 10 billion. The gap between ants and dinosaurs isn't even this big. That's why I said just enjoy the show. It's a matter of one finger. But now is not the time to act. Silence lasted for about 2 minutes. Salb knelt on the ground, his mouth tightly shut. Tagma knelt beside him, even more tightly sealed his mouth. Zasami knelt on the far right, wanting to speak, but Tagma's glare was like a knife, so he shut his mouth again. The elder Namekian waited, and waited, finally sighed. All right, if you don't want to talk, then don't. He turned around, and waved to the clansmen behind him. Lock them up. Where to lock them up? Asked a young Namekian. In the granary. We just finished harvesting, so it's empty. The elder Namekian looked down at Salbi's battle power that was just over 1,000, then looked at the door of the granary, made of ordinary wooden planks. Put a lock on it. He paused, and added a regular lock will do. The three were pulled up and shoved towards the granary at the back of the village. As Zasami passed by the Namekian, who had slapped him, the Namekian politely stepped aside to give him room. Not because he was afraid of him, but because he hated him taking up space. The granary was small with dirt walls, a wooden roof, and hay spread on the ground with a few empty sacks piled in the corner. The three were pushed inside and the energy rings clicked open. There's no need to bind them once they're locked and they can't escape anyway. The door was closed from the outside with a click as it was locked. Then the footsteps receded. The granary fell silent. Sasami was the first to speak. Lord Salb, don't talk. But, I said don't talk. Salb sat on the ground leaning against the dirt wall, his knees marked with imprints from kneeling. He closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his thigh. This was his habitual motion when he was deep in thought. Tagma had known him for over a decade and knew not to disturb him at this moment, so he also leaned against the wall, silently checking himself. All weapons had been confiscated, the communicator had been searched away, and even the miniature bombs in his boots were gone. Turned inside out. All that was left was his underwear. No, the uniform was still there. Tagma looked down at the emblem of the Legion on his chest, and suddenly felt it was heavy. Sasami sat down on the other side, barely touching the ground, when the hay collapsed beneath him. He touched the back of his head where he had been hit, which still hurt his fingers, finding a large bump. Ouch. He grimaced, muttering, those green-skinned guys hit too hard. You still have the nerve to say that. Tagma glared at him. Who told you to strike first? They surrounded us first. Just because they surrounded you, you hit them. Could you even win? I didn't know they were so strong at the time. The detector was going off. Is your ear just for decoration? I wasn't wearing the detector. Tagma opened his mouth, realizing he indeed hadn't equipped Sasami with a detector. Because he previously thought it was unnecessary. This guy's fighting style was just to hammer whoever he sees. Even with a detector, he wouldn't look. Now it seems he still needs to be equipped with one. Although even if he equipped it, he might not necessarily use it. That's enough. Salb opened his eyes. The two immediately fell silent. Salby's fingers stopped. The current situation is very bad. He spoke in a very low voice. Weapons are gone, communicators are gone, and the spaceship is outside while we are locked in here. The battle power of the Namekians far exceeds expectations. The three of us together can't even match a single one of them. Each statement was a fact. Each one was painful to hear. But it's not the worst yet. Salb shifted his tone. Tagma looked up. What do you mean? They didn't kill us. These four words hung in the air. Tagma pondered, nodding. That's true. If they wanted to kill us, they would have acted just now. The Namekians. Salb leaned against the wall, crossing his legs. This race has a characteristic. Do you remember the reports from Lord Frisia back in the day? I remember. Tagma replied. The Namekians are gentle and not good at taking the initiative to attack. When the Lord led the army to land, the first batch of Namekians even tried to negotiate with the Lord. Right. Salb raised a finger. They are kind. Even overly kind in a naive way. With the vendetta of extermination right there. If it were any other race, seeing the Frisia forces uniform, they would have attacked on the spot. But they just locked us up. Because we didn't attack them. Tagma guessed. Because we haven't done anything bad to them yet. Salb corrected him. These people determine whether someone should be killed not by what clothes you wear, but by what actions you've taken. After we entered the village, apart from that fool Sasami, who hit someone, there were no other acts of aggression. So they chose to imprison us instead of executing us. Tagma thought for a moment and found it reasonable. So, what do we do next? Salb fell silent for a few seconds. Wait. For what? For an opportunity. What opportunity? If I knew what the hell the opportunity was, would I still be waiting? Salb rarely cursed, but he did this time. Tagoma wisely shut his mouth. Oh, so it's waiting to die. The three of them leaned against the wall, sitting on the haystacks, none of them speaking. Outside the granary, the occasional sound of Namekians moving could be heard, along with indistinct shouts from distant fields. This planet had no night. 3 suns took turns on duty, the light always soft and bright. Damn it. Can't even wait for the sky to darken. Charu lay atop the mushroom canopy above the granary, his chin resting on his crossed hands, legs dangling behind him. He had watched the entire process of their capture and imprisonment from start to finish. What could he say? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The image of Zasami's fist smashing into that Namekian's face without the latter even blinking. That scene alone could keep him laughing for a year. But Charu rolled over, staring up at the sky. These Namekians are almost too kind. They had barged in wearing Frisia Force uniforms, refused to answer questions for ages, and Zasami even threw a punch. If it were Science, they'd tear you apart on the spot. If it were him, Charu, well, he might just lock them up too. The point was, he couldn't let these 3 stay imprisoned. Locked up, they couldn't gather the Dragon Balls. No Dragon Balls meant no revival for Frisia, and without Frisia's revival, his plans would fall apart. I need a plan. Charu sat up, crossing his arms over his chest. The question is how to save them. Just show up and tear down the granary door. Too stupid. The Namekians aren't blind. An outsider breaking out prisoners. 12 fighters with combat powers around 4-0 to 5-0 surrounding him. He could take them all down, sure, but that would expose him. Exposure would ruin the fun. He wanted to pull strings from the shadows, not play cards at the table himself. What kind of mastermind ever steps onto the field? No dignity at all. I need to make this look like a coincidence. Charu stroked his chin, or rather like fate. He sat cross-legged on the canopy, his mind racing. A minute later, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Got it. Though night didn't exist on New Namek, and Namekians apparently didn't need sleep. That's why these fools didn't dare break the lock and run away in the middle of the night. Escape was impossible. The lock was ordinary. Even Saul with his combat power of only 1000 could easily smash it. But then what? Get beaten up and locked up again. There was no moonless windy night here. Dozens of men who could crush you with power itching to pound you, but held back by moral chains. Plenty of them around. They're probably all hoping you'll run. Come on, kid. We've been waiting forever. When the largest of the three suns rotated to the planet's far side, the light dimmed slightly, from broad daylight to an overcast level. The Namekians treated this period as night, using it to rest. Charu waited for this window. As the light faded, the village grew much quieter. Most Namekians retreated into their houses. Only two remained on guard duty, one at the village entrance, one at the granary door. The guard at the granary was young, roughly equivalent to a human of 17 or 18. He had pulled a chair to sit by the door, holding some unknown book, reading by the faint glow of the smallest of the three suns. Charu peered down from the canopy at this guard. Combat power, 390000. A kid of 17 or 18 with 390000. All right then. First get this young man out of the way. Charu slid silently down from the tree, landing behind a mushroom tree at the village edge. He crouched in the shadow of the roots, thought for a moment, then picked up a stone. An ordinary rock, fist-sized. He weighed it in his hand. Then with a single finger he flicked it. Control was key. With his current strength, a full-force flick could punch a hole through a planet. So he used maybe 1/10th of that. No 100,000th of his strength. The stone arced through the air, flying halfway across the village, landing in the fields to the west. Thud. A dull sound. Not loud, but distinct in the quiet night. The guard's head lifted. He glanced westward, frowning. He didn't move. Charu flicked another stone. Thud. This one was a bit louder, accompanied by the sound of dirt splattering. The guard stood up. He placed his book on the chair, took a few steps west, and listened intently. Come on, man, don't hesitate. Go check it out. When Charu flicked the third stone, he added a spin. The stone bounced twice in the field. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive sounds, as if something was scurrying across the ground. The guard couldn't sit still anymore. He looked back at the granary door. Those wastes inside hadn't made a peep. Whatever, might as well go see. Even if they tried to escape, with how pathetic those three were, they'd be dragged back in no time. Won't take long. Hee. He'll go check. He shouted toward the village entrance. Then he hurried westward. Charu waited until he was 30 meters away. Move. His figure flickered, vanishing from behind the tree root. In the next instant, he stood before the granary door. The entire process took less than 0.1 seconds. He looked down at the lock. An ordinary lock. Iron. Hand forged by Namekian's crude workmanship, with burrs visible in the keyhole. Charu reached out with 2 fingers and pinched the lock. With a slight squeeze. Click. The lock's core crumbled between his fingers, silent and seamless. He removed the shattered lock from the hasp and slipped it into his pocket. Couldn't leave it at the scene, or the Namekians would know someone had been there. Then he pulled a thin mushroom tree branch from his pocket, bent it into a hook, and inserted it into the hasp. From a distance, it looked almost like the lock was still in place. Good enough to fool a glance. He pushed the door open. Inside the granary, the three were in various states. Saul leaned against the wall, half-closed eyes, seemingly dozing, but his fingers tapped lightly on his thigh. He wasn't asleep at all. Tagoma sat bolt upright, arms crossed over his chest, staring at the door. Zasami lay sprawled on the haystack, limbs splayed, snoring. His snores sounded like a tractor, making the whole granary vibrate. Charu almost laughed out loud. This guy had nerves of steel. Locked up on enemy territory, and he could still sleep. Then again, with a combat power of only 300, worrying was pointless. Better to conserve energy. Charu didn't step inside. He stood at the doorway, raised his hand. An extremely thin, faint wisp of energy shot from his fingertip, striking Tagoma's forehead. The force was about as strong as a mosquito landing. Tagoma grunted, touched his forehead, and glanced at the door. The door was slightly ajar. He jolted upright, sitting straight. He looked again. No one outside. Just a crack through which the dimmed sky was visible. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. He wasn't. The door was indeed open. Lord Salb, he whispered. Salb opened his eyes and saw the gap. The two exchanged a glance. Salb raised a finger to his lips. Shush. Then he slowly rose to his feet, pressing against the wall as he inched his way to the door. Reaching out, he gave it a gentle push. The door creaked open. Unlocked. A bent branch hung from the door ring. Sorb's mind went blank. The lock. Where had the lock gone? He peered outside. The guard's chair sat by the entrance with an open book resting on it. Where was the man? Not there. Sorb glanced left and right. At the village entrance, a Namekian figure stood with his back turned, gazing into the distance. On the granary side, no one. He pulled his head back in and looked at Tagoma. Tagoma returned his gaze. What's the situation? Sorb shook his head. No idea. But an opportunity was an opportunity. No matter how it came, they couldn't waste it. Wake him up. Sorb gestured toward Sami. Tagoma walked over and slapped Sami across the face. MMPH. Sami sprang up, nearly hitting the ceiling. Enemy attack. Tagoma clamped a hand over his mouth. Shut up. Tagoma hissed into his ear. The door's open. Let's go. Shisami's eyes darted around twice before settling on the open door. His mouth moved beneath Tagoma's palm, mumbling something indistinct. Tagoma released his hand. I said, how did the door open? Sure, Sammy kept his voice to the lowest possible whisper, though even that was as loud as an ordinary person's normal speech. No idea. No more talk. Move. The three of them crept out of the granary, crouching low. Sorb led the way, hugging the wall with quick light steps. Tagoma followed, glancing back every 2 steps. Sure, Sammy brought up the rear, struggling to press his wall-like frame against the wall, but his shoulders were wider than the wall itself, leaving half of him exposed no matter how he tried. The three of them slipped along the row of buildings at the back of the village, hunched over as they made their escape. Charu crouched on the rooftop above them, following their every move. Charu trailed them from above, his aura suppressed to the utmost limit, while channeling a sliver of his power to cloak the 3 fools below. He had no choice. He had already sensed it. Several spiritual probes were sweeping toward this spot from all corners of the village. Some were faint and elusive, while others were blatantly fixed on the granary. Charu smirked. No surprise there. Frisia 4 soldiers had fallen into their hands, still alive and kicking, locked up in the granary. A blood feud brothers, which Namekian could sleep soundly. They were probably all itching for these 3 to break out in the dead of night, just so they could claim self-defense and settle the score. Go on, run. Hurry up and run. Give us a reason to strike. Charu could almost imagine the thoughts racing through those Namekians' minds right now. So he had to smother the auras of these 3 worthless wretches completely. Not a single trace could leak out. Otherwise, those Namekian warriors who just happened to be awake would have these 3 beaten black and blue within 3 seconds and dragged right back. He watched Shisami's bulky frame squirm and twist at the base of the wall, nearly dislocating his own joints from laughter. Seriously, you call this stealth? This is more like performance art. If I weren't covering for you, your head would have been smashed long ago. By the time the 3 of them reached the edge of the village, Sorb suddenly stopped. His boot had kicked something. He looked down. On the ground right at his feet, half buried in the grass, a sphere. Orange-yellow, slightly larger than a fist, its surface polished to a glossy sheen embedded with a few red stars. Sorb's heart skipped a beat. A Dragon Ball. He didn't move. He stared at that Dragon Ball, his mind racing through 1,000 thoughts in an instant. A trap? No. Left in a place like this, half hidden in the grass, it didn't look deliberately placed. But would a Namekian just toss a Dragon Ball at the edge of the village? Impossible. The Dragon Balls were their sacred treasures, carefully guarded by the elder of each village. So how did this one end up here? He glanced back. The village was eerily quiet. No pursuers, no shouts. Those who should be resting were still resting, and the guard had vanished without a trace. His door had inexplicably opened, the guard had inexplicably disappeared, and now a Dragon Ball had inexplicably appeared on the ground. Too coincidental. So coincidental. It felt like a haunting, sending chills down his spine. My lord. Tagoma sidled up, following his gaze to the sphere on the ground. Tagoma's body stiffened for a moment. This? A Dragon Ball. Sorb spat out the 2 words. Tagoma crouched down, examining it closely under the faint light of the smallest sun. 4-star. An orange-yellow sphere with a unique warm luster. He had seen photos of this in the army archives. It's real? Tagoma's voice trembled. Lord Sorb, this is a genuine Dragon Ball. Sorb didn't pick it up right away. He stood still, looking up at the sky, then around him, and finally down at his toes. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Pick it up, he said. Tagoma hesitated. What if it's a trap? Even if it's a trap, we pick it up. Sorb crouched down and dug the Dragon Ball out of the grass. It was warm to the touch. A strange pulse emanated from the sphere, traveling up his palm and reaching his chest, making his heartbeat quicken by 2 beats. No illusion. This thing was alive. The Dragon Ball glowed faintly in his hand, its soft orange-yellow light spilling through the gaps between his fingers. Sorb held the Dragon Ball in his trembling hands. Not from fear. From excitement. He had been carrying the tattered banner of the Frisia force, drifting through the universe, hiding for so many years. Hunted, betrayed, mocked. Their territory lost piece by piece, his men scattering one by one. The only thing keeping him going was a single breath. That breath was called Lord Frisia. Now for the first time, that breath had found a place to rest. What he held in his hand was not just a Dragon Ball. It was hope. Let's go. Sorb tucked the Dragon Ball into the inner pocket of his uniform, stood up, and rasped, move quickly. The 3 of them hesitated, no longer ducking into the mushroom forest outside the village, their steps growing faster and faster. As Sure Sammy passed the spot where the Dragon Ball had been buried, he couldn't help glancing back. Tagoma, he spoke up as he ran. Speak. You think that door? Was someone helping us open it? Tagoma's step faltered for a moment before he pressed on. Don't overthink it. The lock was old, it came loose on its own. The lock loosens, the door opens by itself. And the Dragon Ball just rolls right to our feet. Coincidence. Do you believe that? Tagoma was silent for 2 steps. Believe it or not, running is what matters. Sure, Sammy didn't press further. But a thought had taken root in his mind. One so absurd it felt ridiculous to him. Was it someone helping them in secret? Could it be? No, impossible. Who would help the Frisia force? The whole universe wished them all dead. Besides, what would that person gain from it? People always acted out of self-interest, right? There had to be a reason. Then, was it the will of heaven? Fate refusing to let them fall? Heaven would not extinguish the Frisia force. A guiding hand from the unseen. Sammy shook his head violently, trying to cast the thought aside. 2 seconds later the thought crept back. The more he dwelled on it, the more sense it made. The great king's destiny was not yet spent. Heaven blesses the king. He ran even faster. After the three figures plunged into the mushroom forest, their pace quickened with each step until they were nearly sprinting. Saul led the charge, one hand pressed against the inside of his chest. The Dragon Ball nestled against his heart, jolted with every stride an uncomfortable lump. In the original tale, the Dragon Balls were spheres the size of a human head. This one, however, was a newly crafted replica, made by the new Elder after the passing of the previous Grand Elder Guru. It was smaller than the original, but larger than the Earth's Dragon Balls. He dared not loosen his grip, fearing that this treasure might vanish like a dream the moment he let go. Tagoma trailed behind his mind a whirlpool of unanswered questions. How did the door open? Where did the guards go? How did the Dragon Ball appear? 3 events, 3 coincidences. 1 coincidence was luck, 2 were a strange twist, but 3, that was downright uncanny. But he kept his silence. This was hardly the time for philosophical debate. Sammy brought up the rear, his thick legs churning swiftly, his soles crunching against the mushroom tree roots with every pounding step. He kept glancing over his shoulder, half expecting a horde of green-skinned pursuers to burst forth. Nothing. Utter silence. Not even a ghost in sight. This paradoxically only heightened his anxiety. Faster, faster, faster. Saul urged in a hushed whisper. They covered about 2 kilometers before Saul finally halted, leaning against a mushroom tree trunk to catch his breath. With his combat power barely over 1,000, his stamina was limited. Tagoma stopped beside him, his breathing still steady. Sammy arrived last, slumping against the trunk with a thud that shook the entire mushroom tree. We should have lost them, Saul panted, pulling the Dragon Ball from his inner pocket for a quick glance. It was still there. A warm orange light pulsed in his palm, the 4 crimson stars clearly visible. Real. This was no dream. Lord Saul, Tagoma began, his voice barely a whisper. Don't you think it was too easy? Easy? Saul tucked the Dragon Ball away. You call this easy? Getting beaten down, disarmed, locked in a granary, kneeling before a bunch of farmers for interrogation. You call that easy? I meant the latter part. The latter part. Saul leaned against the trunk, gazing up at the colossal mushroom canopy above. It's definitely not normal. Then why did you take it? Not take it. Saul turned his head. Tell me, what else could we do? The 3 of us together can't even beat one of those farmers. Our spaceship is still parked out there, maybe already discovered. Our communicators are gone, our weapons are gone, our scouter is gone. Even if we hadn't taken this Dragon Ball, what would our next move be? Tagoma opened his mouth, but found no retort. Whether it's help or a trap, Saul raised a finger. At least now we have a Dragon Ball in hand. That's solid progress. But there are still 6 more. Sammy interjected. At those words, all 3 fell into a simultaneous silence. 6. The Namekian Dragon Balls were scattered across different villages, each guarded by a horde of those farmers with combat powers of 4 or 500,000. The total combat power of their trio was 54,000. 54,000 against 4 or 500,000. A 10-to-1 disadvantage. And there were 6 villages, at least 6. Saul closed his eyes, his fingers resuming their tapping on his thigh. 1 step at a time, he said. Let's get back to the ship first. Xiaolu, crouched atop a mushroom tree 30 meters away, had caught every word of their conversation. He cupped his chin, a crooked smile spreading across his lips. 1 step at a time. Well, you're an optimist, aren't you? 6 villages, 6 Dragon Balls. Each one just like the last, guarded by a dozen or so Namekians with combat powers of 4 or 500,000. Your trio couldn't even handle the first village without getting ground into the dirt. What's your next plan? Talk your way through. Saul has a silver tongue, sure, but Namekians aren't stupid. You show up at their doorstep in Frisia Force uniforms claiming to be tourists. Who'd believe that? Besides, now that this village has lost its Dragon Ball, you think they won't contact the others, warning them about Dragon Ball thieves in Frisia uniforms. So steal them. Shisami, with his combat power of 30,000, has the stealth skills of a bulldozer crossing a highway. If I hadn't been cloaking their presence from above, they'd have been discovered 100 times over. Fight their way through. Don't make me laugh. So in the end, it all falls to me, Xiaolu. They'll have to secretly protect these 3 failures, escort them to each village. Then figure out a way to get the Dragon Balls out, all while letting these idiots believe they just got lucky and stumbled upon them. 6 times. I have to do this 6 times. Each time I'll need to fabricate a different coincidence, divert the Namekians' attention, and make sure I don't reveal myself. Xiaolu rubbed his temples. He suddenly felt less like a mastermind and more like a nanny. No more like a father taking 3 mentally challenged kids on a trip. I wonder what I'm even doing this for. He muttered to himself, then answered, forget it. If I'm watching the show for free, I guess I have to pay with a bit of effort. All for the system quest, and of course the genes of the Frost Demon race. Frisia's freakish, limitless talent, the potential for ultimate evolution. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Xiaolu licked the corner of his mouth, a glint of cunning flashing deep within his eyes. Once these 3 fools gather all 7 Dragon Balls, once Frisia crawls out of hell, then ill. He cracked his neck, his joints popping twice. Alright, playing dad it is. Besides, this father figure will eventually collect his dues from these sons with interest. But Xiaolu counted on his fingers, 6 villages. Even if I hit one a day, that's nearly a week. And that's the best case scenario. If something goes wrong along the way, like that idiot Sure Sammy starting another fight, the timeline will stretch even longer. He let out a sigh. Troublesome. Damn troublesome. Being a shadowy mastermind sounds cool, but the reality is all dirty grunt work. In the movies, the big bad just gives orders and his minions get it done. But for me, my minions are even more useless than the enemy. I have to clean up every single mess myself. If only there were an easier way. Shallow was just thinking this. Suddenly his mind buzzed. Not in pain. It was a thought. One that came from outside. Lights soft like a breeze rippling across a pond, stirring a circle of ripples in his consciousness. Then a voice spoke. Not heard through his ears, but directly within his mind. Guessed from afar. Xyla's fingers stopped. I sense a familiar aura upon you. The voice was old, calm, unhurried. I sense that you harbor no malice. Shallow raised an eyebrow. Since you are here, why not come to me? Let us talk. The voice faded away. Silence returned to his mind. Shallow remained perched on the treetop, his chin still in his hand, utterly still. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Then he smiled. The corners of his lips curled upward bit by bit, finally settling into a knowing smirk that screamed, just as I thought. Heh. He withdrew his hand from his chin, interlacing his fingers and resting them on his knees. So I've been found out after all. Not surprising. Not surprising in the least. The Grand Elder of the Namekians was no ordinary being. As the spiritual leader of the entire race, capable of unlocking his people's latent potential, someone like that perceived chi on an entirely different level from common warriors. Ordinary Namekian warriors sensed energy through fluctuations in battle power. When Cell suppressed his chi to 0, they couldn't detect him. But the Grand Elder was different. What he sensed wasn't battle power, but life itself. You could conceal your fighting strength, but you couldn't hide the fact that you were alive. A living being existing on this planet. Even with chi suppressed to 0, even without the slightest fluctuation, the Grand Elder could still feel that something was there. Like being in a pitch-black room, unable to see anything, yet knowing another person was breathing beside you. Cell had understood this from the very beginning. He could deceive the perception of ordinary Namekians, but not the Grand Elder. So he had actually been waiting all along, waiting for the Grand Elder to contact him first. A familiar aura. Cell savored those words, rolling them over his tongue. Familiar. What was familiar? He pondered for a moment, then understood. He carried Namekian cells within him. After all, Cell's original form was the bioweapon created by Dr. Gero from the cells of Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and Piccolo. Piccolo was a Namekian. So within Cell's body flowed the blood of the Namekians. That was the familiar aura the Grand Elder had sensed. An outsider, yet bearing the life signature of a Namekian. Not an enemy, at least not purely an enemy. Not a fellow clansman, but not entirely a stranger either. Such a paradoxical existence would pique anyone's curiosity. Interesting. Cell stood up, brushing the bark fragments from his pants. He glanced downward. 30 meters away, Sorb and his 2 companions had begun moving toward their spaceship. They moved slowly, furtively, like 3 weasels that had stolen a chicken. No need to worry about them anymore. At least not for now. Their route back to the ship didn't pass through any Namekian villages, so they wouldn't encounter danger. As for him, he had a more important matter to attend to. Cell turned, facing the northern part of the planet. The Grand Elder's psychic call had come from that direction. The distance, roughly 300 kilometers. For him, it was a blink of an eye. Go have a chat. Cell muttered to himself, the smile on his lips deepening. Sure. Perfect timing. I'd like to meet this new Grand Elder too. His original plan had been to stay hidden in the shadows, operating purely as a behind-the-scenes puppeteer. But now it seemed the plan needed to change. The Grand Elder had already discovered his presence. Continuing to hide and pretend he didn't exist would only arouse greater suspicion. A mysterious entity that skulked in the shadows was far more dangerous than a visitor who appeared openly. And Cell licked the corner of his mouth. If he could strike up a conversation with the Grand Elder, things might actually become simpler. The Dragon Balls were in the Namekian's possession. He needed to help Sorb and the others collect them. If he had to sneak into every village one by one, it would be time-consuming, laborious, and prone to failure. But what if the Grand Elder was willing to cooperate? Cell flew north for about 300 kilometers. Calling it flying wasn't quite accurate. He kept his speed extremely low, skimming over the canopies of the mushroom trees, his aura suppressed to nearly 0. Not out of fear of being discovered. The Grand Elder had already called out to him, so hiding was pointless. It was pure habit. A qualified mastermind had to maintain an air of mystery, even when going to a meeting. Just look at Lord Frieza. He flew faster than anyone, yet he still went everywhere in his baby carriage. Now that was style. Since when did a big boss ever stand? Some had been sitting for tens of thousands of years. How could he, the current mightiest in the universe, lack even that much flair? Maybe he should go back and ask Bulma to make him an oversized baby carriage. The terrain in the north was quite different from the south. The mushroom trees grew sparser, replaced by vast expanses of blue-green meadows dotted with dome-shaped buildings. The buildings were much larger than those in the previous village, arranged more densely, hinting at the outline of a small town. At the town's center stood a domed tower twice the height of the other structures. A window was open at the top of the tower with a curtain woven from something like vines hanging down shimmering with a faint green light under the rays of the three suns. Cell landed in the open space in front of the tower. No guards. No. There were guards. Two Namekians stood on either side of the tower entrance, but they didn't stop him. They didn't even look at him. Well, to be precise, they glanced at him, then stepped aside. The Grand Elder said, "You should go straight up," said the Namekian on the left, his tone flat, but his body was taut with tension. This guy didn't look like an easy mark. Cell swept a glance over him. This fellow's battle power. Around 470,000. Standing guard at the door. Extravagant. Thanks. Cell nodded at him and stepped into the tower. The interior of the tower featured a spiral ramp without any steps winding upward. Luminescent ores embedded in the walls emitted a soft, blue-green glow. As Cell ascended, he calculated in his mind. The Grand Elder had invited him of his own accord. What did this signify? First, the Grand Elder had confirmed he bore no ill will. At least not for now. Second, the Grand Elder was curious about him. An outsider carrying the aura of a Namekian. Such an existence was a mystery in itself. Third, and most crucially, the Grand Elder had chosen not to take a hostile stance. That was enough. As long as it wasn't hostility, what remained was negotiation. And negotiation? That was Cell's arena. At the end of the ramp was a circular door half open. Cell pushed it open and entered. Then he froze for a moment. The room wasn't large, circular, matching the tower's shape. By the window was a low reclining chair, thickly cushioned. Seated in the recliner was a Namekian. Old. Very old. That was the first word that popped into Cell's mind. He had seen images of the Namekian Grand Elder before. In Cell's fragmented memories and Dr. Jiro's databases. The previous Grand Elder in his weakest state must have looked something like this. The grooves on his skin were so deep they could trap a fly, his antennae drooped, and his entire form was shriveled within the recliner, the rise and fall of his chest barely perceptible. But his eyes were bright. Within those clouded orbs was a glimmer of light, small yet unwavering. "Are you the visitor from afar?" But his eyes were bright. Within those clouded orbs was a glimmer of light, small yet unwavering. "Are you the visitor from afar?" Mule's voice sounded even more aged than when he spoke through telepathy. His breath was faint, and he had to pause after every sentence. His spirit seemed even weaker than his predecessors in the comics. "What happened? I recall you seemed vigorous when you took over." Xiaolu wiped the nonchalant expression off his face. It wasn't an act. He genuinely dropped the facade. He vaguely understood why the new Grand Elder had become like this. Though he was sharp-tongued and cunning at heart, he still maintained basic respect for those truly worthy of it. Just as he did for Bulma, an elder who had sacrificed his entire life for the future of his race. Regardless of how one judged the rightness of that decision, the commitment itself deserved a solemn face. "Grand Elder Muley." Xiaolu bowed slightly. "I apologize for the intrusion." Muley looked at him, his clouded eyes shifting. "Younger than I imagined." "My race tends to look youthful," Xiaolu replied casually. Muley smiled. The smile was faint, tugging at the wrinkles on his face. "Sit." He raised a hand, pointing to a round stool nearby. Xiaolu walked over and sat down. The stool's height allowed him to meet Muley's eyes at the same level. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Muley spoke first. "The aura on you is very complex. There's Saiyan. There's Frisia's race. And there's our Namekian." Muley paused at this point. He fixed his gaze on Xyla's face, a hint of scrutiny emerging in his murky eyes. "What exactly are you?" Xiaolu thought for a moment, deciding on a mix of truth and falsehood. "I am a composite." He chose his words carefully. "My body contains genes from many races. Saiyan, Frisia's race, Namekian. All of them." Muley's brow twitched. "Artificially created." Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. This old man was alarmingly sharp. "You could say that." He didn't deny it. "But now I am not the same as when I was first made. I have my own choices." Muley was silent for a while. "The Namekian aura. Is it Piccolo's?" Xiaolu nodded. Muley's expression softened. It wasn't relaxation, but a complex emotion flickering across his face. "Piccolo. That Namekian warrior who had fought alongside Gohan, that fellow clansman who had died protecting Earthlings. You know Piccolo?" "Yes." "Then, Son Goku." Muley's voice trembled slightly as he uttered the name. Xiaolu noticed. This name carried immense weight for Muley. In the Namekian War back then, Frisia had massacred the Namekians, and it was Son Goku who transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Frisia. To the Namekians, Son Goku was a savior of legendary status. "I know him." Xiaolu nodded again. "We are friends." "Friends." The word felt a bit hollow even to Xiaolu as it left his lips. "Friends. You and Son Goku. You've only met him once, haven't you? There were plenty of cross-dimensional calls, but all you did was trick him. And your father nearly beat his son to death. Now all you think about is exploiting Frisia's resurrection for your own gain. Does that count as friendship?" "Never mind. Muley wouldn't know the details anyway." Muley's demeanor visibly eased. The word friend, combined with the Namekian aura and the earlier perception of no ill intent, 3 layers of assurance stacked together, tipping the scales of trust. But it wasn't enough. Xiaolu knew that words alone had limited persuasive power. He needed tangible evidence. "Grand Elder Muley." Xiaolu pulled something out of the storage compartment at his waist. "Take a look at this." It was a small circular device palm-sized with several glowing dots flickering on the screen. A dragon radar. He had stolen it from Bulma originally to find Dragon Balls. Today, it was serving as a token of trust. The point wasn't the radar itself. It was the emblem printed on its casing. A capital C, encircled by a capsule-shaped ring. The logo of Capsule Corporation. Mueller's gaze fell on that emblem. He leaned forward slightly. For an elder this frail, the gesture spoke volumes. This is Capsule Corporation. Xiaolu handed the radar over. Bulma's company. You know Bulma, don't you? Muley took the radar, his withered fingers tracing the logo. Of course he knew Bulma. After Namek was destroyed, the surviving Namekians had lived on Earth for a time. During that period, Bulma provided immense help, shelter, food, technical support. After all his fellow clansmen, the old great demon King Piccolo had lost his mind and tried to rule Earth, making the Namekians' reputation so dreadful that their very name could stop children's cries. Without Bulma, those Namekian refugees couldn't have survived on Earth. Later, when the Namekians used the Earth Dragon Balls to wish for a new home, Bulma coordinated the entire process. To the Namekians, Bulma was a benefactor. This device. Did she make it? Muley looked up at Xiaolu. Yes. That's right, she gave it to me. The great deceiver Xiaolu lied effortlessly. We are very good friends. We need the Dragon Balls. The Earth ones, as you know, lack the quality of the originals. Muley first raised a hand to stop Xiaolu from continuing. Then he turned the radar over twice, examining it, and glanced at the glowing dots on the screen. 7. Scattered in different directions. He returned the radar to Xiaolu. The friends on Earth want to use the Dragon Balls. Here it came. The crucial question. Xiaolu put the radar away and organized his thoughts. Grand Elder Muley, it'll be direct. He decided on a strategy of 70% truth and 30% ambiguity. I came here indeed for the Dragon Balls. Muley showed no surprise. He had already guessed. Why else would an outsider travel all the way to New Namek if not for the Dragon Balls? For sightseeing. But I can't tell you the specific wish. Xiaolu spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to, saying it might affect the outcome of the whole matter. Muley frowned. Will the wish you intend to make harm anyone? It won't harm the Namekians. Xiaolu gave a precise answer. I can guarantee that. Note, he said, won't harm the Namekians. Not, won't harm anyone. Muley caught the distinction. The old man was silent for a long time. The room grew so quiet that only the faint sound of his chest rising and falling could be heard. Xiaolu did not urge him. He knew that pressing too hard at such a moment would only backfire. Letting the other party think, weigh, and convince himself. This was the pinnacle of negotiation tactics. But those three. Mori finally spoke again. The three wearing Frisia's army uniforms. Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, the toughest part. Did you bring them? Mori asked. Sort of. Xiaolu chose his words with caution. They have their goals, and I have mine. Our goals overlap. What are their goals? Xiaolu did not hesitate. To resurrect Frisia? 5 words like dropping a bomb. Mura's fingers stopped. In those cloudy old eyes a clear emotional fluctuation finally appeared. Xiaolu spread his hands. Those 3 want to resurrect Frisia, and so do I. Why? Mura's voice was low, but Xiaolu could feel the immense weight behind those 2 words. Frisia. That name needed no explanation for what it meant to the Namekians. The enmity of genocide. 7 years from now, an extremely powerful enemy will appear on Earth. Xiaolu raised one finger. How powerful? Let's put it this way. The current me cannot defeat him, nor can the current Son Goku. He paused, letting the weight of those words sink in. Mori had already sensed his life force moments ago. How to describe it? Very strong. Stronger than Frisia back then. As if from a different story altogether. Such an existence admitting cannot defeat. The impact of those 3 words surpassed any description. I need to become stronger. Frisia's genes are one of the keys to my growth. Mori fell silent for a few seconds. So you mean? The old man's voice came slowly, each word forced out. You resurrect him, take his genes, and then kill him. Xiaolu tilted his head. To be honest, this was the easiest answer to give. A nod and the matter would be settled. Resurrect Frisia, kill Frisia, take the genes. A flawless logic, and the Namekians would have no moral qualms. But he did not nod. Elder, I don't want to lie to you. Xiaolu leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. I won't kill Frisia. Mura's breath caught for a moment. The air in the room shifted. The fragile trust that had just been built visibly began to crack. Xiaolu quickly added, let me finish. He held up 2 fingers. First, for the enemy on Earth 7 years from now, I need Frisia's genes to strengthen myself. Only then would there be a sliver of hope for victory. Mura's brows knitted tightly. Second, Xiaolu raised his second finger, slowing his speech. This is more important. I received a hint. In the years after that, our universe will face a cataclysm. Xiaolu's tone was unusually devoid of jest, not a calamity for a single planet, but for the entire universe. If Frisia is not present, our universe will be erased. He emphasized those last 3 words heavily. Mori stared at him. A turmoil of emotions, anger, doubt, fear, and reluctance, churned in those old eyes. How many of his kin had Frisia slaughtered? Those fallen clansmen, those destroyed villages, those lives that would never return. And now you tell me this executioner must not only be resurrected, but also kept alive. Why should I believe any of this? Mira's voice was hoarse. A hint. What hint? From whom? Xiaolu opened his mouth. He couldn't explain this. He couldn't exactly say I read it in a manga, could he? Elder, there are some things I can't explain the source of. Xiaolu's tone was unusually earnest. But I can tell you this, if I wanted to deceive you, I could have simply answered that question with "I'll kill him after the resurrection," and you would have believed me. Right. Mori was taken aback. I chose to tell the truth because I respect you. Xiaolu leaned back against the round stool, and also, because if the universe truly faces disaster, Namek won't escape it either. I need you to know the truth. The room fell silent again. Mori closed his eyes. His chest rose and fell slowly, gently. His wrinkled face revealed no inclination. Xiaolu did not press. He crossed his legs silently, tapping a rhythm on his knee with his fingers. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Mori opened his eyes. That cataclysm you mentioned, the old man's voice was hoarse. If it's true, will the entire universe be destroyed? Yes. Including new Namek. Including. Mori closed his eyes again. This silence lasted even longer. So long that Xiaolu began counting his own heartbeats. Then the old man let out a sigh. That breath came from deep within his chest, carrying a heavy, resigned weariness. I agree. The shadow of Frisia's army had loomed over the Namekians for decades. The enmity of that genocide was still etched into every Namekian's memory. They trained relentlessly, unlocked their potential, pushed themselves to the limit, all to ensure that would never happen again. But now Amir Xiaolu, a friend of their Earth benefactors, spoke of resurrecting Frisia. And Elder Mori had agreed. Mori raised a hand to stop Xiaolu from speaking further. You don't need to say more. The old man's voice was soft, but each word was clear. After I succeeded as Elder, it seems, I gained something. Indescribable, but I can sense what others think truth from lies. Xiaolu's spine went rigid instantly. Holy shit. Mind reading. Had forgotten about that. His mind buzzed. The previous Elder Guru seemed to have that ability. He could perceive the truth and falsehood in others' hearts. Wait, was this ability tied to the position of Elder? What kind of logic was that? Mori continued, everything you just said I could feel. It was true. The old man paused. That's why I agreed. Xiaolu kept his expression unchanged, but inside, he was frantically replaying every word he had just spoken. Frisia would be resurrected. True. A great enemy in 7 years. True. The universe would be erased. True. He wouldn't harm the Namekians. Also true. Being friends with Son Goku, well. That was a bit shaky, but not entirely false. The definition of friend was broad enough. Perhaps in that simple-minded monkey's heart, he was indeed a friend. Xiaolu breathed a mental sigh of relief. Close call. A damn close call. Thank goodness he hadn't lied on the key issues. Those vague parts weren't strictly false either, just incomplete. The pinnacle of half-truths, every word is true, but strung together the meaning shifts. Thank heaven Xiaolu was a qualified con artist. Xiaolu took a deep breath. All right, since you believe me, I won't hold back. Elder, about the Dragon Balls. They'll have someone fetch them. Mori raised his hand and gestured toward the door. Footsteps echoed from outside. A young Namekian entered, stood respectfully beside Mori. Ace, Mori said to him, go and gather the Dragon Balls from each village. The young Namekian, named Ace, hesitated for a moment, glancing at Sheru, then back at Mori. Great Elder, this. Go, Mira's tone brooked no dissent. Tell the village elders it is my will. Ace hesitated for a brief instant, nodded, turned, and strode quickly away. Sheru watched his silhouette vanish through the doorway, silently calculating in his mind. 7 Dragon Balls. He had already helped Sorb and the others acquire one. That 4-star ball, which had coincidentally appeared at the village entrance. Now Mori had sent for the remaining 6. Add them up, and all 7 were assembled. Was it really that simple? What had his original plan been? Sneak from village to village, fabricate different coincidences, each time divert the Namekians' attention. Estimated time to complete a week. And the result? Less than 10 minutes of conversation with the Great Elder, and everything was settled. Honestly, to obtain the Dragon Balls, there were only 3 paths: robbery, theft, or deception. As it turned out, deception was the fastest. If only he had come directly to the Great Elder from the start, played the role of a health supplement salesman, and swindled the elderly outright. Why go through all that trouble? No. If he had come straight away without the earlier groundwork, Mori might not have been so accommodating. It was because he had spent 2 days on this planet without harming a single Namekian. It was because when helping Sorb and the others escape, he had deliberately avoided injuring any Namekian. It was because Mori had been observing him these past 2 days, confirming his pattern of behavior. So today's conversation was merely the final confirmation. The real negotiation had begun the moment he set foot on this planet. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sheriff's mouth. Well then, whether by accident or design, the outcome was what mattered. During the wait, Mori spoke again. Sheriff, moi, that Namekian part of you. Is it Piccolo's cells? Sheriff nodded. Mori was silent for a moment, then said something Sheriff hadn't expected. Then you could be considered half a Namekian. Sheriff was stunned. He opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Half a Namekian? Him. A biological weapon created by a mad scientist, a scheming villainous mastermind, a monster who could devour even his own kind. Half a Namekian. Don't look at me like that. Mori chuckled, his wrinkles gathering. Bloodline isn't something you can choose, but how you treat it, that is your choice. Sharu was silent for 3 seconds. Then he too laughed. Great Elder, I'll drink down this bowl of chicken soup for the soul. Mori didn't understand what chicken soup meant, but he sensed goodwill in Sharu's tone, so he smiled again. What did this statement prove? You're a Namekian even if only half, so if something happens to Namek in the future, can you stand by and do nothing? About half an hour later, Ace returned. Behind him followed 6 Namekians, each holding a Dragon Ball. 6 orange-yellow spheres were neatly arranged on the floor before Mori 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 5-star, 6-star, 7-star. The 4-star was missing. The 4-star was in Sorb's pocket. Sharu gazed at the 6 Dragon Balls, his heartbeat quickening by 2 beats. Not from excitement. It was a sense of satisfaction that the plan was nearing completion. Take them. Mori gestured with his chin toward the Dragon Balls. Sharu didn't act immediately. He looked at Mori and asked a critical question. Great Elder, the summoning incantation for Purunga. The Namekian dragon was called Purunga. Unlike Earth's dragon, Purunga could only be summoned in the Namekian language. Even if you gathered all 7 Dragon Balls without knowing Namekian, it was useless. Mori nodded. Come here. Sharu stood and walked before Mori. Mori extended a withered hand and placed it on Sharu's forehead. A warm stream of consciousness surged into his mind. Not words, not sounds, but something deeper, the very essence of language. The pronunciation rules, grammatical structure of the Namekian language, and the specific incantation to summon Purunga, all were poured into Sharu's consciousness in an instant. 3 seconds. Mori withdrew his hand. Sharu closed his eyes, running through it in his mind. Takalapa, Purunga, Purawa. He silently recited the summoning incantation, confirming it was correct. Remembered? Mori asked. Remembered. Mori leaned back into his recliner, seeming to shrink further. That single transmission of thought was no small drain on his current body. Sharu, his eyes closed, voice growing fainter. Here, go and do what you believe is right. Sharu gazed at this aged, declining Namekian, silent for a moment. Great Elder. Moi, aren't you afraid I'm a liar? Mori didn't open his eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched, forming a faint curve. I've lived over 300 years. I've seen more liars than you've eaten meals. Sharu, fair enough. Had been schooled by a 300-year-old elder. They'll be going then. Sharu crouched down, picking up the 6 Dragon Balls one by one and placing them into a capsule. Go. Sharu reached the doorway and paused. Great Elder. Something else. You Namekians don't need to fear Frisia anymore. Not just Frisia. You don't need to fear anyone. He didn't look back. After speaking, he stepped through the doorway. Mori opened his eyes, watching the silhouette in silver armor disappear beyond the threshold. The old man was silent for a long time. Ace stood nearby, hesitating, as if wanting to speak. Great Elder, is this really all right? Entrusting the Dragon Balls to an outsider. Mori didn't answer immediately. His hand rested on the armrest, fingertips trembling faintly, not from tension, but from the decline of his physical functions. Ace, here. What do you think our Namekian training over the years has been for? Ace opened his mouth, to no longer be bullied. Correct. Mira's voice was soft. No longer be bullied. But relying solely on ourselves, is it enough? Ace said nothing. A battle power of 4 to 500,000 was already top tier on an ordinary planet. But on the scale of the entire universe, Frisia had once boasted 120 million. Then he was killed by Son Goku. And on Earth he was chopped into mincemeat by some unknown youth. What did this prove? It proved that in the universe there existed beings stronger than Frisia. At the very least, the ones known now could be counted on one hand. The enemies 7 years from now. The great events that might one day destroy this universe. The fruits of their arduous training were still insufficient before true top-tier powerhouses. That young man. Mori closed his eyes. I have a premonition that one day in the future, he will become our savior. Xia Lu crouched atop a mushroom canopy, watching the trio vanish into the depths of a dense forest. Solb selected a spot that was relatively well concealed. A hollow between 2 colossal mushroom trees, shielded overhead by thick caps and half encircled by gnarled roots. Not bad. These 3 aren't completely clueless. They've got a hint of wilderness survival instinct. The 3 sat down against the roots. Solb pulled the Dragon Ball from inside his uniform, turning it over in his hands several times before finally tucking it back, deliberately zipping the pocket all the way up. Tagma sat to Solb's right back against the roots, arms crossed in a posture that declared I'm on watch. Sasami had already lain flat. The guy found a natural groove formed by a root, wedged himself into it like slipping into a coffin, a perfect fit. Within 2 seconds the snoring began. Xia Lu rolled his eyes from the canopy. Fine, you lot are truly carefree. He didn't rush to act. Why hurry? The Dragon Ball isn't going to sprout legs and run. Besides, that old fox Solb is on high alert now, his eyes sweeping the surroundings every few seconds. Tagma was also tense, though he claimed to be on watch. His fingers kept tapping on his knee. Nervous. Wait. Patience was something Xia Lu had in abundance. He lay on the canopy, chin resting on the back of his hand, and began counting Zasami's snores. 1, 2, 3. The intervals were about 4 seconds each. The steady rhythm indicated deep sleep. Tagma's head began to droop bit by bit. He held out for about 20 minutes, then his chin finally hit his chest. He He jolted, lifted his head, glanced around. Nothing unusual. Then his head began to sink again. The third time it hit his chest, he didn't lift it. Solb was the last to fall. The old man indeed had some skill. After Tagma and Zasami were dead asleep, he held on alone for nearly 40 more minutes. In that time, he even stood up and circled the campsite twice, checking the surroundings. But human physiology has its limits. From being imprisoned to escaping and sprinting, they'd barely shut their eyes. Once the adrenaline ebbed, drowsiness surged like a tide impossible to resist. Solb finally closed his eyes against the roots. His hand remained pressed over the inner pocket on his chest. Xia Lu waited another 10 minutes. Confirming that all three had entered deep sleep, slow, even unvarying breaths, he made his move. He closed his eyes and extended his consciousness outward. The Dragon Ball. 4-star ball. In Solb's inner pocket. Had he left a mark on that ball? Of course he had. That night before he coincidentally placed the Dragon Ball in the grass at the village entrance, he had already embedded a cell tissue into the sphere's surface. The same operation as the Dragon Radar. Find an inconspicuous dent wedge in a cell the size of a sesame seed and let it merge with the surface. When Solb picked up the Dragon Ball, he turned it over and over. He didn't notice. Of course not. How could the naked eye spot it? You'd need an electron microscope. Now that cell lay quietly on the 4-star ball's surface awaiting orders. Xia Lu's will touch the cell. Wake up. Time to work. The cell began to writhe. From a flat speck it slowly extended into a filament creeping along the curve of the ball. The pace was excruciatingly slow, slower than a snail. It had to be. Solb's hand rested right on top. Any sudden vibration could startle him awake. The filament cell crawled across the ball's equator wound around to the bottom and spread a thin membrane in the gap between the ball and the fabric. This process took 5 minutes. Xia Lu felt no rush. Once the membrane took shape, the next step was to drag the Dragon Ball out of the inner pocket. This was the hardest part. Not technically difficult, but operationally challenging. Solb's inner pocket had a zipper zipped all the way up. To get the ball out, he had to open the zipper first. Xia Lu's cell tissue could do many things, but such a delicate maneuver as unzipping. He gave it a try. An ultra-fine filament separated from the membrane crawled up along the fabric seam and found the zipper pull. It coiled around, pulled down. Shoo! A faint sound. The zipper opened about 2 centimeters. Solb's finger twitched. Xia Lu stopped. No change in heartbeat. No change in breathing. Just an involuntary muscle spasm. He continued. Shoo! Another 2 centimeters. Solb's brow furrowed. Xia Lu stopped again. Damn, is this old man so alert, even in sleep? Were you pickpocketed in a past life? He waited 30 seconds. Solb's brow relaxed and he mumbled something unintelligible, probably sleep-talking. He resumed. This time Xia Lu slowed to a crawl. For every millimeter the zipper moved, he paused 2 seconds. 1 centimeter. Pause. 1 centimeter. Pause. 1 centimeter. Pause. It took a full 4 minutes for the zipper to open completely. A thin layer of that damned transparent slime seeped from Xia Lu's temples. Not from nervousness. Definitely not. It was a side effect of intense concentration. Yes, exactly that. Had nothing to do with nerves. A boss with a battle power in the tens of billions, nervous over 1,000 power, old man. Ridiculous. With the zipper open, the rest was simple. The cell membrane cradled the Dragon Ball and slid it slowly out of the pocket. The moment the ball left the fabric, Solb's hand pressed to his chest lost the round sensation. His fingers tightened for a moment. Xia Lu held his breath. 1 second. 2. 3. Solb's hand relaxed. He rolled over, shifted position, and his arm fell to his side. He mumbled again. This time Xia Lu caught it. Lord Frisia. Even in his dreams he called out to Frisia. Xia Lu's lip twitched. Truly a loyal minister. The Dragon Ball had completely left Solb's body. The cell membrane carried it, skimming the ground, moving silently outward. It bypassed Tagma's feet, then Zasami's outstretched leg. The guy's sleeping posture was truly unrestrained, one leg hooked over a root, the other stretched 3 meters away. The Dragon Ball slipped under Zasami's leg. It cleared the campsite. Xia Lu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Done. He dropped silently from the canopy, walked to the periphery of the camp, and opened his palm. 3 seconds later the 4-star Dragon Ball rose from the grass and settled steadily into his hand. The cell membrane peeled away from the ball's surface, slithered back through the gaps between his fingers, and melted into his skin. Xia Lu raised the Dragon Ball to his face, examining it by the faint light of the tiniest sun. 4 red stars flickered faintly within the orange-yellow sphere. Got it. He stored the Dragon Ball in a capsule and clapped his hands. He glanced back at the campsite. The 3 were still asleep in various poses, utterly unaware. Solb's hand hung at his side, his inner pocket gaping open, empty. Tomorrow morning this loyal subject of the Frisia Force would likely experience the most devastating morning of his life. At the thought of that scene, Xia Lu let out a laugh. My apologies, everyone. If not for another plan, I would have simply snatched it directly. Yet he found it quite amusing. Dawn broke. To be precise, the largest sun had once again rotated above this hemisphere, the light shifting from an overcast gloom to a brilliant clear day. Xia Lu stood before the entrance of Mori's dwelling. He had arrived very early. So early that Aizo was still sweeping fallen leaves at the doorstep. though the mushroom trees shed not leaves, but drifting fragments of mycelium fluttering down like Earth's willow catkins. Yo, Xiaolu greeted Izo with a slight chin lift. Has the Grand Elder risen yet? Izo paused his broom, casting a sweeping glance over him. This young Namekian harbored complex feelings towards Xiaolu. Not quite hostility, yet far from amicable. It was more a subtle distance of the Grand Elder, says to trust you so I will, but I reserve my own judgment. He awaits you inside. Awaits me. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. Did he know I was coming today? Izo offered no reply, merely stepping aside from the doorway. Xiaolu stepped inside. Muri sat in his old worn recliner, a thin blanket draped over him. Compared to yesterday, his complexion seemed even fainter. The wrinkles on his face deeper, the color of his lips paler. Yet his eyes remained bright. You're here, Muri spoke, his voice low but steady. I'm here, Xiaolu replied, walking before him. He pulled a hoi poi capsule from his pocket and pressed the switch. With a soft pop, the 4-star Dragon Ball appeared in his palm. He proffered the Dragon Ball to Muri. The 4-star ball. Acquired. Muri glanced at the Dragon Ball, then at Xiaolu. And the three of them. Still asleep, Xiaolu said, tossing the ball lightly in his hand before catching it. They should wake soon. And when they do, they'll probably cry for a while. Muri didn't press him on how he retrieved it from the trio. The old man simply nodded, gesturing with his chin towards a corner of the room. Xiaolu followed his gaze. In the corner, a woven basket sat quietly on the floor. It was lined with a soft cloth, and upon that cloth lay 6 Dragon Balls. The 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star balls arranged neatly in 2 rows. Their orange-yellow luster shimmered in the morning light, the crimson stars within each one clearly visible. Xiaolu stared at the basket, his Adam's apple bobbing. 6. Plus the one in his hand. 7. Complete. He walked over, crouched down, and placed the 4-star ball into the basket. The moment the 7 Dragon Balls converged, all the orbs flickered in unison. A fleeting pulse like a heartbeat. Xiaolu's fingers still rested on the 4-star ball, and that pulse traveled up his fingertips, a tingling, numbing sensation. They resonate, Mori's voice came from behind. With all 7 gathered, Porunga will sense them. Xiaolu secured the 7 Dragon Balls back into the hoi poi capsule and waved a hand at Mori. Grand Elder, I need to step out for a bit. He'll be back soon with a surprise. Mori didn't open his eyes, only hummed in acknowledgement. Xiaolu turned and left his steps light. He had to deal with those 3 first. Not kill them, of course, just tie up some loose ends. The trio's temporary camp. Before Xiaolu even landed, he heard Sorbet's voice. Impossible. No, 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 impossible. Whoa. Xiaolu crouched on a mushroom canopy looking down. Oh, magnificent. Like ants on a hot pan, truly amusing. Sorbet was on his knees, frantically turning out his uniform. Inner pockets turned out, outer pockets turned out, trouser pockets turned out, even one sock had been removed. Empty. All empty. The expression on that aged face was one Xiaolu felt could be framed and hung on a wall. A grand combo platter of terror, bewilderment, and disbelief, all mixed with the haze of just waking up. Where's the Dragon Ball? Sorbet roared, whirling on Tagoma. Where's the Dragon Ball? Tagoma jolted upright, eyes bleary with sleep. What? The Dragon Ball is gone. The destructive force of those words rivaled a ki blast. Tagoma's drowsiness evaporated in an instant, his face turning ashen. How is that possible? You were supposed to be holding it. I was holding it. Sorbet turned the inner pocket inside out for Tagoma to see. Look, the zipper is open. The damn zipper is open. Shirsami was just then crawling out of his coffin, rubbing his eyes. What's going on? Who died? The Dragon Ball is lost. Shirsami froze for 2 seconds, then made a reaction that nearly made Xiaolu burst out laughing. He patted his own pocket. Why pat your own pocket? The Dragon Ball wasn't on you. Could it have rolled out? Shirsami suggested, crouching down to rummage through the grass. It's round, it could have rolled off. Did the zipper open by itself? Sorbet's voice cracked. It was that Namekian. That Namekian must have stolen it while we were asleep. Tagoma's face grew even paler. Then what do we do? Sorbet opened his mouth, but no words came out. Yes, what could they do? Their current situation, fugitives stranded on an enemy planet, no ship, no communication devices, their combined battle power, not even enough to be a snack for the Namekians. Their only leverage, the Dragon Balls, was gone. Sorbet slumped to the ground, his whole body seeming deflated of its bones. Xiaolu watched this scene from the canopy, the grin on his face growing wider. It felt pretty good. How to describe this feeling? Like meticulously setting a trap, watching every step go according to plan, and finally seeing the prey fall into it. Wait. Xiaolu's smile faltered for a moment. This hobby. He thought of someone. Cell. That cheap father of his had been exactly the same way back in the Cell games. Toying with opponents, savoring their expressions of despair, deriving pleasure from it. The difference was Cell would kill them after he was done playing. But he, Xiaolu, just enjoyed the show. A fundamental difference. A world of difference. He was nothing like Cell. Nothing like him at all. Probably. No. Definitely. Alright, enough of that. Xiaolu jumped down from the canopy, landing before the trio. Yo. The 3 of them looked up simultaneously. Sorbet's pupils constricted. You're the one from the bar. You're. Xiaolu. Morning, Xiaolu said casually, brushing non-existent dust off his armor. Sleep well. Sorbet's lips trembled. He seemed to want to say something, but dared not. Did you take the Dragon Ball? The question circled in his throat 3 times, but he couldn't force it out. Who else could it be? Xia Lu watched his hesitant expression, inwardly delighted. But he decided not to toy with them further, because something more important was coming. A much bigger toy was about to make its entrance. A much bigger toy was about to make its entrance. A much bigger toy was about to make its entrance. A much bigger toy was about to make its entrance. A much bigger toy was about to make its entrance. All right. Xia Lu raised his hand. You 3 take a rest for now. Solve WH. 3 hand chops. Too fast for the naked eye to catch. Tagma fell first, collapsing face first onto the grass. Zasami wobbled twice, then his knees gave way, and he toppled sideways. Sol blasted for 0.3 seconds. After all, as a former chief of staff, his resilience was a smidge stronger than the other 2. But just a smidge. Thud. 3 bodies lay sprawled messily on the grass. Xia Lu clapped his hands, turned around, and walked away. Find an open space. Summoning a divine dragon demanded a grand stage. Xia Lu chose a wide, empty plain. No mushroom trees blocked the view above, only Namek's eternally verdant sky. 3 suns hung in different directions, casting the ground without a single shadow. He pressed the switch on the capsule. Pop, 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 pop. 7 soft sounds, and 7 Dragon Balls popped out in sequence, landing on the ground. Xia Lu arranged them in a circle: 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star, 6 star, 7 star. The orange-yellow spheres glowed with a warm luster under the sunlight, the red stars inside, clearly visible. All 7 Dragon Balls began to pulse simultaneously. The frequency quickened. The radiance grew brighter. Xia Lu stepped back 2 paces and took a deep breath. The Namekian incantation surfaced in his mind. Mori had instilled it, every syllable crystal clear. He opened his mouth. Takalapa. The moment the sound left his lips, the light of the 7 Dragon Balls surged violently. Palunga. The sky transformed. Namek's eternal green canopy began to blacken from the edges. Like ink dripping into clear water, the darkness spread at an inconceivable speed, devouring the entire sky in 3 seconds. All 3 suns vanished. The entire planet plunged into darkness. Puyawa. The final syllable fell. The 7 Dragon Balls exploded. Not a shattering, but an explosion of light. 7 golden beams shot into the sky, weaving, intertwining, and merging against the dark firmament. Then a colossal figure began to take shape within the light. Xia Lu tilted his head back, watching the figure grow ever clearer. Palunga. The divine dragon of Namek. Utterly different from Earth's dragon. Earth's dragon was an eastern serpent, slender, winding, and elegant. Palunga. This thing was a muscular monstrosity. Its massive body coiled in the sky, muscles bulging one after another, more exaggerated than any bodybuilder. 2 thick arms crossed over its chest, each finger as thick as a building. Its head was a hybrid of crocodile and dragon, with 2 antennae extending from its forehead, faintly glowing in the darkness. Crimson eyes gazed down at the ground. Gazing down at Xia Lu. I am Palunga. The voice pressed down from the sky, making the entire earth tremble. In Namekian, but Xia Lu now understood every word. Speak your wish. I can grant 3 wishes. 3. 2 more than Earth's dragon. Xia Lu looked up, the corners of his mouth curling. 3 wishes. He had long planned how to allocate them. The first. Palunga. Xia Lu spoke in Namekian, his pronunciation so precise that even Mori would have given a thumbs up. My first wish: restore Namek's grand elder Mori's body to its prime. All aging, disease, and injury completely eliminated. Palunga's crimson eyes flickered. This wish does not involve power beyond the creator. It can be granted. Palunga's eyes blazed with golden light. The wish has been granted. At Mori's dwelling. Mori was reclining on a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Ace was tidying fungus fragments at the doorway, everything as usual. Then the sky went dark. Not gradually dimming, but with a single snap, all light vanished. Ace's broom clattered to the floor. Grand Elder. The sky has gone dark. Mori opened his eyes. In the darkness, he saw 7 golden pillars of light shooting up from the distant horizon. 7. His lips moved slightly. Palunga. That kid had made his move. So soon. Just as Mori was about to say something, a surge of heat welled up inside his body. Not from the outside. It erupted from his bones, his veins, every cell simultaneously. Hot. Scalding. But not painful. Mori looked down at his hands. Those withered hands covered in age spots were changing. The skin tightened, muscles filled out, joints grew robust and strong. Age spots faded away one by one, wrinkles smoothed out one after another. He felt his spine stretch. The back that had been hunched for decades was straightening vertebra by vertebra. Grand Elder. Your body. Ace rushed in, his voice cracking. Mori didn't answer. He stood up. Not slowly, pushing himself up with trembling hands on the armrests, but springing directly from the lounge chair with a leap of his legs. Steady and firm. Mori looked at his hands, strong, youthful, brimming with vitality. He clenched his fists, feeling the long-lost strength surging through his muscles. This feeling. Even his voice had changed. No longer the frail whisper of an old man, but deep, steady, and full of vigor. How many years? Mori walked to the doorway and looked up at Palunga's colossal figure in the sky. Golden light reflected on his face, a face no longer aged. Ace stood nearby, his mouth agape wide enough to swallow a Dragon Ball. "Gr. Grand Elder. You've become young." Mori ignored him. The old man. No, now he should be called a middle-aged Namekian. His gaze pierced through Palunga's form toward a distant spot he couldn't see, but knew was occupied by a figure in silver-white armor. 3 wishes. The first one had been used on him. Mori was silent for a long time. This Xiaolu. He shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He really is. Back when the Namekians first migrated to New Namek, the shadow of Frisia hadn't yet dissipated. Mori gritted his teeth and used potential unlock on every clan member, a unique ability of the Grand Elder. Back then, the previous Elder had used it to upgrade Krillin and Gohan. The effect was remarkable. Mori inherited the ability and used it on the entire clan, but the cost was immense. He went from middle age straight to frail old age. Now with one wish it was all restored. Mori clenched his fists, feeling the long-lost warmth in his veins, a whirlwind of emotions flooding him. But then he froze. Wait, how many years had he lived on New Namek? The Dragon Balls could be reused every 130 days. Over all these years there had been several opportunities at least. Why had he never thought to use Palunga to restore his own body? Mori stood at the doorway, the wind blowing, his mind churning. The answer was simple. He had never even considered it. Day in and day out he worried about the clan's safety, guarding against enemy attacks, nurturing the younger generation. The Dragon Balls were saved for emergencies for the sake of the race. But he had never included himself in the equation. This. Mori's lip twitched, an indescribable feeling washing over him. In the past he thought this was selflessness, the duty of an elder. Looking back now, what was this? This was sheer foolishness. Truly, for the tribe, A single wish, and he had stubbornly dragged his old bones through a lingering existence. And the result? An outsider, someone he had known for only 2 days, casually picked up this favor. Mori was silent for a long moment. Ace cautiously called out beside him, "Grand Elder. Are you alright?" Mori waved his hand, saying nothing. In the distance, Palunga's voice resounded across the heavens again. "The first wish has been granted. Speak your second wish." Xiaolu tilted his head back, gazing at Palunga's muscle-laden face. To be honest, this creature's aesthetic sense was truly baffling. "You're a divine dragon. Why on earth are you working on your muscles? You're nothing but a tool dragon. What can a few bulging muscles do for you? Such a bizarre design. What was old Kai thinking? Speak your second wish." Palunga's voice rumbled, making the ground tremble. Xiaolu cleared his throat and spoke in Namekian. "The second wish. Revive the universe's Emperor Frisia. Revive him in the complete physical state he had before his death and teleport him here." Palunga's crimson eyes flickered. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. What? A glitch? This person once massacred the Namekians. A hint of emotion crept into Palunga's voice. If a muscular divine dragon could possess such a thing. Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he had forgotten about that. Palunga was the guardian dragon of Namek, and Frisia had slaughtered most of the Namekians back then. Now asking this dragon to revive Frisia. Wasn't that like forcing a victim's family to perform CPR on the murderer? Palunga. Xiaolu's tone was steady. "I asked if it could be done, not if you were willing." Another stretch of silence. "This wish does not involve power surpassing the creator. It can be fulfilled. Good. As long as it works. Your feelings are your own business, just get the job done." Palunga's eyes blazed with golden light. The wish has been granted. Xiaolu looked down. 3 meters in front of him, light converged on the ground, and a silhouette began to take shape. First the feet, white smooth, toes pressing into the grass. Then the legs, long limbs adorned with purple markings. Waist, chest, shoulders. Finally the iconic head, a smooth bald crown with 2 purple shell-like protrusions on either side, and a single vertical line on the forehead. Frisia, his final form, the universe's emperor himself. The moment his revival was complete, Frisia's tail moved, first snapping against the ground and carving a shallow trench in the grass. Then his fingers, all 10 clenched and unclenched simultaneously, his joints emitting faint cracking sounds. Frisia opened his eyes. Crimson pupils. Those eyes held no confusion, no fear, no dazed "Where am I? Who am I?" Only a pure bone-deep arrogance. Frisia glanced down at his hands, turned them over then back, clenched his fists, released them. Clenched, released. A smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. "Oh ho 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 ho. Here it comes." That iconic sinister laugh. Xiaolu, standing in the shadows, twitched the corner of his mouth. He had heard this laughter countless times in the anime, but hearing it firsthand was a first. How to put it? It did not disappoint. It was even more infuriating than he had imagined. Ashikushu Minazen. Frisia spread his arms wide, his tail wagging excitedly from side to side. "Your lord has returned." His voice was not loud, but every word carried an air of the whole world owes me a debt. Frisia took a deep breath. The crisp, clean air of Namek filled his lungs. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation for 2 seconds. Then he opened them. He looked around. Green grass. Mushroom-shaped trees. 3 suns. Oh no, the sky was dark now, because Palunga was still coiled up above. Frisia looked up and saw Palunga. He looked down again and saw 3 people lying scattered on the ground. Sorbet, Tagoma, Sasami. All three were face down sprawled in different positions, completely motionless. Frisia's expression underwent a spectacular transformation, from the ecstatic "I'm the greatest in the universe" to the puzzled "what the hell is this?" and then to the impatient "what are you idiots doing?" The whole process took about 4 seconds. "Sorbet." Frisia walked over and nudged Sorbet's shoulder with his toe. "Hey, Sorbet." No response. He kicked him again. Still nothing. Frisia's brow furrowed. He crouched down, grabbed Sorbet by the scruff of his neck, and lifted the small alien like a chick. Sorbet's head lolled forward, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, forming a glistening thread in the air. Frisia tossed Sorbet back down. Thud. Sorbet landed face first, bounced once, rolled over, and continued sleeping. He mumbled a vague phrase. "Lord. Frisia. Dragon Balls." Frisia straightened up his tail, slapping the ground impatiently. His current situation was delicate. Just revived. No idea how he was revived. No idea where he was. Though it looked like Namek, the Namek in his memory had been blown to pieces by his own hand. 3 subordinates, all unconscious. A muscular dragon glaring down at him from above. Oh ho ho. Frisia let out another laugh, but this time there was a hint of uncertainty in it. This situation is rather interesting. He looked up at Purunga. Purunga looked back at him. Their eyes met. The atmosphere grew incredibly awkward. "Speak your third wish." Purunga's voice boomed down. Frisia blinked. Third wish? Whose wish? What did it have to do with him? Before he could piece it all together, Xiaolu's voice rang out. From about 20 meters behind Frisia, clear and fluent in Namekian. "The third wish. Teleport Frisia, myself, and these 3 men on the ground, all of us, to planet Frisia." Frisia spun around. He saw. No, he saw nothing. In the direction of the voice, there was no one. Who? Frisia's aura exploded instantly, his ki radiating outward, flattening the grass beneath his feet. "Who's there? Show yourself to your lord." Purunga didn't give him time to wait for an answer. The wish has been granted. Frisia felt it. A force enveloped his body, not an attack, but some kind of spatial energy. His body began to turn transparent, starting from his toes and spreading upward. Wah! Frisia looked down at his disappearing feet, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized this feeling. Instant transmission. No, it was cruder than that. It was forced spatial relocation. Bastard. Who did this? Stop it now. No one paid him any attention. The unconscious bodies of Sorbet, Tagoma, and Sisami also began to turn translucent. 5 seconds. Everyone vanished from the surface of Namek. Completely. Not even a footprint was left behind. Purunga withdrew his gaze and looked down at the only figure remaining on the ground. Xiaolu stood there, hands in his pockets, head tilted back. "Job done?" he asked in Namekian. "All 3 wishes have been granted." Purunga's voice began to fade, his body dissolving into light. "I shall enter slumber. After 130 days the Dragon Balls may be used again." The 7 Dragon Balls shot up from the ground, streaking across the dark sky, like 7 golden arcs flying off in 7 different directions. The darkness in the sky began to recede. Green seeped back in from the edges, and the 3 suns reappeared one by one. Light was restored. Xiaolu stood on the empty plain, surrounded by nothing. No Dragon Balls, no Frisia, no trio. Clean. He closed his eyes and extended his consciousness outward, toward Mori's dwelling. Telepathic connection established. "Elder." Mori's mental reply was instantaneous, and the signal was 10 times stronger than yesterday. The great elder restored to his peak. His mental prowess was indeed formidable. "I heard. I've taken Frisia away." Xiaolu's thought was concise. From now on he will never set foot on Namek again. Mori was silent for a moment. "Your promise still stands." A hint of amusement carried in Xiaolu's thought. "No matter who comes. What I say I mean." The sensation of spatial distortion faded. Xiaolu opened his eyes, finding himself no longer standing on the soft grass of Namek, but on a grayish-brown wasteland. The cracked earth stretched in all directions. In the distance stood a few low-lying structures, and beyond them lay an abandoned spaceport. Several rusted spacecraft lay sprawled on the tarmac, looking as though no one had touched them in at least a decade. Planet Frisia. To be precise, it was Frisia Planet No. 79 forward base. Xiaolu landed atop an abandoned signal tower about 300 meters from Frisia. This distance was just right. Close enough to see and hear, yet with his aura fully concealed the other party would not detect him. The gap in their power was indeed too vast. He sat cross-legged, resting his chin on the back of his hand. Watching the show, Frisia stood in the middle of the wasteland, his tail tapping the ground impatiently. He had clearly heard a voice, just now, coming from behind him. Someone had spoken a wish in the Namekian language. And then he had been teleported here. Who? Who had such power? To be able to act right under the great king's nose. Frisia's pupils contracted as he scanned his surroundings. The wasteland. The ruins. The distant spaceport. He recognized this place. Planet Frisia. His territory. Upon confirming this, his wariness dropped by 30%. Whoever had brought him here had at least not thrown him into an enemy stronghold. At his feet, 3 bodies lay sprawled in a heap. Sorbet lay face down, his cheek pressed against the cracked earth, a small dark patch of drool soaking the ground. Tagoma lay on his side, his arms still crossed over his chest. Exactly as he had been before falling asleep. Sure Sammy lay spread-eagled, one leg draped over Tagoma's waist, snoring thunderously. Frieza looked at the three of them, the corner of his mouth twitching. He poked the back of Sorbet's head with the tip of his tail. Sorbet. No response. He poked again, a little harder. Sorbet. Sorbet's body jolted, and he muttered groggily, Dragon Balls. My Dragon Balls. Don't take them. Frieza's brow furrowed. Dragon Balls. Again. Dragon Balls. He crouched down, grabbed Sorbet by the scruff of his neck, and lifted him up. Sorbet's head lolled, his feet dangling 30 centimeters off the ground, looking like a cat being held by the scruff. Wake. Frieza said only a single word, but the pressure carried in that one word was enough to solidify the air within a 10-meter radius. Sorbet's eyelids flew open. His pupils were unfocused at first, then slowly sharpened, focusing on the white face with purple markings before him. 1 second. 2 seconds. Sorbet's brain crashed. It wasn't a metaphor. It had genuinely gone blank. His eyes froze, his mouth hung open, and a drop of drool slipped from the corner of his lips without him even noticing. Frieza. Lord Frieza. Alive. Right in front of him. Holding him by the scruff. Free. Frieza. Lord. Are you stuttering? Frieza tilted his head. Lord Frieza. Sorbet's voice cracked. He jumped straight from crashed to overloaded, his limbs trembling violently as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. My lord. You're alive. You're truly alive. Frieza set him down. The moment Sorbet's knees touched the ground, they gave way, and he fell with a thud, pressing his forehead against the cracked earth. My lord. You're subordinate. I have thought of you day and night. Enough. Frieza took half a step back. This fellow's drool and tears were about to smear onto his boots. Speak properly. Sorbet's wailing woke the other two. Tagoma opened his eyes first. He sat up, rubbing the back of his head. There was a lump there left by Xiaolu's chop. Then he saw Frieza. Tagoma's reaction was more restrained than Sorbet's. He didn't cry or stutter. He just froze solid, his lips trembling 3 times before he swallowed hard with a gulp. Great King. Sure Sammy was the last. Roused by Tagoma's voice, he sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes and yawning. What's all the noise? Can't a guy sleep? His gaze swept over Frieza. It stopped, snapped back, looked again. Shisami's young got stuck in his mouth. His jaw remained agape, frozen, for a full 5 seconds. Then he let out a yelp and leaped to his feet. Great King. The three knelt in a row. Sorbet was at the front, sobbing uncontrollably. Tagoma in the middle, his eyes red, but holding back tears. Sure Sammy at the back, already wiping his nose with his sleeve. Frieza stood before them, arms crossed over his chest, his tail swaying slowly from side to side. He savored the sight. 3 loyal subordinates kneeling before him, weeping profusely while he towered over them from on high. This was the proper bearing of the Emperor of the Universe. However, have you cried enough? Frieza spoke. The 3 men's sobs ceased abruptly. Your lord has a few questions. Frieza raised a finger. First, how was I resurrected? Second, what was that place just now? Third, his gaze swept over the 3. Who was the person speaking behind me? Sorbet's back stiffened. The person speaking behind him. What person? Before he was knocked out by Xiaolu's chop, his last memory was the Dragon Balls were lost, and the 3 of them were breaking down in the camp. Then he knew nothing else. What happened in between? It was a complete blank. But who was Sorbet? The supreme aide of the Frieza Force. A wily old fox who had schemed and maneuvered within the Force for decades. His mind completed the following calculations in 0.3 seconds. First, Frieza was resurrected. That was fact. Second, Frieza was resurrected by the Dragon Balls. That was also fact. He had clearly heard Frieza mention a wish. Third, who collected the Dragon Balls? It was he, Sorbet, who led the team to Namek to find them. Sure, there had been a tiny hitch along the way, but the result was good, wasn't it? Fourth, Frieza asked who was the person speaking behind me. This meant Frieza hadn't seen that person. Fifth, he, Sorbet, could probably guess who it was, but he knew nothing about him. When the boss asks and you have no answers, wouldn't that ruin the huge merit that was practically in his hands? So then, Sorbet's mind clicked into place. If you don't know, you don't know. You don't need to answer what you don't know. What you need to answer is what you do know. And what he knew could perfectly craft a very compelling story. My lord. Sorbet lifted his head. The tear tracks on his face were still wet, but his eyes had regained clarity. It was your subordinate. I led the team to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and made the wish to resurrect you. My lord. Sorbet lifted his head. The tear tracks on his face were still wet, but his eyes had regained clarity. It was your subordinate. I led the team to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and made the wish to resurrect you.